we might get started. Welcome to the first hearing of Portfolio Committee Number 5, Justice and Communities, for the additional round of the inquiry into Budget Estimates 2023-24. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians of the lands on which we are meeting today. Excuse me. I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name is Robert Borsak and I'm the Chair of the committee. I welcome Minister Catley and the accompanying officials to this hearing. Today, the committee will examine the proposed expenditure for portfolios of police and counter-terrorism and the Hunter. I ask everyone in the room, please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. To witnesses, I welcome and thank you all for making yourself available today to give evidence. Minister, I remind you that you do not need to be sworn, as you have already been sworn an oath to your office as a Member of Parliament. Witnesses who appeared at the initial hearing before this committee also do not need to be sworn. Acting Deputy Commissioner Smith, you did not appear at the initial hearing. Could you please now state your full name, position, title and swear either an oath or an affirmation?
Acting Deputy Commissioner Dean Raymond Smith. I swear that the evidence now about to give by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Today's hearing will be conducted from 9:15 to 5:30 p.m. We are joined by the Minister for the morning session from 9:15 till 1 p.m. with a 15-minute break at 11 a.m. In the afternoon, we will hear from the departmental witnesses from 2 p.m. till 5:30 with a 15-minute break at 3:30 p.m. During these sessions, there will be questions from the opposition and crossbench members only, and then 15 minutes allocated to the government questions at 10:45, 12:45 and 5:15. We will begin with questions from the opposition.
Thank you. Morning, Minister. Your government have made it clear that they respect teachers. In fact, on nearly every occasion on which the Deputy Premier rises in the Legislative Assembly, she states this. And this respect is reflected in the wage deal that they arrived at. Do you respect your police in the same way?
Oh, look, the New South Wales Police do a great job and they have my full support.
Excuse me, Minister, could you just maybe pull the mic a bit closer?
Is it on?
It's sound activated, but you'll just need to talk a bit more into it, that's all.
Do you respect your police in the same way that the Deputy Premier indicates her respect for teachers?
As I've said, the New South Wales Police do an amazing job. I can't speak more highly of the work that they do, and they have my respect.
Taking into account the size difference in education and police, pro rata, aren't more police leaving the force than teachers?
Well, I haven't got those figures precisely, but there's no secret that retention is a problem. It's something that I've talked about from the very get-go, as well as the gap that we have of 1,500 police officers, which we inherited. So there's no secret about that. And I can say that I'm working very hard with the Commissioner and others to ensure that we try to retain police. Mm-hmm. It's a very tough job. I think it's important that we do note this. Like, policing is such a tough job. They go out 24 hours a day. The things that they see are things that most of us never see. And it's so critically important that we look after their well-being. And on that front,
Minister, thank you.
And on that front, the Commissioner especially and her team have certainly put in place mechanisms to address that. And bit early to get any assessment on that, but we hope to have that sometime soon, and I'd be happy to share that with you.
Thank you. And taking into account the size difference in education and police, pro rata, aren't there more vacancies in police than teachers when you compare numbers across the workforces?
Well, again, I haven't had those figures presented to me, so I'm unsure. But
Okay.
as I've
Perhaps
just
you could take
described
that
to
on
you,
notice, could you, Minister?
no, as I've just described to you, though, we know that there are more than 1,500 vacancies in the police force. It's no secret. As another thing that I've been saying
So
since I have
vacancies in the
become,
police are as important an issue as they are in teaching?
they are a very, very important, and that is why we've put in place paying the recruits. It's certainly
Thank
not
you
a
very
silver
much for that,
bullet, but
Minister.
it's
Thank you
certainly
very
not a
much.
silver bullet. But
Thank
it's
you. If I
certainly
could redirect, Minister, and go on to the next question. Are you backing our police in the party room in the same manner as the Education Minister is backing in the teachers?
well, what happens in our party room I won't be discussing here. But
So-
what
so
I
you
can
can't
say
talk
to you,
about
what
how
I
you
can say
support
to you is
police?
I support the police publicly on a daily basis, and I'm happy to do
Your
that again
public
here
support
today.
is
I
appreciated,
publicly
Minister.
support
If I
the
could
police.
redirect, Minister, your public support is appreciated, but what about your support behind the scenes where it counts?
Well, I think I've demonstrated that in a policy that has been very successful in paying the recruits, for instance. We
Thank
knew
you for that
would
policy.
have.
We're not
we knew
discussing that at
we
the
knew
moment.
that
We
would
may
have an
later.
impact
Can I redirect,
on
Minister?
recruitment numbers. Would you
Minister,
like to know the
could
numbers?
I redirect, please, on this next question? The Health Minister backed in a wage outcome for the AMBOs, which provided them with, on average, according to the HSU, a 29% pay rise over the next 4 years. Can the police expect the same support for their pay rise from you, Minister?
Well, the police are entering into award negotiations.
Thank
and those
you.
negotiations.
What support can they expect from you in those negotiations?
Well, I know you don't understand how negotiations happen, but you see what happens is you go in there and you sit at the table opposite one another
Minister,
and you
thank you very
negotiate.
much. I am aware how negotiations
Right.
occur.
Well, then I'm
What
surprised
su-
you'd be asking me the outcome.
I'm not asking you the outcome. I'm
Mm.
asking you the support that the police can expect from their minister in their wage negotiations.
They'll be supported.
Thank you. New South Wales Police are the most highly trained and they have the most qualifications across Australia. But pay rises in Victoria in the last 6 months and in Queensland also in the last 6 months have seen our police in New South Wales fall behind them in wages. Will you be backing the front line to again show that the Premier State has the best paid officers in the country?
Well, again, the police will be in award negotiations and we'll see how that...
The question, Minister,
Well,
is
no,
not
but-
about the negotiations in Globo. The question is, how much support are you going to give your police, who you've indicated do a very difficult job very well? Do you stand behind your police in these negotiations?
Well, again, I won't, and I can't speculate on the outcome of those negotiations.
I'm not asking you to do that.
Yes,
I'm
you
asking
are.
you about... No, I am not, Minister. I'm asking you about how hard you will fight for your police.
I will go through that negotiation process in good faith, and we will definitely deliver a good outcome for police
With
at the end of
respect,
the day.
Minister, that's not an answer. How hard will you fight for your police?
I will negotiate in good faith because that's what negotiations are about, and we will deliver a good outcome at the end of the day.
Have you begun negotiations with the Police Association and where are they up to?
We have had initial conversations, yes.
Where are they up to?
Initial conversations.
Initial conversations.
Yeah. They're doing some training actually, so they're doing that.
Okay,
and
can
then we'll
you
start
negotiate and get the pay deal done with the Police Association before the award ends in June this year?
Oh, that's certainly the intention.
Intention, but can it be done?
Well, negotiations are again, I can't
But
predict
good
what the
good
outcome's
faith
going to be.
negotiations
but-
would
well,
proceed
in good faith,
expeditiously,
in
wouldn't
good
they?
faith, that is where we hope to land, of course.
Great, thank you. So if that's going to be done before the end of June, can I assume that the minimum pay that this government will provide them is the same minimum as the teachers' first year, more particularly as if you look at the teachers' pay rises over the previous term were never less than 2.5%, where 1 year police settled at 1.75% after running their work value case in the Commission. And if you consider the AMBO's deal secured 29%, will you as Minister show your respect for the police and assure them that this will be your starting point in the wage negotiations?
Well, again, negotiations will take place and they will be fruitful, they will be in good faith, and I cannot predict what the outcome will be.
I'm not asking you to predict the outcome. What I'm asking you to do is to tell us how you will go into that negotiation supporting your police, what you want to get for your police and what you will fight for your police.
Well, we'll go in there in good faith. We will work cooperatively and we will have a good outcome. And it's about
Thank you
other
for those
things.
buzzwords,
It's
Minister,
about
but
other
with respect, it's not answering the
It's about
question.
other things other than just a dollar figure. In negotiations, you have the opportunity to look at the work environment, work-life balance, and all of those things will be considered.
Thank you, Minister. You came to power promising wage increases. So how can we attract and retain officers when you won't pay them to be the highest paid in Australia, as they were under our government? Other Labor states had wage caps, but ours was the highest around the country. Other Labor states have now moved to reward their officers to combat the crises of retention. Do you have the respect within this government to get the same job done in New South Wales?
Well, we did inherit 1,500 short, so clearly the old system wasn't working.
I'm
I
asking you
think
about what you're doing now
the
to
recruitment,
improve wages for police.
Paying our new recruits has certainly had a significant impact. We've had a large number.
Thank you for talking about that. What are you doing about people once they have joined the police force and ensuring that their wage rises show proper respect for the job that they do?
Well, you asked about recruitment, actually, and what I'm saying to you is that...
No, with
yes, you
respect,
did.
Minister, the question was how do you
recruitment.
address the crisis of retention, which is at a different stage of the cycle than recruitment?
Well, the wage negotiations will go a long way to look at that.
That you will push very hard for on the part of your police?
I'll be there negotiating in good faith, as I've said.
Thank you. Police insurance, I believe it's called PBRI. I think it's the death and disability insurance. I understand from my local police and in the many emails and conversations I have had and received, this is a very important issue to them. And I'm informed by my local police that the Police Association circulated a letter prior to the last election and that they received an undertaking that for the term of this government, the Premier would honour that insurance scheme. There are now, however, rumours circulating that this product will be heavily cut. A lot of police are talking about this. Do you and the Premier stand by the letter and the promise that was made to our police to get their vote, or are you and the Premier going to break this promise of keeping their insurance?
Well, we are looking at it because it's up for negotiation and we have to make sure that taxpayer dollars are spent accordingly.
So Minister, just to check, when you say looking at it...
I've refrained from calling a point of order, but paragraph 19, procedural fairness resolution, requires courtesy to be extended to the witness. There is just a lot of interjection going on, and arguably the questions are longer than what the Minister has been given the latitude in terms of time to answer.
To that point of order, Chair, I don't believe that asking the Minister to address the actual question is an interjection. I think it's actually trying to be respectful of the time of this committee and making sure that questions asked are answered rather than prepared statements are provided.
Further to the point of order, Chair, the Minister is trying to answer the question. She's just not been given the opportunity.
Look, I'll rule on that. Look, I think interjections are disorderly at all time, but please give the Minister a chance to get the answer out before you then proceed with the next part of the question.
Thank you, Chair.
You might not be aware of this, Ms Cutter, but the insurance scheme is up for renewal, so of course we're looking at it, and as I say, and I'm sure you get the emails as well, as you've just identified. The biggest issue that the Police Association raised with me are the concessional caps, and I have been speaking to the Federal Minister in relation to that, and I am absolutely committed to trying to fix that. We know that it is completely unfair, and I have been having some very, very good conversations in relation to that.
Okay. Can I just go back, because I did want to come to the issue of concessional caps, because I agree that's a major issue. What I understand from the answer that you gave me is that you went into the election promising police that the insurance scheme would not change, but you are now saying that this is part of the overall negotiations and that police insurance scheme could change?
It's up for renewal. The scheme is up for renewal with the insurance company, so of course we have to look at it.
Before the election, did you understand the timing that the insurance scheme would be up for renewal?
Well, it's up for renewal annually, as I understand it.
So therefore, when the promise was made by the Premier and presumably by yourself that...
Well, I wasn't the Shadow Minister,
Well, when
actually.
the promise was made by the now Premier that the insurance scheme would be supported for the whole of this government, that promise was made knowing that there was an annual renewal of the insurance scheme.
Yeah, I understand that. but we still
Okay,
have to go through the
so what
renewal
we're seeing
process.
is
We
the
don't have a
promise was
choice.
made,
We
and
don't-
now you're saying it's up for negotiation.
We don't have a choice but to go through the renewal process. It will expire and we will have nothing. Would you prefer us to do that?
The choice you have, Minister, with respect, is that you can support the maintenance of the existing scheme at the time of renewal, or you can walk away from the promise you made. And that was what my question was asking you to address. With respect to the caps, you've clearly indicated that, like all of us, we're aware of the problem that this have about the way the scheme is structured. There are real problems that because of the way the concessional tax grosses up police income, some officers, for example, with disabled children, are then ineligible to receive medical benefits cards, prescription medication, childcare benefits are impacted. Are you going to be able to get this fixed before the end of this financial year?
Oh, well, it is a very serious issue, and it's one that I'm working on. I'm acutely aware, as I've just said to you, how it is disadvantaging police officers negatively, and I'm working very hard to try to fix that.
Could you describe some of the work that you're doing? Who are you talking to in the federal government, for example?
The Minister for Finance, who is responsible.
And what response, are they responsive to this?
Yes.
And is there a timeline on when this very critical issue is going to be fixed?
I can't provide you with a timeline today, no.
Thank you. Another example in relation to this is the impact on childcare. Federal government's recently changed childcare rebates to a sliding means-tested scale. The rebate grossed up artificially inflates police income. Are you aware of the impact this has on discouraging parents, particularly mothers, back into the workforce? And are you aware that it's impacting on their willingness to increase hours at a time that clearly you need all the staff you can get?
Sorry, are you saying in relation to the cap, or just generally
as
about...
I understand
just
it,
generally about
as
childcare
I understand,
fees?
because police officers have their D&D premiums and the rebate grossed up, that artificially inflates income, combined with the recent changes that the federal government have made to childcare rebates to a sliding means-tested scale. This has negatively impacted especially a lot of female police officers with children.
Well, I did know that it certainly affected them in terms of their childcare tax B rebate, so I think that's what we're talking about.
And what have you been doing to address that?
Well, talking to the Minister, it's the same problem, yeah. So I've been speaking with the Minister in relation to... We have to fix the whole problem, because it's not just women, it's
No.
it's everybody across that it's affecting. And it's starting to affect more.
Yes. The federal government recently changed the way stage 3 tax cuts would be rolled out, keeping the 37% tax rate. Are you aware how many police will be grossed up because of the D&D premium being pushed into this bracket, even though they physically earn far less than the 135% bracket?
Well, what I am aware is most of them are going to get a tax break and they're very excited about it. But however, the problem will still occur, and that's exactly why we have to resolve the problem of concessional cap.
And are you confident that you can get that done before the end of the financial year?
Well, my same answer, I can't give you a timeline on that.
Okay. So how many meetings have you had with your federal Labor colleagues to get them on board to fix this problem?
3, and a couple of phone conversations.
And what assurances have they given you, and on what conditions?
They're committed to working together collaboratively.
Committed to working to achieve by the June 30 deadline?
I cannot give you a timeline on that.
Okay. We understand that over 8,000 police will be impacted this financial year, maybe even more. What do you say to those 8,000 police if this problem can't be sorted this financial year? Will they have to put up with this unfair assessment for yet another year?
Well, it was a terrible system that was designed in the first place, and I've inherited
And what are
this
you doing
problem.
to fix it?
Well, I've already described what I'm going to do to fix it.
Okay. So no confidence for those 8,000 police that it's going to be done.
Well, it
by
could
the
be more.
30th of
And look,
June.
I'm, as I say, I am trying hard and working hard with the federal
Thank you.
colleagues to fix it.
Can I take you to the Ryde Police Area Command, where police continue to raise serious concerns about the police station building being unsuitable? The commitment to refurbish their police station was removed by your government. What can police officers in Ryde expect regarding their unsuitable premises?
Well, the New South Wales Police Property provide us with a list of their priorities, and it's those priorities that I have supported in terms of taking them to the budget. And I understand there's, I think almost 900 or just a little over 900 police buildings that police maintain across New South Wales. It is a big job, and many of them do need work. There's
And
no
with
doubt
respect
about
to
that.
Ryde?
And Ryde is one of them. Yes, I agree.
And so when can they expect their premises to be refurbished? And
Oh, well, I
made
don't
suitable?
have that on a timeline, but as I say, there's a lot, and there's a lot of people in the queue.
So no commitment to the officers of Ryde. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, good morning, and Commissioner
morning.
and other officials. Nice to see you all. Minister, why didn't you go to Moree yesterday with the Premier?
I was actually at the Road Safety Forum yesterday, but I've been to Moree twice.
Okay. Did you get invited to go yesterday? Did
Oh,
the
we
Premier
spoke.
tell you?
No, well, obviously I asked. There's Paul. We had Paul go along.
Okay. So when you said, sorry, we spoke, the Premier spoke to you about going?
I knew that I spoke to the Premier's office, Chief of Staff here.
Not directly to the Premier about it, though?
Not before he left, no.
When did you become aware that he was going to be up there yesterday?
Yeah, I can't remember if it was yesterday or the day before now.
Okay. Could you take that on notice and let us know?
Well, the answer's going to be the same. I think...
Well, but can't you check when you spoke to his Chief of Staff and come back to us? You could probably do that in the morning tea break.
Okay, I'll come back to you then.
Thank you. Did the Premier at any point talk to you about moving you on from the police portfolio?
Never.
Well, given that he saw that it was important to go to Moree without you yesterday, and indeed after questioning from this committee or this budget estimates hearing by a number of members, including myself, about the terrible issues with regional crime, he literally got on a plane the next day, but without you and without speaking to you directly. Doesn't that show that he hasn't got a lot of confidence in the role that you're performing in?
We've spoken about youth crime in the past, and the Premier knows that I've travelled extensively around the state. We sent one of our senior police.
That's fine, and I'm not in any way disrespecting the police. I want to know, you are the police minister. The Premier went after questioning from budget estimates and serious issues in these regional communities, which we have been talking about for a long time, as you're well aware, got on a plane, went up to Moree and told the local community that your government needs to do better. Surely that shows that he has no faith in you in the role.
Well, I don't accept that premise, and the Premier is very aware of the work that I have been doing around the state in remote and rural areas in relation to finding out on the ground what is going on in the space of youth crime. And there is no secret, and I have not tried to hide the fact that we do have a problem. But I'll say this to you, Mrs Mitchell. Police are doing a great job out there, right across regional New South Wales, and the Premier saw that yesterday.
And no one's disputing that, Minister. My issue is with what you're not doing as the Minister.
Well, you can't say that I'm not doing my job because
you're going to visit places, Minister, but with respect, there has been nothing new brought in under your leadership as Minister. The crimes in these communities are getting worse, they're escalating, they're getting more violent. The buck stops with you. And yet the Premier was the one who got on a plane and went up and said, we need to do more. He clearly has no faith in you in the role.
We need to do more as a community. That is right. The police are doing everything they can. We're finished?
It's quite a bill.
We'll come back.
I'm happy to finish if you're
No,
right.
please.
You're
Don't
happy.
worry,
The police are doing everything. No, I am happy to finish if that's okay with you, Mr Chair. The police are doing everything they can. For instance, in Moree, about 10 days ago, there were 3 very significant incidents. The police had those people arrested immediately. All of them. They are doing everything they can. There is a whole of community response that's required here,
and
that
your
also
behaviour and your performance that we're concerned about.
the whole of community response is critically important. We need to have the services there. Like, why are these children not going to school? Well, it wasn't that long ago, Sarah, that you had the opportunity to also address this. This has been going on for a very long time, and you know that. And we all have to take a bit of ownership of this and make sure that we are looking after these kids in our remote and rural areas. But the New South Wales Police, they are doing a great job, and they are the ones who are heavy lifting. They're the ones that are there between 5 p.m. and 9 a.m. of the morning. No one else.
No one's saying that they're not.
Okay. Mr Latham.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Thanks, Minister, Commissioner and officers. Just to continue on that question at Moree, Minister, how many times have you visited as Police Minister?
I have visited extensively for the whole day once, and I've been there another time going through to Walgett, but I called in there as well.
Right, and Have you heard the concerns of the local member, Adam Marshall, about...
Yeah, I met him there, actually.
Yeah, did he brief you on the inadequacy of the bail laws, whereby young offenders have bailed out, re-offend, this horrible cycle?
He did express those concerns to me.
And what have you done about it?
Oh, I have spoken to the Attorney-General about them.
To say what?
His concerns. I expressed his concerns.
But are they also your concerns, urging the Attorney-General to tighten up these bail laws so they're more effective in a place like Moree, which has this youth crime wave?
Look, Mr Latham, I think one of the big issues is recidivism. And we really need to look at that. And I know you would know about that. You've spoken about that yourself. And we have to somehow work on a strategy, I think, to stop kids reoffending. They're staying in the system for too long, as you've said, again and again and again, and then they're ending up, obviously in jail. And that's the last thing that the police want, is young people in jail. And I don't think as a community that's what we want to see either. So we need to look at diversionary mechanisms, and there are a few spattered around the state which are doing quite well. But we need to look at that more deeply and more broadly.
Right, and that's what you've said to the Attorney-General?
We've had those discussions.
Right, not to strengthen bail laws, but to run more diversion programs.
Well, to be fair, that is the Attorney-General's area to strengthen the bail laws. The police will, administer the law of the day.
Right, and further, in Western New South Wales, have you visited Bourke?
Yes, I have.
And what conclusions did you reach there, particularly regarding the epidemic of child sexual abuse? When I was there with the former president of the Legislative Council, the police told us that 100% of Indigenous kids over the age of 5 had been interfered with, and the child protection officer said it was 50%, so either way it's horrific. And it causes the problem of these kids getting out on the street, or we're told burrowing under the home to sleep, or sleeping on the roof to get away from these predators, and they don't go to school the next day. When we visited Bourke High, there weren't enough students present to turn on the lights in vast numbers of classrooms. And did the police brief you about this horrific problem?
So I met with community leaders as well. I met with a lot of people while I was up there, and yes, I didn't get exactly those statistics that you have been privy to, but I was certainly advised of the dire situation in a whole matter of domestic violence, drugs and alcohol, the same that I'm talking about, and it's it's just absolutely shocking. But again, the police are really trying up there. They're picking children up in the morning, taking them to the PCYC to give them breakfast, assisting in taking them to school, running loads of programs up there. Matt from the PCYC was a terrific fella. He's doing a really good job, and people are definitely trying very, very hard. There's no doubt about that.
But did you agree with the general conclusion that unless this problem of child sexual abuse is resolved, there's no way of closing the gap, there's no way of giving these young people a chance in life, particularly getting them to school?
I do agree with you, and I agree with those that say it. I do, and that's why we need holistic wraparound services. The police are doing all that they can. It was my takeaway from that, and we need more services in the communities across remote and regional New South Wales to address these shocking circumstances.
Yeah, when I was there, the police said that one of their frustrations is taking these matters to court doesn't result in convictions because of intimidation of the witnesses and a reluctance to appear in court. And some of the police spoke about tougher consorting type laws that we have, for example, with bikies, to give them a chance to arrest and charge the known predators. Was that mentioned to you, or are you interested in that strengthening of the laws that would give the police a more direct way of dealing with these predators?
They weren't mentioned to me directly, but look, I'm happy to work with everybody to try to resolve these terrible social issues that these communities are facing.
But you agree that, and the Child Protection Office has reinforced this, is a terrible frustration in the paucity of charges and convictions that are laid in child sexual abuse in a place like Bourke, that the predators are known, but they're not being convicted.
Yeah, well, look, as I say, I will work with anybody to try to resolve all of these shocking, terrible social situations.
And what are you actually doing in detail?
Oh, well, I'm working with the police, obviously, making sure that they have the resources to do their job. And, when I'm out there, they are really doing the heavy lifting when it comes to youth, particularly, and domestic violence for that matter. everything in these communities. Like, they are almost, the epicentre of these communities. And by and large, everyone I spoke to couldn't praise the police enough, so they're very happy with the police. But it's broader than that, Mr Latham. We need services that are all-encompassing to try to resolve these social issues that we
Right,
have.
but you agree that it's more important to have these predators in jail to give these children a chance in life, more important than giving them breakfast after a night on the streets or sleeping on the roof?
Well, in an ideal world, yes, that would probably, obviously be where we'd want them if they're proven to be, have done those awful things, yes.
Yeah, and Commissioner, can you add anything? And the Minister says she's working with you and other senior police. What's that involving?
Well, I think to the point that has been raised, and it's an intractable problem, and it's abhorrent that children are being sexually abused and exposed to all sorts of things, not just sexual abuse, which doesn't get much worse really, in the home. And certainly police are integral in the community. We've got Aboriginal liaison officers, we've got officers that are Aboriginal engagement officers. We try and engage kids to encourage reporting, etc. Certainly, once it's in the justice system, then we're a part of that justice system, as you know. But we're certainly doing as much as we can within the laws and powers and policies that we've got. But we're very present in rural and regional communities, as has been said.
Sure, but existing liaison engagement and laws aren't working, are they? This is an horrific problem.
Well,
I regard it as the worst social tragedy by far in our state. Don't we need to consider new laws?
Well, I mean, that's a matter for government, Mr Latham, but certainly, I'd work with government in whatever proposal came forward.
Have you spoken to the frontline police in Burke about some of their ideas for changing the law? They are great officers, great people, and they want to solve this problem, but terribly frustrated. We heard the story from the child protection officers of an 11-year-old girl who was brave enough to take it to court, and then her mother faced death threats from those associated with the person who'd been charged, and that was the end of the matter. That seems to be typical of the frustration.
It's not just Burke, sir, unfortunately.
No, I know, but
Yeah.
I'm giving you my experience
Exactly.
in Burke.
Yep.
So are you in liaison with these officers about some of their ideas for
Yeah, and certainly my own
improving
background
the
is
laws?
working in that area, so I'm well aware of the issues and how difficult they are. Very difficult to prosecute, no matter what the circumstances, but added complexity, of course. But officers that investigate these matters trying to remain engaged, victim support and all those other services that are available to get victims to stay in the process, because we do want an outcome for them.
Right. And just on a different question, Minister, is there a morale problem in the New South Wales Police Force?
That hasn't been explicitly said to me. But again, I go back to, we've got short numbers. We know that, no secret there. And retention is a problem. And, we need to make sure we fill those gaps so that we can have the, correct amount of police. I think that they're exhausted after COVID, then coming into now, and they're just exhausted. And I think that, we really need to acknowledge that. I certainly do. And that's why, looking at innovative ways to get more police through the door, but also to keep them. That's critically important. We train them. It costs a lot of money. They're the best trained police in this country. And the last thing we want to be doing is losing them. We want to keep them. So, as I say, it hasn't been said to me explicitly, but if you're saying it has, then I would accept that.
Well, Minister, have you looked at the data that came out of the November release of the People Matter employee survey? And what was your main takeout from that survey result?
Well, I've had conversations with the Police Association in relation to that. They keep me up to date on that. They've told me that, police are exhausted. It's a lot of the conversations I have with them, in fact, that inform me, which are terrific, and I thank them very much. They're doing a great job. But, exactly that they're exhausted. They feel that they, obviously the low numbers, people not having enough staff there. But in all of that, they're still doing a fantastic job, which just is amazing.
Well, what's the solution, given the problem you've identified?
Yeah. Well, it is a problem that all of the police force, well, all of departments really are experiencing across this country. But Obviously, it's not a silver bullet, but the first initiative we put in place, which was by paying the recruits, that's had a significant impact. We've had a large uptake of people coming in, so that's terrific. In terms of, I think that going through the wage negotiation process, and obviously we had the wage cap in place, and it's been identified that as a result of the wage cap, we had low payment for our police. That was what Ms Carter just advised us. And going into negotiations and having better wages and better conditions, I hope will be something that will make the police force look really attractive. We need to be contemporary, we need to attract the next generation into the police force, and we need to be offering a diverse range, I think, of measures to encourage them to come and become part of the best police force.
Okay, thank you, Minister.
Good morning, Minister. Are you personally aware of a bomb incident and bomb threat that was made against a resident of Botany on the 5th of January?
Yes, I am.
And are you aware that upon reporting the threat and the finding of a sort of bomb type of device, that the matter was handed to a junior constable who then went on leave for 2 weeks just after that placement? I'm
not aware of who it was handed to, but I certainly asked for a briefing on it when I read it in the paper, and that's the extent of my knowledge. So I wasn't aware that it was handed to a junior constable, no.
Are you aware that the victim had been the subject of doxing prior to that incident?
No, I was not.
And are you aware whether the matter has been referred to the Counter-Terrorism Department of the police?
No, I'm not aware of that. The last I had heard was that it wasn't a bomb, that it was a hoax, a lookalike bomb. That was the last briefing that I had received, so I'm not aware of that. But Mr Hudson, has it been referred to Counter-Terrorism?
Sorry, Mr Hudson, just for a sec. Minister, so our understanding is that it's described as an improvised explosive device that did contain flammable material, and that the victim, it was placed on the victim's family car, and that the victim has had further threats made against them, and that they haven't yet had the secure response from police. Is that your understanding of what?
Oh, no, I'd have to ask Mr Hudson the details of those types of details.
All right, I can come back to Mr Hudson, but you're not certain whether it's been referred to the Counter-Terrorism
No, I'm not.
section of the police. All right, thank you. Can I just ask you, I'll come back to that, Mr Deputy Commissioner Hudson. Can I just ask you, how did things go when you sent officers over to London to explore the right person, right response, the PACER? How has that all gone? And let's just recall that the context of this is that we've experienced something like 15, I think it is 15 still, unless that number's risen, deaths from police, in the hands of police, of people who are experiencing psychosis or mental health difficulties.
Yeah, no, thank you for your question. I know this is an area that you have deep, genuine concern about, as do I. Like, the last thing we want to see is people with mental health, in these experiences. So, yes, those two officers have come back and they have written up a review of their findings, and I have been presented with that, as well as the relevant ministers and the department heads in January, and seen the results of what they have come back with. Remembering, though, it's important that we remember this is an internal mental health response from police, not whole of government, just police response. And we will make that public soon.
Can you give any indication of what we might see in terms of changes, or and in particular the time that you're looking at?
Sure. So the review looked at past reviews into mental health, coronial inquiries where police were involved, and it also included a data review of the New South Wales Police Force's data. The review recommends that we, scope the adoption or similar to or the their findings from what they saw with the Metropolitan Police, and we'll look at training. That'll be a significant part of the ongoing mental health response. And there were other recommendations which, you know, as I say, when we release the document, and I can't give you a date immediately, but it'll be in coming weeks. It's imminent, yeah.
And so is it fair to say, I'm just going to hand over to my colleague in a sec, but is it fair to say that it's likely in the near term that we will see other first responders, not police, where weapons are not involved, in a mental health welfare check or
Well, one of the recommendations is to set up a working group, which that will be, I think, the key part of going forward as a government, and to your point about other responders. So health are obviously a member of that. The Commissioner and the Director of Health are on that as well. And it will be that working group that will report back up to both the Commissioner and to Susan Pearce, the Director of Health, and then to the government about their recommendations as to what they see as a way going forward. But this government certainly agrees that it's often the case that seeing the blue uniform, it escalates instead of de-escalates, and we want, like you, to ensure that if there is a mental health incident, that they have the right person attending that incident.
Thank you. I might come back to that after, but I'm just handing to Dr. Kong.
Good morning, Minister.
Good morning.
My questions relate to the Special Commission of Inquiry into LGBTIQ hate crimes, which shone a light on large-scale and systemic failures preventing justice for victims and their families, as well as the, quote, adversarial or unnecessarily defensive, end quote, engagement of the New South Wales Police Force with the inquiry. What systemic changes are you and the internal working group pursuing to address the failures identified by the inquiry to ensure that this isn't recurring?
Well, firstly, can I say thank you to the inquiry, and a lot of good work has happened there, and the Commissioner herself has also responded to this on behalf of the New South Wales Police. But what we have seen is some terrible, shocking instances of police behaviour in the past, and that has been acknowledged, and police are doing a lot internally and also their forward face, if you like, in terms of how they are working with the community, particularly the LGBTQI community here in this state. I think it's important to say that I believe that today, since, in my time, in the 10 months that I've been the Minister, that the New South Wales Police Force is diverse and it polices for a diverse community in this state. And I certainly see that on a daily basis. And there's a lot of goodwill, and under our Commissioner Webb, I think that we will see and continue to see the New South Wales Police policing for everybody, regardless of your faith or your sexuality or indeed where you're from. So, and that's exactly the sort of police force we want: contemporary, diverse, and ensuring that they are policing for everybody.
Thanks, Minister. In your answer, you used the phrase "in the past." There's clearly really open wounds here, given the level of distrust and fear. That level of distrust and fear is actually limiting the willingness of LGBTIQ plus people to report crimes, and there's a lack of community appetite to welcome police at events like Mardi Gras. What is the government doing to rebuild that trust with communities?
Well, within the police force themselves, they have GLOWs, which are gay and lesbian liaison officers, and they certainly do a lot of work in building that trust with that community, which is very important. And the Police Commissioner herself obviously meets with various members of the community. I know I certainly have, of the gay community, and I get a sense that there is a trust definitely building up, and a view from the community that things are different. I'm not, though, dispelling the fact that there are still wounds. I absolutely accept that and acknowledge that. And it will take quite some time to mend those, to be quite honest, and that's fair enough too.
Thanks, Minister. If I could just ask you to be a bit more specific, I really appreciate your comments about the way that you'd like the police force to work and be perceived in the community. But could you be more specific? You know, the GLOs are excellent. I've worked with some in my own community, but what else is being done to address those systemic failures that were highlighted by the inquiry?
Well, I have been advised that an internal working group has been set up as well to look at those issues, and I think that putting those mechanisms in place and the police, you know, acknowledging and taking those internal steps is very important as well.
Do you support the recommendation that the New South Wales Police Force commission an independent review of the institutional approach to the LGBTIQ community similar to that completed in Victoria?
Sorry, can you just say that question again? I just didn't catch what you...
Sure, I'm asking if you support the recommendation for an independent review of the institutional approach like what was done in Victoria. I appreciate you've got an internal working group. I think that's important, but there are also calls for something independent.
Well, at the moment, we'll be having the independent working group, and we'll work towards what the result of that will be and the recommendations will be from that internal working group.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, you've admitted or you've given evidence that there are, I think it's 1,500 vacancies at the moment, did you say, in the police force?
Yeah, at least.
Right, so that's, I guess, an admission that the police are currently under-resourced in that you don't have officers everywhere that you need them if you've got that many vacancies, correct?
Yeah, we inherited that.
No, well, I'm asking if that's the current situation, and it is. There's at least 1,500 vacancies.
Yeah, that's what we inherited, and it's still the same.
So we know that we don't have enough police that we need on the ground across the state, and that would include also in regional communities, presumably. In fact, definitely. Can you also tell me, you said you've spent a lot of time in different regional communities, what are the main areas where we're seeing an increase in terms of crime in regional communities?
I'd have to have a look at the data to say that. I wouldn't want to mislead. But I think...
So you don't know?
Well... You want me to specifically say which region?
Just a couple of examples. What are we seeing on the increase in regional communities? What kind of areas of crime?
Oh, areas of crime. Sorry. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Car theft.
Yep.
Break and enter.
Yep.
But the biggest across the board is domestic violence. It is the highest, and it's increasing, and child sexual abuse.
Okay.
They are the two that are the highest across the state, including in metropolitan Sydney. And then we're seeing elevations of car theft and break and enter.
Yeah, thanks, Minister. So when you see more car theft and more break and enter, what do you say to those people who are the victims, who are frightened in their homes every night, who have had their cars stolen, who value the excellent work of local police but recognise that there's just not enough of them, and particularly in regional communities? As Minister, what do you say to them?
Well, obviously, we want everybody to feel safe in their community.
They don't, Minister. People are scared.
And we want people to... I know that they are, Sarah, and I'm acknowledging that, and we don't want people to feel scared or unsafe in their community. But the police are doing everything that they can. They are, you know, out there, as I say, they are the ones who are there between 5 p.m...
Minister, can I just redirect you? I don't in any way dispute that, and no one is questioning the hard-working policemen and women who do an amazing job. We all agree. You've got a consensus view on that. Our concern is that there are not enough of them, that they are stretched, they don't have the resources that they need. In many communities, you don't have them available for the hours that you're talking about, despite their best efforts, and we all agree on that. What are you doing as Minister to help address some of these issues? You know there's increased crime rates, you know that there's particular communities that are being hit quite hard. What are you doing in terms of supporting the police? What government resources are you bringing to the table so that we can start to address some of these challenges which are escalating and have gotten worse in the last 10 months?
Well, I'm not quite sure that I accept the premise of that last part of your questioning.
The data's there.
No, it isn't. That is not true.
It is.
No, it's not. That's not true. You're reading the data incorrectly if
Well,
that's your
I'm not.
assessment.
I go on and
What I
see
will
what's
say to you
available, and
though
I hear
is
people
that
who
we
tell
as
me
the
what's
government
happening.
take this very, very seriously, because we don't want people to feel unsafe in their communities. And I am working with the police day in, day out, to look at these issues. The police are working in these communities, particularly with youth, just back to the crime, it is mostly youth in those two areas of break and enter and car. So I will talk about youth if that's okay for the purpose of the committee. They are working hand in glove with the schools and with youth groups in these communities, and directly with the youth themselves, to try and keep them out of the justice system, to try and mentor them, to try and give them an alternative to what is actually going on. But the reality is, Ms Mitchell, is that there needs to be a whole of a government response to this in terms of resources and support. The police can't be everything to everyone. You're saying though that it is the police's responsibility.
No.
You are suggesting that it is the police's responsibility, and it's not the police's responsibility to be there to be everything to everyone at 24 hours a day.
I have not said that. What I've said is that you are the Minister for Police. Our police are under-resourced, particularly in regional communities, and we are seeing an increase of crime. We are seeing and hearing stories daily of elderly people being bashed in their own homes, stabbed in their front yards, teenagers waking up to their parents being held at knife point. Like, this is what is happening. And I know that you know, because you and I have spoken about it. My concern is things are not getting better and we need to be doing more. The Premier has recognised that by going up to Moree. You've just given evidence that I agree with, that this is a holistic issue, that you need to look at recidivism, you need to look at education. Why will you not back an inquiry then into regional crime, where a parliamentary committee can go to multiple communities, speak to all of the service providers, look at this as a whole of government issue and provide recommendations? Why do you not support an inquiry into these issues and into regional crime?
Because of all those reasons you just said before you asked that question. Because we know the problem.
But why don't you listen to the community to hear the solutions? They're dying to tell you. They want to know that you're listening. The Premier flying in and out of Moree for one day, you doing a day in a certain community. That doesn't give people the chance to tell their story, and for community organisations to come together and give solutions to government. What are you so afraid of in terms of a regional crime inquiry? Why can't you just support it?
Because I don't want to talk fest, quite frankly. I want action.
Well, you haven't done anything. What have you done? What have you put in place new since you've been Minister in the last 10 months in any of these issues?
Chair, a significant degree of latitude has been provided to Ms Mitchell to ask the question, but not the same courtesy is being extended to the Minister to answer the question. I'd just ask that the procedural fairness resolution be upheld.
I think that's the same, excuse me, same as last time, so please allow the Minister a chance to answer before you hector further.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just repeat that, Minister. Since you've been Minister, what have you done? What's new under your watch? What new initiatives have you done specifically to address issues of rural crime? Seeing as you don't need a committee, you've got the answers. What are they?
Sarah, I am not going to subscribe to a talk fest. That's all it will be. It will hold up. I don't want outcomes in 18 months, Sarah, to address this. I want outcomes to happen on a regular basis.
We're still waiting.
We had the same question and then we fell into the same problem. The Minister wasn't given the opportunity to answer the question before being redirected from a legitimate answer that she was trying to provide.
I accept the point of order.
Thank you. So, Minister, could you give me one example of a new initiative under your watch as Minister that's come into a regional community to address issues of rural crime?
Well, we've had a number of, out of the Youth Command. I was with the Hogs Ride. I visited 5 of the different...
That's new under you?
Well, what I'm saying is that I went out there and I worked with them at the PCYC. It's what they have done is partner with the NRL and the PCYC, which they hadn't done.
That, but
well, they had no. You're not aware of it because they haven't done it in the past. It was new.
But that's not
they
yours.
Partnered. Well,
you're talking about an external group coming and doing something with the police.
With
that's
fantastic. The PCYC and with the Youth Command.
Well, you as Minister delivering that. Can't even give me one example.
Order.
It would assist with the conduct of this hearing.
Sure. I apologise, Chair. Thank you. I'll just move on. One last question, though, on this issue, Minister. Do you agree with your colleague, Minister Moriarty, that the calls from country mayors, New South Wales Farmers, the Police Association and the CWA for an inquiry into regional crime is a scare campaign?
I think that it's going to be a talk fest. I think it's going to waste time. I think that we'll be
Wow.
wasting the time of our police in here. We don't need politicians in Macquarie Street telling us there's a problem. Well, I'm telling you what I think about it. I think that it's something that is unnecessary. We know the problems. There's no one's hiding from the problems, but I want results. I
Okay.
don't want to come in here, have a talk fest, wait for 18 months to get some recommendations. By then it'll be all too late. We need to be acting now and responsive now, and that's exactly what the New South Wales Police are doing.
Well, no, but I'm asking what you're doing, Minister, and you haven't been able to give me a single example of anything new. To say to those communities that the opportunity to appear before a parliamentary committee in their towns, we travel as a parliament, to hear their stories and give that evidence, which is very emotional and is impacting people on the daily, to have you say that that is a talk fest is completely disrespectful to anyone who's been a victim of crime in those regional communities and to those who are perpetrating, who need a lot more support than they're getting from your government. And I think you should really seriously think about supporting an inquiry so that we can actually get some action across the parliament to fix some of these issues. But
well, I think 18
anyway,
months down the
it's
track
up to
for
you.
reading
Doesn't take
recommendations
that
is...
long.
Well, 12 months will even be
Well,
too
we're
long.
here
Any
a year
time is
into
too
your
long.
ministry,
Any
with
time
respect,
is...
Minister, and there's
I'm
nothing
about
new and it's
action
getting
now,
worse,
Sarah,
and it's on
and
your
making
watch,
sure that we
and
actually
you need
address
to be
these
the one who
issues
can be
now,
okay
and that's
with that.
exactly what I'm doing. It's what the New South Wales Police are doing. We're committed to action now in these areas. They're out there in the communities. We've got 9 new YAMs starting from the 1st of July, the youth
Got your
action
note now,
meetings,
Minister. Thank
which
you.
we
I
know
want to
will,
redirect
which
you.
we
Just
know
one
will
more
be
question.
excellent.
Just one more question. Will you attend the Country Mayor's meeting on the 22nd of March where they want to speak about rural crime? You're invited. Will you be going?
I have actually a police awards ceremony on that day, which I had already agreed to do. I'm seeing if I can negotiate, because it's here, as I understand it, but I have to go up north to that.
Okay.
I'll see if I can somehow jiggle my diary around, but I do have a police awards service that I am expected at, and I will say that I found my photo on the invitation, which was rather sneaky, I
just
thought,
said
given
you've
that I
been-
had
so-
not
so
accepted.
sorry. A group of mayors inviting you and putting on a flyer to say that you've been invited.
No,
is
that
sneaky.
I'm on the list as a speaker.
Yeah, I've seen the flyer. It says that you've been invited, along with a lot of other parliamentary colleagues from across
It says
the
I'm
board.
on first. It says I'm on at 9 o'clock.
Well, you could be if you would like to make that a priority.
But I did go to
I'm happy to
Gunnedah to the mayor's
I'm happy to attend.
law and order forum that they had up there, but unfortunately the mayor didn't turn up.
I'll just hand over to my colleague now. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you. Minister, how many notifications of intent to protest do we see being applied for officially each year?
I will have to get you that figure, but I can get it for you.
Okay,
but it's
happy for you
around
to take it on notice.
1,500 just in metropolitan Sydney.
Okay. And does policing these protests come at a cost to the New South Wales taxpayer?
Well, no, police attend these protests in their normal course of duty.
Okay, so you don't know how much each protest would cost?
Well, as I say, it's in their normal course of duty, so they're rostered on and they attend protests, yeah.
Okay. And do you agree with the New South Wales Police Association president that events like these are placing enormous strain on officers?
Yeah, well, we have definitely seen that, yes.
And Minister, is it correct that the pro-Palestinian protests costs around $220,000 or close to $250,000 of taxpayers' dollars each time they are conducted?
I don't think you would be able to use that figure because it depends on how many police are attending, I suspect. So I don't think that would be a correct figure.
Okay, well, be interested, perhaps you could get me a closer figure, if you could take that on notice?
Well, again, can we do that?
I think that's
Yeah.
the overtime bill.
Is that the overtime bill, is it? Yeah, well, it'd be interesting. If Minister, I'm happy for you to take that on
I
notice.
won't take it on notice. We'll
All right.
get the figure to you. But
That would be great,
again,
thank
though,
you.
it depends on how many are there.
Yeah.
So, like, for instance...
Yeah,
so
Minister, I
just want to
understand you
explain
don't
to
have it in front of you. I'm very happy for you to get the figure to us later today or on
Yeah.
notice. Just
I'll
as long
get
as we
it to
get
you
that
later, but I
information.
just want you to
Thank
be
you.
clear, though. It depends on, obviously, it's a risk assessment that is used and the number.
Thank you. And where do additional police come from to police those protests when we already have a shortage?
Well, that, as has just been described by Mr Latham, it's overtime, so they make a choice to come and and work on those particular days.
Thank you. Hence the cost because of the overtime bill. Minister, how many police are on sick leave?
Ooh.
Would it be over 1,000?
I want to give you the right figure. Just leave that with me and I'll give you the right figure.
Happy. And perhaps you could also get me the figures of the numbers of police on long service leave. And so and you've already told us the figure by which we're under strength of about 1,500. Given under strength, sick leave, long service leave, needing to use overtime, have you considered any other policies to deal with these very regular protests? And if so, what are they?
Well, we do, as I've said to you, just in this city alone have 1,500 a year, and the police have been and are used to dealing with protests in this city on a regular basis.
On a weekly basis, Minister?
Well, it can be 7 a week in actual fact. So yes, they deploy their resources as required, and as I say, always with a risk-based approach.
Have you had any discussions with the organisers of these protests that perhaps they could look at moving it to monthly to reduce the strain on the police force?
Well, I haven't personally, but the police do.
Do you intend to do that?
Well, the police do that, and that, obviously it's an operational matter, and it is only right that they do that.
And you don't personally think that you could show some leadership in this respect?
Well, I speak to the police about it and show my leadership to them, and we discuss it, yes.
Okay. And have you spoken to New South Wales Business Chamber, Sydney Business Chamber, business owners, residents who are being impacted by these continual protests?
No, I haven't. Oh, well, I've spoken to people, obviously, when I've, general public, when I'm out speaking with them, but no, not specifically that list of people. So
you would be aware, for example, that there are people who live on the routes of these protests who cannot get their car out to visit family members or attend medical appointments on the day that these protests regularly go past their residences?
Well, no one has raised that with me.
Thank you, Minister. I'm raising it with you now. And this is why I'm asking, who have you spoken to? Who are the stakeholders directly affected, as well as the police, but the members of the public directly affected by these regular protests, and what are you doing to engage with them?
Well, I haven't had anyone reach out to me about this actually, which is news to me.
Have you reached out to anybody is the question?
Well, the police. We make sure that the streets are safe. That's the police's role. Let's remember what the police's role in all of this is, and that is to keep the peace and safety of the community when these protests are underway.
What would you say if people were deliberately inciting these protests? Do you think it's appropriate?
Well, obviously, the police are there to keep calm and peaceful and to make sure that people are safe on the streets. And, we don't accept incitement or hateful things being said or racism at all.
So the role is always reactive rather than your role in leadership proactively reaching out to try and ameliorate some of these protests?
Well, my role, and the police's role, is, as I say, to keep the streets safe and to make sure that they are done in a peaceful way.
Do you support the views of the Honourable Stephen Lawrence and the Honourable Anthony D'Adam on their statements on the Israeli-Gaza war, or do you back the Premier, Chris Minns?
Look, people's personal views on these things are their personal views.
And what is your view? Do you support the Honourable Stephen Lawrence and the Honourable Anthony D'Adam or the Premier Chris Minns?
Well, I think that what happened in Israel was absolutely shocking, and I think that it's been expressed by many, their views on these things, and I
Do you support the Premier, Minister?
Oh, of course I support.
On a point of order, Chair, it's not within the ministerial responsibilities of this minister to be an expert on foreign policy, which under the Australian Constitution is a responsibility of the federal government in Canberra. People might want to run for Canberra one day. They're so fascinated by this Middle Eastern foreign policy, but it's certainly not the minister's responsibility.
On the point of order, the minister's clearly being asked about matters that pertain to her jurisdiction in relation to protest, and whilst the question is addressing the broader issue, it's still directly relevant, and broad latitude is given to members to ask questions.
Not Gaza.
I think we'll continue the questioning. It's a valid point of order, and your point is the minister can decide to answer as she pleases.
Okay. Minister, the Premier accused the Honourable Mr D'Adam of being deliberately inflammatory when the Labor MP said Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu was responsible for killing thousands of innocent children. Do you agree with the Premier?
Look, I think that people can have their views. Like, we're a very broad church in this place, there's no doubt about that. I do support the Premier, yes.
Thank you. And do you agree with the criticism by the Premier of the Honourable Mr Lawrence about his statement where he accused Israel of ethnic cleansing?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Minister, have you incited climate activists to block the world's largest coal port?
No.
Did you or did you not say, I applaud people for getting involved? I think that it's important that people are having these discussions. We all know where things are headed.
What I will say is that we, and I certainly, accept that people have a right to protest in this state, so long as they do it peacefully and within the framework of the law.
And do you think that it's extraordinary as the Police Minister to be encouraging people to be involved in a blockade of the Port of Newcastle? On the one hand, you're upholding the law, and on the other hand, you seem to be inciting blockades in breach of the law.
The blockade in Newcastle is an annual event which has been happening for more than a decade, and it's interesting that it's only become an issue this year, or last year. It is an event that is run, or the Port Authority have the authority over what takes place there and what decisions are made around the comings and goings of the port.
So you're supporting the blockade then? Is that what I'm hearing?
What I'm saying is that that decision is made outside of the responsibility of the Police Minister.
Yet on the Rising Tide social media site, it says, we appreciate the Police Minister's comments on our blockade.
Oh, well, I can't speak on behalf of Rising Tide. I'm not a member.
Thank you.
Minister, I might just ask you some questions about shooting range management in the state. In this state, frankly, shooting range management is a mess. It seems that it is run very unprofessionally, and there seems to be a culture of victimisation of clubs by the Firearms Registry. Would you agree with this?
Well, this is news to me. I'm unaware of that, but I'd be happy to speak to you about it further.
Okay, well, I've got some more questions. By what compliance standards does the New South Wales Firearms Registry judge various rifle, pistol and shotgun ranges across the state? Are they based on a military standard?
I'm not sure of the technicality of the response to that, so
Well,
I will have to ask Mr Hudson if that's okay.
I might direct that to Mr Hudson. He's the expert of all these things.
Yes, you're right.
I do not profess to be an expert, Mr Balzac, on firearms, but in relation to ranges, there is a criteria which they are assessed. It doesn't totally replicate the military requirements. Obviously, they are different. Some military ranges obviously authorise the use of quite high-powered weapons, which are not available to the general public, so there is a difference in the standards, but first I've heard of such criticism of the way that the ranges are managed by the Firearms Registry, and I'll certainly have a look at that.
Well, Mr Hudson, you are aware, of course, and it's been going on for decades, that the military templates are what applied to ranges, regardless of how relevant they are or not.
There's certainly a guide.
We've certainly talked about that in the past. Military templates are what it is being applied. And if the range conditions employed by civilian rangers are fixed firing points strenuously supervised by range officers at all times, why are compliance standards used those for military ranges which feature fully automatic weapons, and they don't appear on ordinary civilian ranges, grenades and mortar fire, as well as moving fire and active fire? Surely these are entirely inappropriate and excessive for civilian ranges. Would you agree with that statement?
I'd agree that some of those ordinances are totally inappropriate for a civilian range. Civilian ranges are normally in...
Mr Hudson, they're the sort of standards that get applied to ranges all over the state all the time.
As I said, military standards are used as a guide, sir, not totally replicated. Obviously, there are some differences. Civilian ranges can be housed in residential areas or areas which are not isolated, such as military ranges are, which are very isolated from the general community. And obviously the assessments that the Firearms Registry conducts, the interests are in for public safety, which is obviously the intent of the Act.
Well, you raised the issue of the Firearms Registry conducting reviews, and so having said that, can you detail the qualifications of the staff members for example, such as Max Dogood, who ratify ranges and control ranges across the state? What was the criteria for their employment in the past? What sort of professional learning do these employees regularly complete to ensure that they are at the forefront of civilian range design and compliance standards? Are these subject to the same code of conduct as police and governmental jobs when interacting with clubs and stakeholders in the course of their employment?
I'll take that question on notice, sir. The individual, I'm not totally sure. I didn't recruit the individual or individuals. The registry obviously go through that process. I'm not privy to their CVs.
Thank you.
I can do that.
When a range is restricted for one reason or another, and believe me, it happens every day of the week, what sort of technical report is provided to the club management committee? What does this include the ballistic and technical mapping measures necessary to overcome the reasons for the restrictions? And what time frame does the committee receive the report after restrictions are handed down?
Again, you're speaking, I assume, in relation to individual reports that you have access to, which I don't. I would take that on notice and get back to you as a general principle.
Mr. Hudson, the reality is no such reports are ever issued. It's just the whim of Mr. Dogood or whoever happens to be the inspector at the time. One day he comes along and does an assessment and says, this is what you've got to do. He says, I'll come back in a certain amount of time, comes back and suddenly, oh no, that's not what I said. You have to do this, this and this. No written reports are ever issued, Mr. Hudson. It's totally unprofessional and frankly, it's unacceptable and it's been going on for decades and decades and decades. Prior to him, it was Mr. Oakley and others. It always goes on. This is a process of oppression of clubs and committees. It's extremely expensive and extremely costly, and it's frankly unnecessary. Would you agree with that?
I don't agree, sir, with that. It's not an issue that's been raised with me through the Firearms Consultative Committee. If you say it's gone on for decades, then I'm surprised I haven't heard of that. And I'll certainly have a look at it and we'll take it on notice.
I don't know what goes on in the Firearms Consultative Committee, but I would be surprised if these discussions around range management haven't occurred in the past. I would be very surprised by that. If the Firearms Registry does not hire range compliance officers with technical qualifications, and that's my assertion, that allow them to give data-informed design decisions suited for civilian shooting ranges to the Commissioner, is the Commissioner aware of the significant liability threat that these unqualified positions leave the taxpayer in? Commissioner, would you be aware of that? I mean, it's your delegated authority that this is being done under.
Yeah, as Mr. Hudson said, I'll take that on notice. It's the first time I've become aware of that being a concern, and we'll get the information for you.
Why does the New South Wales Firearms Registry, and again, perhaps this is through to you, Mr. Hudson, continue to strenuously resist accepting industry-based, professional, risk assessment-derived range decisions from companies who specialise in this area of expertise internationally and instead hand this huge responsibility to unqualified employees?
I think I said earlier, sir, I'll take the question of the qualifications of the employees on notice. I didn't recruit them, but I'll certainly get back to you. So
I can go back to the earliest days when of the last government, when Mike Gallagher was Minister for Police. And we went through exactly the same discussions with him. We went through the same discussions in relation to budget estimates about range management, the qualification of people on ranges, the risk assessment process, the unprofessional nature and approach of the interaction of the Firearms Registry assessors with the club committees. And it's all strenuously been ignored over the decades. It's all strenuously been allowed to continue as a process, in my view, of oppression. It's unnecessary, it's unprofessional of the police, and you should be doing better, much, much better. And in the end of the day, if it requires the Minister to do something, Ms. Catley, you really should have a very serious look at the appropriateness of how military range templates are being applied and standards to the New South Wales range arrangements. Frankly, the clubs of this state and the shooters don't have enough money to continually chase the New South Wales Firearms Registry around the block every year, year in, year out, issuing, trying to deal with the whims and compliance whispers that come from the firearms registry in accordance with what something like Mr Dogood would say one day is fine, and then turn up a month later and say, I'm sorry, but what I told you before is not appropriate. I can take, for example, the Goulburn range is still closed to centrefire shooting because purportedly a council facility. You shake your head. Have you heard this example before?
Don't know if it was Goulburn, but there was one that was the council had approved a property close to. Well, that's the one, is it?
The Goulburn one actually has, or I think it maybe have changed now. Had a. If you look at the template on the map, the military template, the Goulburn Council was going to be building a facility right up in the far corner of it. That has since been removed. But the funny thing about it is, there's a mountain between that. There's a mountain. It begs any credulity, it begs any relief that this range is still closed to normal centre fire. And that range has been operating since the days when the Anzacs were shooting there. And yet we can get no compliance help from the government, and we cannot get the firearms registry to actually lift those restrictions on that range, and let's get on with it. What has changed? Why? It's just, in my view, straight up and down bastardisation, Minister. That's what it is. It's unnecessary and it should not be done in that fashion. Please.
Thank you. Minister, can I just go back to the matter that you were briefed on about the bomb threat on the resident in Botany? What was your response to that? And I know I'll follow up about whether it has been referred to the counter-terrorism section of the police.
I had just asked for a briefing on it and asked to be kept informed. That was all.
And have you been kept informed?
Well, as far as I know, as I said, I refer to my previous comments, which was just finding out about it, and then I was told that it wasn't a bomb.
Were you told that there was a device of sorts there?
I don't know if the word device was the correct word, but there was certainly a...
So you were briefed and the assumption then is that your brief was this is not a serious matter? I don't know if that is so cut and dry as to say it wasn't a serious matter. I mean, the fact that anybody in, a residential street would have something put on their car that's still threatening, let's be honest, like it was still a threat of sorts, that's for sure. So I don't think that it was not serious. Police take everything serious like that, as you very well know. Well, do you think, Minister, it is serious if somebody makes a report like this and then the junior constable goes on leave for 2 weeks and the victim hears nothing and is still not hearing anything?
Well,
and has been subject to further threats?
As I've said, I'm unaware of that, and it would be best if we asked Commissioner Hudson.
Can I just ask, Deputy Commissioner, has the matter been referred to the counter-terrorism part of the police?
Not to my knowledge, ma'am. I know that the Rescue and Bomb Disposal Unit attended the incident at the time. They are attached to the Counter-Terrorism Command and work under their control. My understanding was that whilst there may have been accelerant, it was a non-operable device, so it couldn't have detonated. I think it was rendered safe by the Rescue and Bomb Disposal Unit, and the matter was to be investigated by South Sydney Police Area Command within that structure. For a counter-terrorism investigation, there needs to be a political, religious or ideological cause identified within the investigation. I don't think that reached that threshold, and therefore it was left with the command. Unsure within the command whether it was allocated to detectives or left with constables. I couldn't comment. That's the last involvement that my command's had, from my understanding.
And are you aware, though, that the victim had been the subject of doxing and that the victim does hold political views and that those political views have been known of the person?
The full extent of the details I have not been briefed on. I was briefed on the fact that the Rescue and Bomb Disposal Unit had attended, rendered the device safe. The investigation with agreement was
But are you
left.
aware, sorry, Deputy Commissioner, the demand, the threat was that the individual, the victim, take down a Palestinian flag. Does that not suggest some form of significant political motivation in the threat, both material and real and existential, that was posed to this victim?
Potentially. As I said, I was briefed by my Assistant Commissioner. Between the attending police, there are levels of senior officers that make those decisions by agreement, including the superintendents in charge of the Terrorism Investigation Squad.
Deputy Commissioner, would you take it on notice that this is a matter that you really should look some more at?
I will ensure that the Commander of Counter-Terrorism reviews it, and I will
The
take
words,
advice from
the
him.
words, Deputy Commissioner, were enough. Take down flag, one chance.
Not too sure if there's history prior to that, which may have contributed to the response. I would have to dig deeper into that matter.
So history would determine that that's okay for somebody to be threatened like that, and the police would walk away and go, should be fine.
No, I'm not saying that at all.
Minister, does it concern you?
I think that I don't think the Deputy Commissioner has just advised you that he's going to review it back through counter-terrorism, and I think that that's a good result.
Suffice to say, there is a victim and a family out there right now that is in grave fear for their own safety, and that it's a matter that's been reported to police, and that victim is not getting the support or the investigation that one would and the public would think is warranted for this kind of circumstance. Can I just move to the... is it correct to understand that the youth strategy is in place to replace the suspect target management plan, Minister? After that was... Or is this a separate thing?
Separate.
And so in what ways will this youth strategy differ from the suspect target management plan?
So the youth strategy is the youth command. Yep. Okay, and it's important in delivering the key priorities of the New South Wales Police Force's next generation youth and Aboriginal, which is one of the Commissioner's focuses.
And will it still require the administrative sign-off from the Commissioner? Is that...
Is that the case?
Can I answer?
Yeah.
Please.
As you rightly point out, the STMP process was stopped.
After the report that found maladministration and
Well,
other things.
It didn't actually, but we've had that discussion before, and voluntarily I suspended it for adults as well as youth, and there's a working party consultation is actually occurring at the moment in relation to a program that we're piloting to replace STMP. But the youth strategy you refer to, like other strategies for particular crime types, will be the source of options that will be available for us to how we manage crime in commands.
And so how will young people be selected for targeting under the new system?
In each command, both Metropolitan and Regional, commanders hold, minute and manage crime in the command and identified suspected offenders, etc. PDR is short for prevention, disruption and response, and there will be different options depending on the situation that has been identified. So there's not one size fits all, and it is envisaged that the use of the PDR in each command for a problem that they're dealing with will rely on the strategies in the youth strategy, for example, the DV strategy if it's a DV offender, so that they actually get through, say, for a DV one, the DV registry will be the point of contact to say, well, what's the type of strategy that might work in reducing or targeting this?
So, Minister, thank you, Commissioner, and I might come back to you later to get some more detail around this. So, Minister, are you satisfied that this new system differs enough from the old system, or has the right tools and the right fit compared to the last system?
Well, as I understand it, it's more targeted, as the Commissioner was just describing. And a further part of the youth strategy is working in areas of prevention, intervention and partnership with community, bringing all of the community stakeholders
But
in.
is
as
it fair
well.
to say, though, Minister, I think that the STMP had a similar intent and had similar things. So how does this actually differ from the old program? Are we suggesting it's more holistic, or it's more personalised, or what are those kind of key identifiers that that are different from the old system, to ensure that young people won't be unfairly targeted, and vulnerable people won't be wrongly targeted, and First Nations children won't be wrongly targeted?
Well, that's certainly not. I think probably important to say.
Sorry, I was about to say, it's not me that found those things,
Yeah,
remember?
no,
it was the LEC that
it
found
was,
those things.
And I think it's fair to begin by saying the police acknowledge that. And that is why they are moving to this new strategy. So it's the intention to have a more holistic, as you referred, approach, and more targeted, and bringing in those stakeholders and working in a collaborative way around youth to try and get better outcomes in, as I said, in prevention and intervention.
And so, Minister, what safeguards are you demanding as the Minister responsible? What safeguards are you demanding, and what do they look like in terms of how this is rolling out to make sure it's not like the last one?
Well, as I say, we've taken on board, the police have taken on board, and I have taken on board the recommendations from LEC and acknowledged what they have concluded, and that is why we're moving to this new strategy. And I think that, well, I don't think safeguards is the right terminology to use. I think that the holistic youth strategy is a sound one, and I think that it gives an opportunity for the police to do further good work that they do in the community with youth, bringing in stakeholders, as I say, looking at prevention and also looking at intervention. And that's really, we want to keep kids out of the justice system, and I know you feel the same, Sue. And I'm hopeful that this is a strategy that will exactly direct its attention to that.
Thank you.
We have a few, yep.
You've got...
Yes. Minister, the Premier Minns has reiterated his intention to change anti-vilification laws to outlaw the Nazi salute and other associated symbols. Do you agree with this?
Yes.
And what aspects of the law are you looking at changing?
Obviously I'm the Police Minister, I don't have carriage of that legislation.
Well, what discussions have you had with the Premier about this matter?
Well, you do know that there's a review underway by Tom Bathurst, so we will be guided by Tom and his other colleagues in what they see in that review.
So you haven't had specific discussions with the Premier or the Attorney-General about this particular issue?
We talk about this as a party.
Right, and you're just waiting for the results of the general review. You're not specifically looking at outlawing Nazi salutes and Nazi symbols?
Point of order.
I think they are, aren't they? They already are.
93 ZA.
Yeah, they already are.
This is a hearing for police and counter-terrorism, not the Attorney-General. So we just ask that you rule it out of order because it's not relevant to the terms of reference.
Well, to the point of order,
They are, aren't they?
the operational implementation of any legislative change would fall to the police. Therefore, the Minister should also be across the issue. And I would make the point that it is in order to be asking what discussions are happening across government on this issue.
Yeah, I'll
they already
hold the response.
They already are.
To go.
93 ZA.
Well, if
you
they
look at the
already
legislation,
are,
93 ZA.
why then did you say that you agreed with the Premier about intention to change laws to outlaw the salute and other symbols?
I was referring to the review that's underway. I apologise, I misheard your question.
So there's no intention to do anything specific in relation to further laws with respect to Nazi symbols other than as part of the general ongoing review of anti-vilification laws?
It is being reviewed, as you well know, and it has been well said publicly that there is a review underway to ensure that the legislation is fit for purpose.
Right. Thank you very much.
So you have,
Thanks, Chair. Minister, in November, the Premier said that policing the Palestinian protests costs $1 million per time. Is that an accurate figure?
I would have to check. I wouldn't want to mislead you. I'd have to check if that's correct.
Okay. And in answer to a question on notice earlier this month, you said that an accurate total cost is not available. So where did the Premier get that very precise $1 million figure from? Perhaps you could take that on notice as well.
You might need to ask the Premier that.
Well, if any, your office or any of the police notified him of that, that'd be useful to take that on notice.
I'm unaware of that.
Thank you.
Minister, given the comments you've made about the knowledge that sometimes the uniform is an escalating feature, and given the fact that we have given evidence that you know that we have, or it appears that there is an escalation in youth crime, particularly across the regions. I'm still not convinced of that data and how that's broken down, but it's apparent.
I don't want to interrupt you, but it's not just the regions, by the way. It's
No,
also
that's right,
metropolitan.
across the state.
Yeah.
And given you've given evidence that what we really need is a much more holistic approach, are you directly having conversations with the Attorney-General on behalf of police that raising the age of criminal responsibility could be an important factor to actually looking at preventing youth crime and providing young people with the assistance they need, which is not necessarily policing?
I'm having conversations with all of my colleagues in the justice space, Sue, because if we don't act, then we will not be resolving this problem. The Attorney-General, of course, is part of that, and everything is on the table. We've got our out-of-home care kids. I was down in Wagga last week and speaking about some kids that were in out-of-home care, and they're not being cared for. Yeah. There are so many problems out there. So I am talking to all of them, and I want to give you confidence. We all get on really well and we all want to make a change. So we will do our best to make sure that we do that.
And just finally though, can I just put on that, you're aware of that?
I just want to clear a few things up.
You've got 15 minutes, haven't you?
Yeah, I want to clear a few things up, if that's okay.
Go.
Government question? No?
Is it okay if I just...
If they're not asking questions, you can respond.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to you, Sarah, the trip was planned, it was Wednesday, and I knew on Wednesday that the trip was planned to go to...
What time on Wednesday?
Moree. I don't know, I don't have the time.
Could you check that for me?
Oh, it was Wednesday. I think that's fine, isn't it, that it was on Wednesday?
I'd like to know if it was the morning or the afternoon.
Oh, okay. All right.
Thank you.
The minutiae, eh? And the police figures for you,
thank you.
The long-term sick leave are approximately 1,400.
Wow, thank you.
And I'll definitely have the long service leave for you. And can
Thank
I
you.
just clarify too, I said before when you were asking me about crimes in regional areas that domestic violence is the most prevalent, and I think I said child sexual assault. I'm sorry, that was not quite correct. It's sexual assault. So if just for the committee's accuracy, it's sexual assault is the second largest or most increasing crime happening across the state.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Minister.
Okay, thank you, Minister. No government questions? Okay, we'll now take a break. Oh, sorry, there is another one.
I've got the figure.
There's another
Yep.
yellow post-it
There
note.
do you mind, or do you want me to do it?
Oh,
No,
absolutely.
that's
I-
great, thank you.
There are 205 police on long service leave.
205, thank you.
Thank you. We'll now take a break and return at 1:15.
One?
Yes.
No, 11.
11:15.
Past.
You're all awake. You're all awake.
Listen to us. Yeah. Thank you, Chair. Minister? Thanks. Minister, did you have a chance to check in the morning tea break whether it was the morning or afternoon that you became aware of the Premier's visit to Moree?
I've checked on a few things actually, which I want to go through, and it's Wednesday.
Minister, could you, just bring your microphone
Sorry.
over
Yeah.
again, please?
You know, I knew it was Wednesday. I wanted to know if it was Wednesday morning or afternoon.
I can't clarify
Okay.
that. But I do also want to
Well, sorry,
just
with,
to
sorry, no, with respect, can you do that in someone else's time, if that's okay? If there is
I just wanted to clear up a few
No,
things. That was all, Mr. Chairman. Can I?
I mean, it's really up to the
Yeah,
opposition.
happy to hear it,
Allow
but
that
if you
or
could
not.
do it in government time, just because we've got limited time with you,
Okay.
Minister, if that's okay. Yeah, thank you. Do you have regular meetings with the Premier?
Well, what's your definition of regular?
Do you go in and have a one-on-one meeting with him?
Yeah, sure.
in
I've had
the-
a number of them. Yeah.
How many?
I don't know.
Okay, could you take that on notice?
No, I won't take it on notice. They're meetings that I have
Well,
with
I'd
my
like an
colleagues.
answer.
They're meetings that I have with my colleagues, and of course I meet with the Premier.
Okay, when was the last time that you had a one-on-one meeting with the Premier?
I couldn't tell you, but I speak to him regularly as
Okay,
well.
but can't remember when you last went in and sat down to talk about issues?
No, it's, as you very well know, it's very busy when you're a minister, but usually it's when Parliament's sitting.
Right. Okay. Thanks, Minister. What will you do about the Parramatta PCYC being forced to close its doors due to issues with private rent hikes and them being in an untenable financial position?
Well, I have spoken to Ben Hobby from the PCYC last week, as a matter of fact, and Ben is looking at options. As you know, the PCYC is a not-for-profit organisation, and they fund through philanthropic and other measures, and the state government and the federal government and local government, in actual fact, do provide some funding for them. Ben is looking at options. He's certainly meeting with the member for Parramatta, Donna Davies, in relation to that. They're looking for a new location. He has described to me the crippling rates of rent that he is paying there, and looking at other options to have to relocate.
But Minister, you've given evidence this morning that you want to keep young people out of the criminal justice system. Surely the PCYC is an important part of that. They have told their members that they're closing their doors. What are you doing as Police Minister to keep them operational?
Well, as Ben and I discussed this directly, and as he said to me, the Auburn PCYC is only a few kilometres away.
Right, so
and
they can just go somewhere else and that's the solution?
Ben advised me, when I asked the question about this exact matter, that the Auburn PCYC is quite close by. They are more than happy to implement some bus transfers. He said to me that they know the exact location where young people gather, and they are looking at measures to put in place to accommodate that.
Minister, the Coalition committed funding through West Invest to build an entire new PCYC in Parramatta. A location was chosen. Where's that money gone? Why can't you use that to build a new centre for them?
Well, the government had different priorities, and obviously that was not one of them in terms of what
So
the West
Parramatta
Invest
youth and having a PCYC built fit for purpose in an already identified site is not a priority of your government. Is that your evidence?
Well, I think it's important that we also put the amount of money that the government had allocated. It was
they're not worth that?
$111 million. Well, the PCYC themselves have told me that was quite a large amount of money to be spending on a PCYC. In fact, I was at Wagga last week and it cost $25 million.
Okay, if I can just redirect you back to...
You probably haven't been there, but it's an extraordinary
I want to redirect
building.
you back to Parramatta. Will you commit to putting any funding on the table from the state government to support them to either build or move to a new location?
I won't be making any funding commitments in budget estimates.
So what do they do in the interim? The kids, maybe they just go to one down the road and you think that's sufficient as Police Minister? You're happy with that as a response?
Well, in my discussions with the CEO, he certainly told me that was something that they were considering, which is a positive thing, and speaking to the local schools as well. They're looking at options. As we well know, they sold the pre-existing site, and they hadn't purchased another site to put a new PCYC in Parramatta in the CBD, and now they're looking at those options, and as I say, the local members certainly assisting
But with
them.
no financial assistance from government?
Well, I won't be making any budget announcements
Right. But you've announced that you think spending $100 million on that was excessive. You don't agree with that?
I think that $111 million was excessive, yes.
Right, but you won't even commit to even putting $1 on the table to support that community here today?
I will not be making any budget announcements in estimates today.
Thank you, Minister. I'll just hand to my colleague, Ms Merton.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister. Minister, do you know how many metropolitan police stations are not manned 24/7, 24 hours a day?
I'll get that for you because I don't want to mislead you, to give you the accurate figure, and I'll get that to you.
Thank you. If I could just be reminded, how many police stations have we got in New South Wales?
Oh, I will have to ask the Premier. I'm sorry, the Commissioner.
So you're the Minister and you don't know?
Commissioner, could you give me the
I'll get the
numbers?
exact numbers, but we talk about separate police stations versus other places that we may rent. So certainly a significant number, and we can provide you the exact number.
Is it reasonable for citizens, for taxpayers, to expect police stations to open the doors 24 hours?
Well, I'm guided by the police when it comes to resourcing of police and the utilisation of the workforce for police, and they police where it is required.
Is it reasonable for taxpayers to expect there to be possibly fixed opening hours, operating hours? If I get there at 9 o'clock, I'll be able to speak with an officer. If I get there, they might close the doors at 5 p.m, just to know the opening hours,
Well, I think
the operating hours.
I think it's important to remember the work of police, and it's been said to me since I became a Member of Parliament, actually not Minister, that every car is actually a police station, and they operate like that right across the state. So, it might be the case that a person might go to a police station and there isn't a police officer there. That's because they're actually out doing their job.
Thank you. Minister, is it true that there are a number of metropolitan police stations in southwestern Sydney that are in a permanent state of temporary closure?
I will have to get to you on that. Sorry, I apologize. I'll come back to you on that. If there's a number, you're asking me the number?
Are you aware that there are a number of police stations, particularly metropolitan police stations, in southwestern Sydney that are in a permanent state of temporary closure? The doors are closed, the public can't access, they're knocking, there's no advertised opening hours.
Can you tell me exactly where you're referring to?
Well, I can, but can I just preface by given some of the concerns I have for community safety,
Yeah.
I'm not sure whether I would really want to be identifying these stations.
Why not? Ingleburne's one. Ingleburne's one, but that's
and
been
there are a
the
couple in
case for 15
Camden as
years.
well. Yeah, and I'm happy, but I just want to know exactly where you're talking about.
Okay, all right. Well, I'm happy to table a sign that's currently in display at the Wetherill Park Police Station.
Yeah.
And
People to the Secretariat.
We've had a lot of discussion around that, and the police have advised that those surrounding police stations are certainly.
So as the document reaches you, Minister, you'll see this. This sign has been in display of the Wetherill Park Police Station since November.
Correct.
It still remains today.
Yeah, I am aware of that.
So,
and it has been described, and I've answered questions to this, and it has been described to me that the best use of police resources are having them at those surrounding police stations, not at Wetherill Park, and that is based on data which the police do all of their manning and all of their assessments of their location of their police are based on that scientific data that they use.
So, Minister, is it true, if you see the temporary unattended police station here, that taxpayers that may want to access the policing services, report something, contact with the local police station, that the station is only opened according to the rostered hours of a police officer, in many cases one single police officer. So as to what the rostered hours are of that individual police officer will determine when that police station's open. So, Minister, it might be 10 a.m, knock, knock, no answer. It might be 2 p.m, knock, knock, no answer. Taxpayers don't even know when these services are open.
Well, I'm not too sure if that's the case. But in this instance, this was a little bit different to what you're actually just describing. A one-man police station obviously can't be manned 24/7. Watchkeepers can't be there all the time. But that being said, they are available by phone, exactly like this one here, which is saying to contact your Fairfield police station if you require assistance. So police always make sure that there is a contact, or try to always make sure there is a contact. And I don't know the actual distance, but if anyone at the table knows the distance of these two, I think they're pretty close by.
I appreciate that there are other stations in southwestern metropolitan that are also following the same arrangements here. Temporarily unattended. We've been in this case since November. What are we now, 3-4 months? It's still happening. The opening hours of the police station unknown, unfixed, unadvertised. Is this good enough?
Well, as I say, a decision has been made internally that resources are best used at the other stations, and so that's the decision that has been made. I take that advice from the police. They're the experts, after all. They're the people. I've got more than 150 years' experience sitting here next to me today, and I have to say, I
recognise the experience,
I listen to them,
but
and
what
take
I'm
their
looking
advice.
at here is just in terms of community safety, the obligation the government has to the taxpayer for police stations to be open.
Well, I don't accept the premise that a building it offers safety necessarily. There is a phone number on here, which is what I would expect. There is the address on here of the Fairfield police station, and the police have advised me that the resources are better used in those neighbouring police stations.
Minister, if I could just touch on youth crime and community concern around this. And if I could just go back to Wetherall Park, where we've got the poster in the window there, temporarily unattended, permanently, temporarily, whatever. It remains, you know, infrequent, intermittent hours. The public never know when they can access the service. And then in the same neighbourhood, we have reports of youth crime, and that local shopping centres, I've got, you know, managers of some of the biggest supermarkets that are, you know, recording a very concerning rate of stolen goods. We've got local fruit shops out there that are employing 3-4 staff to provide security. Can we not be doing better than this in terms of community safety, the role of police?
Well, I think the police, I've said this many times today, are doing a very good job. And I'll say it again and again. Our police in New South Wales are the operation that is there 24/7. They are the ones who are out there you know, seeing the things that none of us would want to see or never see. And they are, I don't believe that there is a risk of safety as a result of the police not doing their job. Because I believe they're doing a great
Minister,
job.
we're saying today no risk to community safety with police stations being closed and no officers on the ground or available.
I said I don't, but I think
there's no risk to community safety.
I'm not going to accept those words that you're trying to put into my mouth.
Yeah, well, you
I
tell
said,
me.
in terms of the police doing their job, I believe that the police are doing a great job. But we need other services, and I've said this over and over again, that, you know, you come in here and you blame the police for the crime that is going on by individuals. The police's job is to enforce the law, and they do that impeccably. I gave the example in Moree where there were 3 significant incidents with a large number of youths involved, and they were all arrested imminently. They're doing their job.
Minister, it's the absence of policing and police stations in the community, increasing levels of stock theft, of crime, and the community are feeling let down. Minister, if I could ask you about Revesby Police Station, that $7 million was committed in 2022 for the upgrade to the station. What is the status of that station and the committed funds?
So there is a significant road upgrade proposed at that roundabout at Revesby. I have had some communication with the local member in relation to the federal government announcement in relation to that roundabout and the local government's decision. There's still some ambiguity around whether or not the size, and because it's going to be quite substantial.
Minister, if I could just redirect,
But
it was to do with the police
Yeah,
station.
but this is related because the police station is right. You may not have been
On
there.
the intersection, I know
You
it.
may not have been there, I have. So the building is right at the intersection,
Yep.
and it has to be relocated to accommodate the roundabout that's proposed there. So I'm working with the local member, who is a great local member, Kylie Wilkinson, and she is working closely with council.
Minister, have we got a time frame on this? Some good discussions,
Yeah.
but when will the money be spent? When will we see commencement of this?
Well, we're like part of the puzzle here. We have to wait to get confirmation of what is happening with the roundabout, when the intention to, if they're going to begin the roundabout, and then we will have those conversations. So we're having a tripartite conversation in relation to that. It is rather complex, and I hope they do fix the road though, because it is certainly a
So we
terrible
can reassure
bottleneck.
the community that the committed funding, the committed $7 million, will be spent for the upgrade of the Revesby Police Station.
Well, you say upgrade, but it actually may need to be relocated.
Refurb, yeah.
This is the problem. These are the decisions. These are the decisions that have to be made. It may not be it may need to be relocated.
Thank you. And Minister, if I could just take you to a question on notice, and it was pre-election. There were commitments given about the government providing an additional 50 police officers for the southwest of Sydney. I have written to you on this, seeking an update. It still remains unanswered. Is this another broken promise?
Absolutely not. Do you mean I haven't answered your question?
Correct.
Oh, what date did you send it?
Sorry, it was the 27th of July.
And I didn't answer
You
it.
made reference that it would be considered in the state budget papers.
Oh, well, we... okay, well, we
So
did.
are the police
I
officers...
got good news for you, we did. So, yes, we have. We have started that. That was a commitment over 4 years, and 20 of those police officers have begun.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Minister, I just want to take you briefly to some of your responsibilities as Minister for the Hunter. How often do you receive briefings or correspondence that you need to consider as Minister for the Hunter? What percentage of the workload would that be for you?
I haven't sat down and worked out the
Could you-
percentile of the workload, and no, I won't.
How many, say, in the last 3 months of briefs for the Hunter would you have received in your office?
Well, I go into Bull Street. We have an office, a regional New South Wales office in Bull Street in Newcastle. So I actually go in there and have my briefings.
Okay.
Generally.
How often do you do that?
At least monthly.
Okay.
Sometimes it depends though what the need is. I do it on obviously a needs basis. But yeah, it's probably at least easily monthly. I always try to make sure I'm in there, meeting with the staff, having conversation, checking they're okay. If they need me for anything, at least once a month. But I obviously am a member in the Hunter
Sure.
as well. So I
understand
deal
that.
with a lot of matters. I go and meet stakeholders all around the region.
Yeah. And would you be able to take on notice, or Mr Wheaton might be able to provide some advice in terms of the number of briefs that you receive for sign-off, for approval, as Minister for Hunter, say, in the last 3 months? Is there any data you could provide on that?
No, I don't think so. I'm doing my job as the Minister for the
with
Hunter.
respect,
And
Minister, I'm trying to understand, do you actually receive briefs? Do you make decisions as Minister for the Hunter? Are there numbers that you could provide in terms of how often you need to do that? Mr Wheaton's very able to give some advice if you'd like.
I do receive briefs. That is absolutely 100% correct. And I do sign off on those briefs to advise that I have received that information. And certainly in relation to the sand nourishment at Stockton Beach, we have had, I have a large number of briefs about, or have had. We're making such excellent progress in that space that the briefs are becoming less and less so. But yeah, absolutely I do. But I'm sorry, but I don't know why I have to provide you with the number of briefs.
Well, with respect, that's the whole purpose of budget estimates, is that we can ask questions. Obviously, there's regional ministers, and I'm just trying to understand sort of what the main issues are, how much of the workload that
Well,
is for
ask
you
that
as
question,
Minister.
'cause I'm happy to answer
well,
it.
Okay, well, you tell me then. What are the main issues? What are some of the specific initiatives that you as Minister
Yep.
for the Hunter have been championing that you've put in place?
Crying out loud.
Put in place.
So the sand nourishment at Stockton Beach, the task force there, which I chair, that has been very successful. And by all accounts, I'm getting excellent feedback from the community. They they're just delighted with the results, and will continue to work towards a longer term sand nourishment program there. In fact, I was with Regional New South Wales just last week, and also with Public Works, because Public Works do an arm of that as well, and we went through what the next stages are and what that will look like.
Thank you.
Are we
Can I
out of
just add,
time?
Chair, we do
That's a
have more
shame.
Hunter questions, but we might put those on notice, given that you'll probably have to liaise with other agencies because it goes across portfolios. So we would be happy after the lunch break if Mr Wheaton was excused, just from the opposition's perspective. I'll just put that on the record. So.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr Latham?
Thanks, Chair. Minister, given the alarming rise in the road toll and the higher tragic impact of drug driving than alcohol driving, why is it we've got such a bad imbalance in New South Wales at the moment? On the last available figures, financial year 22-23, that for every random drug test, there were 32 random breath tests. Yet the data shows that 0.6% of the RBTs are positive, but a very alarming 15% of the random drug tests are positive. 1 in 7 out there driving drug. An obvious concern and possible cause of this rising road toll. When are we going to fix that imbalance and get serious about random drug testing?
Thank you very much, Mr Latham, and that is an excellent question. This is a very serious situation, and I couldn't agree with you more. So the random breath testing, we're actually leading in that in terms of the technology and the equipment that we have here in New South Wales. And I heard that yesterday actually from an international expert in road safety at a forum that I was at that the government was
Why aren't
hosting.
we leading in drug testing?
Well, I'm going to get to that. And in drug testing, though, it's a different scenario. It is rather timely, and it's not scientifically not scientific expertise when we do roadside drug testing. So it actually will tell us that there is a drug present, and then we have to go and have health to do the actual testing. That takes time, because if we're at, for instance, Gwandolin in the electorate of Swansea, to get to Belmont or to Wyong would take 45 minutes. So there are lapses of time. We're looking at and working towards getting technology, which I understand isn't quite available at this stage, but we're definitely, I had the discussion yesterday with Brett McFadden, who's the head of, you would know Brett, excellent in his role, and we're looking at getting the technology that is required as it merges so that we can do the roadside testing and have an accurate reading at the roadside itself.
When's
so
that technology available?
Well, it's not in this country. It's not available.
Unknown.
So that's what I'm saying. It is unknown.
Right, but if the process is to take it to health, don't we just have to go through that? Because every motorist in the state would be horrified.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong,
that
but,
1 in every 7 cars driving around
yeah.
you is drug affected.
Yeah, no, I agree with you entirely. But at this point in time, to check for the actual content of the drug, the
Presence of drug.
what's it called?
Presence.
The presence, of the drug. Well, we can test that somebody has it in their system, but not to the extent, or
You've got to take
how
it
much
to
they're
health.
affected
but
by
is
it.
that
That's another
really
thing
an
as well.
alibi for not doing sufficient drug
It's not,
testing?
absolutely not. And
It's a little bit complicated?
please don't think that that's...
fatalities are a lot more complicated.
I agree with you entirely, and every life lost on our road is an absolute tragedy, and often it can be prevented. And I couldn't agree with you more. We are taking this very, very seriously, and I will be working with the police to try to identify a better system that we can access. But as I say, that technology isn't available. But as it becomes available, we will definitely be looking at getting that. Did you want to add anything at all,
I
Commissioner?
will, just to add in what the Minister has said. That's correct. The roadside testing has to be followed up with a more thorough test and sent off to health. However, we're funded for only 200,000 drug tests a year. We're funded to do more RBT, which, as you've pointed out, have a lower yield. But that's something that we would, when the technology is available, I think there's certainly potential to do many more tests, because we see that as a shifting trend, not a one-year blip.
Yeah. Well, Commissioner, if you're funded for 200,000 random drug tests per annum, why in the last completed financial year did you only do 114,000? You're still 86,000 short.
I'll have to take that on notice, but I can assure you that the year-to-date this year, our testing is on track to complete 200,000.
Okay, well, in the last full financial year, 22-23, the data I've got is that you're 86,000 short, so hopefully that won't be repeated. But in regard to all that, those figures that I've quoted, can I get an update on them for the last 8 months since the 1st of July 2023? Thank you. Minister, when you were last here at Estimates, you described the remote and special remote location police staffing incentive scheme, a mouthful, as quite popular. Do you still believe that to be the case?
Well, it's been going for 6 months, and we've had 57 applicants, successful people apply, and are now actually working in our remote policing areas. So it's early days, but I think that, yeah, it is. I see that as, you know, a pretty good uptake. Like, people are changing their whole lives, and we know you've been to Burke, obviously. We've already established that, and so have I. It's quite a difference to, I met young officers out there who had come from, you know, Redfern, or, you know, a very different life. Anyway, so they're big decisions to make. But what I will say is, those that are out there are really enjoying it, which is great. And part of the scheme too is keeping them there for 5 years. That's a significant part of the scheme as well, keeping those officers there, and they become part of the communities out there, and they become entrenched in the community. So, yeah, I do
sure.
think
Those officers appreciate the salary and housing support, but 57 is not a big number, is it, given the shortfall in policing numbers in country New South Wales? So is the initiative going to be funded into the future? Will it be increased? And what else is being done to overcome the shortfalls that we have in remote areas?
Well, it's still got a while to go, and it will be fully funded. But obviously recruitment is, you know, part of that, and we are attending an attestation next week, another attestation next week, and some of those officers will be going to, you know, every part of the state. And in addition to that, you know, I go back to this again, but paying those students has really had a significant impact, and it's also diversified the people who are applying to join the New South Wales Police Force, because if you have economic responsibilities, it's enabling people to go down to Goulburn for those 4 months and have the funds to be able to pay or meet their responsibilities. So it really is working, but it's not a silver bullet, and I'm not suggesting that it is. And we will continue to work on recruiting people and filling that gap of 1,500 so that all of our police stations are full.
Thank you. This morning you focused a fair bit on recruitment, and that's appreciated. But what about retention? In that People Matters employee survey I mentioned earlier on, the result was that 34% of police officers are applying for roles in the private sector, and that's 15% higher than the wider public sector. So there's a real retention problem too, isn't it? How's that being addressed?
There is, and, you know, again, that's something that I identified very, very early. Look, I do think that through, like, once we've removed the wage cap has definitely, I think, stymied growth in police, and right across the public sector for that matter. Our other emergency services are in the same boat. So I think that lifting the wage cap and having real wage increases will certainly be something that people will find attractive to come into the workforce. I've spoken to you about wellbeing. Like, wellbeing is really, really important. They become so burnt out, because you know as well as I do, Mr. Latham, what a tough job it is every day. And the police, of course, have the Pulse program in place, and that has been in place now for, is it 12 months or almost 12 months? So we haven't got, you know, good solid data back on that. But anecdotally, police officers are saying that is also a really good program that has been put in place. So it's actually, you know, checking the mental wellbeing and what have you.
Overall, are we losing more officers than we're recruiting?
Yes, we are.
Okay, can I get the latest figures on that for
Yes.
Since the 1st
well,
of
maybe
July?
no. I say yes, we were.
Okay.
But we do have a very large number.
Okay, well, if I can get the latest data on that,
Yeah,
that would
yeah.
be appreciated. And mention was made earlier of the pay increase negotiations with the New South Wales Police. It's been the government's attitude, I think, supported by community attitudes that paramedics and teachers had to do special things in the COVID period, and those extra pay increases are warranted. But police were very much in the front line, and the work required by government by the police in the COVID period, in some cases, was ridiculous, and they received blowback about it. It was a very, very difficult period of policing. When you were here last, you said that in negotiations you hadn't given any parameters to the Police Association about an ample pay increase. You've said that you've had some initial conversations with them. Has that included those parameters that weren't available last time?
Well, if they raise those with me, then we will negotiate whether that is part of it. We have agreed to mutual bargaining, which is fantastic, and we will look at everything. But I agree with you that police were absolutely intrinsic, and they did a hard job, a really hard job, and they still do. And
so you say no less deserving of ample pay increases than teachers and paramedics because of the COVID period?
Well, not just COVID, quite frankly.
Well, and beyond, and beyond, and beyond.
Beyond, absolutely.
Okay,
and
right.
we will sit down and we will work through, as I say, in good faith. They have my absolute guarantee of that. And we will work through the wage negotiation period.
Thank you.
Thank you. Minister, just want to take you back when you were discussing the prospect of an inquiry. You don't really think that parliamentary upper house inquiries are a worthless talk fest, do you?
Say that?
She said that. No, I'm not being
Not
facetious here. I'm being in earnest. You don't honestly believe they're a talk fest or that they're not meaningful and purpose.
I strongly believe that we need
No,
to
I'm
action.
just.
Well,
I'm talking about the upper house inquiries. You don't honestly believe the upper house inquiries of the New South Wales Parliament are talk fests.
No,
Thank
not all
you.
of them.
Thank you. Okay.
Well, just to clarify, which are?
Yeah. No. This is.
That'll have to be for another day,
And
Mr. Chairman.
so, and Minister, I absolutely agree that when we understand a problem, it's important not to kind of over-caucus a problem and over-discuss a problem when we know the source. But given the evidence that we keep hearing around crime increase and specific problems, and when you've got members of the community in public office around the state saying that they're looking for solutions that are different, perhaps, than what we're doing, then surely you would see some benefit in supporting some form of inquiry into looking into that, whether or not it's the specifics that may have been in front of you now, but surely you would agree as Minister, dealing with such an important portfolio of the state, which is really about keeping people safe, we know that, and providing confidence, surely you would support further inquiries into looking at how we can do better as a state to serve all of our communities.
So, Ms Higginson, I think I'm the only person that has been written to by members of the National Party, the mayors, not all of them, some of them, and the CWA. Yet, to have this inquiry into police.
Yeah.
No, but this is important. No, please let me finish, because this is important. Please, Mr
Minister,
Chair.
can I just redirect you, though? I am not talking about that.
No,
And
but
I'm not talking about that specific appeal to you that I'm aware of. I am talking about, and I'm actually genuinely here to try in public right now, on the record, to do something a little bit different. And that is understand your position as Minister of Police of New South Wales, where we are all privy to the evidence that the problems that police are facing right now are much more bigger and entrenched and intractable than problems that police alone can fix. Surely you would support, as Minister, an inquiry that was to look into how we can do better as a state, looking at those issues, causes of crime, consent of policing, how we can address some of the issues that our region and our state is facing. And surely as Police Minister, you would champion that kind of inquiry using these resources of this Parliament on behalf of people of New South Wales?
So back to where I was. So I have received well, it's important. I see that you're smiling, but this is very important. I have received, and I'm the only minister, as far as I know, that has received correspondence in relation to having an inquiry in this place into rural and regional crime. I have said here today, over and over and over again, that this is not what is happening in regional and rural New South Wales is not a policing matter. It is a matter of, for the broader community to look at what is going on. Education, health, out-of-home care, Indigenous.
Thanks, Minister.
No,
Can
no,
I?
no,
I
no,
hear
so-
you.
so
I think everyone can hear.
So I would say,
So you
if someone came forward, if that group came forward and asked for an inquiry to look at all of these problems to solve the issue, then as a government, I can't say that we would or we wouldn't agree. But what I
you
do
can
wanna
only speak
say-
on behalf of
but
yourself
what-
here,
no,
Minister.
but what I do want to say is that is not what's being proposed presently. What is being proposed is an inquiry into the New South Wales Police. They're the only ones invited.
Thank you.
At this stage.
Minister,
so
in
so
November-
I want to make
thank you.
that very clear that if people genuinely want to fix the problem, then and they agree that there's a holistic problem in our community and they want to resolve it, then they should be genuine and they should ask for that.
Thank you. I take it that you are indicating some level of support for the thing I'm suggesting here, but we'll move on. Minister, in November last year, I placed some questions on notice regarding how many individuals have been surveyed or monitored by the New South Wales Police Force in relation to past or planned protests, and there was a bunch of questions, really, really reasonable questions, just asking for data. The response I got back was the data is unable to be provided. There is no central record held by New South Wales Police Force to enable a statistical inquiry to be conducted across all police operations. I find that really alarming. What sort of problems have we got right now in terms of data collection and being able to ascertain what policing is happening in relation to data?
So I think it may have been in relation, from my memory, in relation to the surveillance of individuals, but can we ask Mr Lenyon might be able to, it was in Metropolitan, would you be able to give some more information on that, please, Mr Lenyon?
Yes, certainly, Minister. Ms Higginson, can I just have you probably just define that question a little bit for me? Obviously, there's a number of parts of the policing organisation that, as part of their duties to keep the community safe, are obviously conducting surveillance, are obviously looking at targets to prevent crime. So if you could narrow that down for me, I'm more than happy to answer it.
We might take it up later because it was a specific question. And what concerns me, though, was the response that we just don't have. The response literally is there is no central record held by the police force to be able to conduct that inquiry across all police operations. So perhaps we can explore later on how we are storing data. In relation to another question, Minister, that was provided on notice about restraints, and it was just seeking information about how often these restraints are used and some other detail. It was in relation to leg cuffs, belly chain and restraint belts, combination cuffs that restrain both hands and feet, thumb cuffs, etc. And basically the response given, other than for handcuffs, was that this material is subject to a public interest immunity. Why is that? Why is it that there's this information can't be provided to the public when the same information for handcuffs could?
Look, I might ask Mr Hudson if he might be able to answer that question.
Thank you, Minister. You can ask me, but I don't know the answer, Ms Higginson. Some of those forms of restraint I've never heard of.
Okay, so, I mean, it would be... Yeah, I mean, these are questions on notice, Minister. You sign off on these. It would be really good, I think, if you could check, and if I can ask you to go back and check these specific questions, Because
Sure, I'm happy to do
we
that.
have had issues before.
Yes,
And I am
agreed.
very concerned that when you're signing off on questions on notice, that we're not being provided with the sufficient answer. And what concerns me is that you're not looking at this and checking and saying, hey, that's perhaps not satisfactory. I need to go back and find out why the public is not entitled and not being able to access this very important public interest material.
I assure you, I have gone back on a number of occasions.
When we have asked you to.
I had not heard any of those types of restraints either, so I rely on the expert advice.
Thank you. And can I just ask, in the short period, just about the consorting laws? You're aware that the Law Enforcement Conduct Commission's review of the consorting laws, and that review specifically found that while intended to be used to combat serious and organised crime, is often used by New South Wales Police for comparatively less crime and overwhelmingly targets vulnerable people, most significantly those under the age of 18 and who are First Nations. So why has the police rejected the 12 recommendations that say police should switch on their body cams when issuing a consorting notice?
I will refer to Mr Hudson for a more detailed response to this, if that's okay.
Thank you, Minister. All the recommendations, we worked quite collaboratively with the Law Enforcement Conduct Commission in that review. They were quite satisfied with our input into that review, and I think I understand they actually did some media around that, which indicated that's the pathway forward for collaboration between them and us in relation to modification and improvement in our strategies. In relation to body-worn video specifically, our body-worn vehicle SOPs are hindered to a certain degree by the capability we currently have. It is being replaced.
So can I just ask you on that, and I know my time's up, but there was 100 million allocated to that. When will we have a system that's fit for purpose and will switch on as soon as the devices, etc., are activated?
My understanding is that the 100 million capital allocation was in relation to the entire interconnected officer program, which encompasses more than just body-worn. I'm not part of that procurement process. Mr Smith is and might have some pathway. I know that we're currently in procurement for a device that's replacement and more suitable to our needs, and once that's obtained, then obviously the standing operating procedures in relation to the use of that capability will be reviewed because everyone will be able to have access to it. So we'll be able to be more directive about when it's used. At the moment, we have failing equipment, which is constantly being repaired. We don't have sufficient equipment to provide everyone who requires it a body-worn video capability. So being directive in relation to its use, we would be directing police to fail because they wouldn't be able to achieve that.
I might come back
Well,
to
I think
that
that
after,
time-
if that's
time is
okay, and
up,
get
so-
some more detail. Thank
Go
you.
the opposition.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, you just said in response to questions to my colleague, Ms Higginson, that you're the only minister that, for instance, members of the National Party, which we proudly raise on behalf of regional communities, that's our job and that's who we fight for, are the ones who've come to you on these issues. But if that's the case, why was the Premier in Moree yesterday speaking about regional crime?
Oh, I was referring to the member's question in relation to an inquiry.
Yeah, but the concept of an inquiry has been discussed with the Premier too. You'd certainly be aware of that, I would hope.
If you tell me that, that's...
Well, he's been at Country Mayors, he was up in Moree yesterday, and this is what the community is asking for. You're just not listening to it. So these are messages going across government.
Well, I don't accept that at all. I am absolutely listening, but I don't share that view.
Okay, listening but not acting. Minister, can I ask you in relation to the payments for recruits into the police academy, would you look to make changes to that to make that financial support conditional on those officers going to a regional community once they graduate?
Well, that hasn't been discussed with me.
Would you consider it as an action to help address regional crime issues?
what we're trying to do is make sure that we fill the gap that we were left from your government of 1,500, and that is what that initiative is doing.
Sure, but would some of them be conditional on going to the regions? Would you commit to at least looking at that?
Well, every attestation, they go right across the state. So you're making the premise that they don't go there now. That nothing could be further from the truth.
But
and in fact, I'll give you the breakdown, if you like, of the next attestation.
That'd be great.
I mean, this is, police resourcing go where the police determine where it's needed. Why do you keep doubting our police?
I don't doubt our police, Minister, and I completely reject that assertion. I've made it very clear that our police do an amazing job, but we need more of them, and we particularly need more of them in regional communities where we are dealing
we're on a
with
unity
very
ticket.
serious issues.
We're on a unity ticket there.
Minister, can I just take you now to the issue of the impact of the NZYQ case? Did you receive a briefing in terms of Minister?
Yeah, I'm listening. I can do two things at once.
Okay, just checking what that case was, I think. Did you receive a briefing in terms of the potential risk to the community upon the release of some of those detainees, particularly those who had serious criminal and convictions?
I have already stated this in the Parliament, so you can read the hands up, but for the benefit of the rest of the committee, yes, the Commissioner did brief me, and I was made aware at the time.
Okay. Can you advise what monitoring systems are in place to track the activities of those who've been released into the community?
Well, Border Force and the Commonwealth are actually the responsible authority for those detainees who have been released from detention.
Yeah, but in terms of, there's a number in New South Wales, and we heard evidence from DPC and the Premier's office, and the Premier himself, I should say, on Wednesday in relation to these issues, that this was also a matter for the New South Wales Police, and in terms of community safety. Do you know where some of these detainees who do have those serious criminal convictions are? How are they being monitored in the community, and what guarantee can you give that people who may have been charged and indeed convicted of very serious offences aren't, for instance, living near a school or a childcare centre? Can you provide any certainty to the community about that?
First question, the New South Wales Police know the location of every one of them. Second question, the Border Force and the Commonwealth actually monitor it's their responsibility that they monitor their whereabouts. There are, however, 10 who are on the child sexual assault register, and the New South Wales Police, they have monitoring obligations, and they do come to their local pack wherever they are located, geographically located. So the police do know that's the interaction that the New South Wales Police have.
Thank you. Have any of the detainees been arrested in New South Wales since their release?
I understand that there have been.
Okay, how many?
3.
I'm happy if you need an official to answer. I'm just keen for the information.
Ma'am, 3 have been arrested by New South Wales Police for specific offences. I think there were 2 goods in custody charges and 1 larceny offence. And 3 have been arrested for breaches of the Child Protection Register, basically for not fulfilling the obligations of their requirement. They accessed social media accounts without approval. We've visited all those on the Child Protection Register, either with home visits or 16C inspections. We were aware of them because 5 of those individuals, whilst they were still in detention, we'd registered and then suspended the case. So when they were released, we could reactivate that case very quickly. Through those home visits, we have prosecuted 3 for breaching their conditions as well for the Child Protection Register.
Okay, thank you. And is it correct that one of the detainees didn't turn up to Parramatta Court to answer to serious drug charges? I've just been given that advice. I'm wondering if there's any information on that. I'm happy for you to take it on notice if you don't have it.
I'll take that on notice.
Thank you. And are there any other, obviously other than the examples that you've just given, Deputy Commissioner Hudson, particularly in relation to those having sort of child protection elements, are there any other restrictions or conditions imposed on those detainees to minimise any other potential risks?
There are. It's coordinated through Border Force, through their Community Protection Board. They changed the legislation late last year to establish this board which assesses all of them across the country. currently, and it is a fluid number that moves because of movement interstate. We've currently got 61 individuals because one had a visa reissued, so he's now off that list and is lawful again. Through that process, there are restrictions that board can impose, including continual electronic monitoring. We have 40 individuals on that, which is monitored through Border Force. Other conditions for the others include curfews and reporting requirements.
Okay, so when you say 40 with electronic monitoring, is that like anklet?
Yes, it is.
Right. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair. I'll just hand over now to my colleague.
Thank you, Minister. I'm curious about 93Z of the Crimes Act and the briefs of evidence prepared by the police for authorisation by the DPP or the AG. Can you tell me how many prior to October the 7th had been prepared for authorisation?
I would have to ask the police to answer that question.
Okay, I'm happy for you to take that on notice, unless you have
the exact number I could probably find out, but it was 10 or 12, my recollections.
Yeah, if you could find out the exact number,
Yep.
thank you. And can you tell me if a brief of evidence has ever been prepared by the police for prosecution under 93Z relating to the protest on the Opera House steps on October 7th?
No, there hasn't.
No brief of evidence prepared for prosecution under 93Z?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Given that there doesn't seem to have been a huge number of briefs prepared under this, Minister, what led you and the government to seek to alter Section 93Z to remove the approval of the Attorney-General and the DPP? Or was this really just window dressing to be seen to be doing something because there had been no briefs of evidence for prosecution prepared?
Well, I definitely spoke to the police in relation to this, and there were and have been significant delays, and Mr Hudson can speak further to this, with those that were with the DPP, and this removed that that concern that the police had, and so it was definitely the case that this could, in fact, speed up a prosecution. But Mr Hudson, you might want to...
Well, perhaps, Mr Hudson, I can come to you this afternoon. So the suggestion is could speed up, but no evidence that there had been
No, well,
any
it definitely
problems
will
before.
speed up.
An analysis of a video of the protest from the 7th of October is an analysis of one single piece of evidence. Given other videos and other witnesses who continue to maintain that they heard phrases which I don't intend to repeat here, but I think with which we're all very aware, are the police also reviewing all of this evidence, obtaining witness statements from all of those witnesses, and continuing to investigate those events under Section 93Z?
My understanding is that there were hundreds of hours of video footage that was examined, and the police have continually called on anybody with further evidence to bring it forward.
So those investigations are continuing?
If anybody has any further evidence, and Mr Lenyon, you might want to elaborate, but Mr Lenyon said this when he stood up just several weeks ago, if anybody has any further evidence, then please bring it forward or call Crime Stoppers, or both.
Well, how many people have been prosecuted by the police following the protests?
Oh, I do have those figures, but I want to give you the right figures.
Thank you.
Do you know? Three.
Three? And how many for a breach of Section 93Z?
None.
None. What offences were they prosecuted for, Minister?
Common assault. They're all common assault.
So 3 for common assault.
Or one,
Thank
yeah.
you. Sorry? 3?
Well, one had two counts of common assault.
One
But
for 2
common
counts.
assault is the
Common
answer,
assault.
yes.
Thank you very much. Minister, 93Z creates an offence for those who, by a public act, intentionally or recklessly threaten or incite violence towards others based on grounds including race or religion. If it took an expert investigation and 4 months to determine that the words used on October the 7th were not what they were widely perceived to be by a number of bystanders on the night, but instead, where's the Jews and F the Jews, would this not meet the test of recklessly inciting violence? Because these words were chanted so recklessly that they were heard differently by a number present on that occasion.
Oh, look, I think, it's fair to say none of us want to hear those terrible things that
No.
were said, which you have just said. And I couldn't agree more. And there were horrid things said, terrible things.
Yet
and
no
it's the last
prosecutions
thing
for that.
It's the last thing that anybody wants to hear on our streets here.
So, Minister, why no prosecutions for that? You've
Well-
said it's terrible, you've said it's horrible, it's in breach of 93Z. Why no prosecutions?
The New South Wales police within the law of the day, and that is what they did.
Why, if the law of the day is 93Z, why no prosecutions for breach of 93Z?
Well, you would have to speak to the magistrate in relation to that.
Was it ever put before a
this-
magistrate, Minister?
Well, you have to have a brief of evidence to be able to do that.
So how many briefs of evidence were prepared for prosecutions under 93Z?
Well, there's a threshold that has to be met.
And
the
why
police,
was that threshold not met?
The police work within the law that is before them, and you can't ask them to do more than that.
No, so can you explain why the threshold wasn't met?
Well, if it's the case that, as I've said earlier, that legislation is not fit for purpose, that is exactly why the government has gone...
On what advice are you suggesting that it's not fit for purpose?
Well, you're suggesting that it is.
No,
You
no,
just did. Yes, you did.
I am suggesting to you, Minister, that the threshold was met. So I am querying why there have been no briefs of evidence and no prosecutions under 93Z for the offences on October the 7th.
Well, we are having that reviewed by an eminent group
And
of
what's
lawyers.
the grounds for that review, Minister? What advice have you received that caused you to believe that Section 93Z is not fit for purpose?
Sorry. Well, what I will say to you is you can't have it both ways.
Mm-hmm.
It is going to be looked at and reviewed to ensure that our laws are fit for purpose and do meet the objectives of what and how the state wants to look. And I think that is fair and reasonable. You obviously have concerns that there wasn't a prosecution. You just said that. I trust the police's assessment on these things because they're the experts. As I've said, there's 150 years of experience either
Minister,
side of me, and
Minister,
I absolutely trust
Minister, if I can redirect.
what they have
Minister, if I
provided.
can redirect. Minister, if you believe that it's not fit for purpose, when did you form the view that it's not fit for purpose?
I don't have carriage of that legislation, so you would need to ask the Attorney-General.
So you have no input, you offered no advice to the Attorney-General about Section 93Z, which directly affects preparations of briefs of evidence by your police?
I have already explained to you, leading up to this, exactly what my involvement was. I'm not going to repeat it because I don't think that's necessary. I'm sure you heard what I said. It is being reviewed and we will look if there are any recommendations that come out of that review.
Why did your government not support a review when it was called for at the time that you proposed changes to 93Z, but then later changed your mind and called for the review? What different advice did you receive?
Well, again, you would have to ask the appropriate minister who has
And the
carriage
appropriate
of that
minister is the
legislation.
Attorney-General?
You know it is.
No, I'm asking you, Minister.
Yes.
Thank you very much. At the protests on the 7th of October, protesters were wearing keffiyehs and sunglasses to hide their face and chanting. Could that be construed as inciting violence?
Oh, well, that's up to experts to determine, not me.
At those protests, individuals obscured their faces and sometimes with scarves and sunglasses at times, did they, Minister?
I'm unsure. You're telling me that. If that's what
Okay.
you're saying, then I would take you at your word.
On Australia Day this year, neo-Nazi protesters were stopped at a train station at North Sydney wearing balaclavas to hide their faces, were they?
That's what I saw, yes.
Yes.
By the way, I saw it in the Daily Telegraph.
On Australia Day, 6 people were arrested as neo-Nazi protesters for hiding their faces, were they not, Minister?
If that's what you say, correct.
So you're not aware that there were any arrests of people on Australia Day?
Yes, there were.
There were.
But I don't think... I'd have to check exactly what they were arrested
Minister,
for.
what is the difference between anti-Semitic protesters on October the 7th, obscuring their faces with scarves and keffiyehs, and neo-Nazi protests on Australia Day?
I strongly believe that on Australia Day, and the days subsequent and following and before, those group of 60-plus men that travelled on public transport in all black and covered up had a particular intention. And I don't think that anybody in this state would think that that's okay. And the police
Minister-
acted swiftly and they did a great job.
Minister, thank you, and I agree with you, but that wasn't the question. What was the difference in the fact that neo-Nazi protesters who obscured their face and created a public disturbance on Australia Day were arrested and charged, yet what happened on October the 7th was under your direction, I believe, Minister? The police were essentially asked to escort protesters down to the Opera House. What is the difference?
You will remove that. That is untrue. I did not ask or direct anybody to do
All
any
right,
such
then
thing.
I withdraw that, Minister. Could you please explain what was the difference in policing response to those two events?
The police were at a protest. This is how I can tell you. However, the events on Australia Day were vastly different. I'm sorry, but those people came
Minister,
to this
can we
city
go through it?
with
On both occasions.
Can I
Point of
please
order.
finish?
Point of order.
Chair, that is a reasonable question. I think the Minister ought to be able to answer it with a degree more time than what's been afforded.
The member acknowledges your point of order, so please allow the Minister to answer.
What we saw was, a direct intention to come in and to disrupt the city. And I'm sorry, but that's not what we want to see on our streets, ever. I don't ever want them to come back here.
Minister-
It was shocking to see that.
We are in furious agreement on that point. But what was the intention on October the 7th? To disrupt the streets. It's the same intention, Minister. Or can you explain the difference?
Well,
Sorry, apologise.
we can correct the date.
Yeah.
There were family members there. There were children there. I don't think
Minister-
they intentionally went to that place to disrupt.
And Minister...
In the same way, you made the correlation, in the same way that those 60-plus men did on Australia Day and subsequent days and previous days, like for 4 days in a row. I think that some people may have, but I can assure you, as a group, there were, as I saw on the television, people from a cross-section of our community at every protest that I've seen in actual fact.
And so Minister, who was, if the neo-Nazis were upsetting family gatherings and Australians who'd gathered to celebrate Australia Day, who were the protesters disrupting on the steps of the Opera House? Who had been asked to go there? Who had been drawn there by the lighting of the Opera House sails in solidarity with the terrible destruction wrought by Hamas? Who were those protesters disrupting?
Look, I think it has been said over and over again, and rightly so, that it would have been nice if, or it would have been more appropriate if our Jewish community were able to have a vigil. That has been absolutely accepted and by the government. Unfortunately, that didn't happen. But to say that neo-Nazis were just coming in to disrupt families is not true. That we don't want that sort of vigilante, racist, horrible approach on our streets. We just don't. And I fail, I'm sorry, to compare the two as the same. I just don't. And I'm going to stand by that, because those Nazis who came in there, those 60-plus men, were absolutely here to divide and to disrupt our community. And that is something we shouldn't accept.
And the pro-Hamas protesters were not there to divide and disrupt?
Order. Minister, we heard evidence from you earlier in relation to police numbers and how next year or later this year you're confident that the recruitment program and so on will catch up. I mean, the evidence shows us there's at least 1,500 plus vacancies, and maybe this is more for Commissioner Webb. 1,400 off sick, and then another 205 on long service leave. That's over 3,000 short on a day-to-day basis. But then you've still got the ODS scheme to come in as well, which was announced in March last year. How do you reconcile if the ODS is going to be taken up by a significant number of members of the police force, that you'll end up having to pick up over 3,000 and still cover the ODS as well? Or, Commissioner, is the ODS still going to be pursued?
Yeah, certainly it was a program funded over 3 years for 21, 22, 22, 23 and 23, 24. And our commitment is to spend that money. And this will be the end of the funding for that program. So it is, the EOIs will go out shortly to recommence round 3, and those officers that are successful will exit the organisation before 30 June this year, when the funding will cease.
Can you tell us what the target number of overall recruitments are going to be then? It's going to get us to where the Minister was saying we would be?
I can hand to my Deputy Commissioner Corporate, who is overseeing that part of the work, but we certainly have ambitious plans and hopefully we can bring them to fruition.
Thank you, Minister, and thank you, Chair. In relation to the targets for the recruitments for next year in terms of 25, our target is to work at a minimum of 1,200 up to 1,500 recruits. Since the announcement, what we have seen is in the 3 months prior to the announcement to pay our students, we had around about 320 applications on the books. Since that 3 months since that announcement, we have now 620 applications on the books. Our target for the last class of this year, which will attest in December, is 300 plus, and then into next year, our targets will be between 1,200 and 1,500 recruits.
So you think it'll take over the 3 years? You will be out? No, the Minister's saying no. You won't achieve it.
Oh well, it would be good if we could. Like, we are ambitious, but you've obviously got workforce leaving as you've got workforce coming in, attrition as you've got renewal, and we also have to retain. Retention obviously is critically important, which we've discussed here today at some length, and getting as many people through the door as well, like new recruits through the door. But we have to be realistic. You've also got people who are leaving through retirement, through going to another occupation, like all of those things. But we're certainly working hard, and we are ambitious to try to achieve that. But I'm not suggesting it's going to be 3 years. I can't put a timeline on that. I wish I could, Mr.
That's why I was interested to know why the ODS scheme was so... that wasn't a scheme brought about by your government, but by the previous government, and the money was allocated. I mean, that scheme, the way it's targeted, will be obviously looking to officers 60 probably and over, who would be, I would think, your most experienced cohort in the force. Is that right?
Well, as I understand it, and Mr. Smith would be best to give you accurate advice, but it can be across the force, not just people who are over 60. But that's right, I mean, we've inherited a shortfall in a scheme to get rid of police, and now I've got to try and, pick up on all of that, which we're working very hard on and will continue. But I couldn't agree with you more. It is concerning when I came in and realised that there were 2 ODS schemes, two tranches of it ahead. I was, well, there's, a couple of hundred cops that we're going to lose already.
Well,
so
that's right. I mean, it's obviously had its effect.
Yeah, did you want to elaborate on that at all, Mr. Smith?
Thank you.
On ages?
Thank you, Minister. Due to the class rulings, tax class rulings which are attached to the ODS scheme, it is based on first in, best dressed in terms of the way that is allocated. So we don't allocate who goes out. It is based on those that enter the program in a sequence number. So realistically, we have officers who have left over the last couple of rounds that have had 10 years plus, and we've had officers who have had 40 years plus. But we know the breakdown of those officers and their years of service.
Yeah, I'm just, and I know you're coming to the last round of it, so it probably doesn't make sense to abandon it, but it just seems to me that that program was going on, and then you're finding yourself in a situation where you're short.
That's right.
Something
else I
don't really know what was happening with the previous government, but it doesn't seem to make any sense to me. Just on another matter, Minister, just talking about visually impaired target shooters, can you tell me what threat to the public visually impaired target shooters actually pose?
Well, I'm unsure of the threat level, but we have spoken in relation to a shooter who is visually impaired and about their involvement in the sport of shooting and how we can best accommodate them in terms of the storage and of their weapons and also transport of them and their use of them.
Well, I was going to ask, what risk analysis process has come to the conclusion, and maybe Mr. Hudson can deal with that one. There have been some issues recently around visually impaired shooters and the way they're being treated by the firearms registry. Do you want to contribute to that question, Mr. Hudson?
Yes, I will, sir.
You seem to get all these because it's part of your command.
Lucky.
You're just lucky, yeah. That's right.
I am aware of the closure next week of Excite, the range that's specifically caters for vision impaired shooters. I understand there are 9 visually impaired shooters that will be displaced out of that. I know there have been complaints made by a couple of those individuals at different points of their engagement with the firearms registry. However, I'm told as I sit here that we're working very hard to accommodate each and every one of them with conditions that are appropriate to their particular circumstances.
Can I tell you, that's a great sentiment, Commissioner, and I know the Minister's been doing some work on it as well, but in the end of the day, where we ended up was exactly where we started.
I'm told the work's not finished at this stage, sir, so there's ongoing liaison between the firearms registry and those individuals trying to cater for their needs because we are supportive of their continued ability to target shoot.
Well, would you believe that New South Wales has the biggest number of conditions to be placed on visually impaired shooters in the country by far?
I'll take you at your word there, sir, but I also think we have, a fairly rigorous Firearms Act where other jurisdictions might not.
Oh, I think, look, I know the Firearms Act's very rigorous. I also know it's very rigorous in other states and probably more rigorous in Western Australia. And maybe you would like the West Australian model. But the reality is this is not Western Australia, this is New South Wales, and there's large discretion to deal with, especially visually impaired shooters who only compete with air rifles at .177 calibre and shoot at 10 metres range, and a lot of them trying to get themselves set up for the Olympics. And yet, when representations are made for these people to try to make it a little easier for them to be able to conform when their club is shut down, basically, Commissioner, they're getting the runaround.
That's not the information I get, sir. I've been told we are doing everything within the Act and our capabilities to try and accommodate them, as you would expect.
My office was told that the registry doesn't care what other conditions are done in other states. New South Wales is going to be tougher.
That's not my briefing, sir, and I think we'll agree to disagree on that, and I'll take it on notice and I'll have a look at it, but that's not...
Well, that's exactly what my office was told. New South Wales would be much tougher on visually impaired shooters who want to compete at the Olympics and make it much tougher and much harder for them to comply with the law. And that is just completely unnecessary, especially if you take into account the actual possibility of them being a risk to the public. It's unacceptable.
That's not the information I have, sir, but I'll certainly pursue it. As I said, my information is we are doing everything within our ability to accommodate those individuals.
Thank you.
Over to my colleague, Ms. Boyd.
Thank you very
Boyd.
much. Thank
Hello.
you, Chair.
Didn't see you slip in.
Hello. Good afternoon. Can I just start by asking you, Minister, if you're aware of how many serving officers in the New South Wales Police Force are currently have been at some point charged with a domestic and family violence offence?
Can I get that accurate figure just so as...
Yeah. I asked this question last year, and as of August 2023, I was told that there were 60 serving officers who had been charged with domestic and family violence officers.
Can you just... Sorry, what period do you want, from August to now?
No, sorry. I'm letting you know that as of August, there were that many within the police force sitting there. 60 had been charged with DFE
I don't know how many
offences.
there are now.
4 of those were still employed and had been convicted of a domestic and family violence offence. Do you have the current figures?
57.
57 who have been charged are still serving. And how many convicted? Still 4?
3.
3. Okay, so, and then we come to sexual violence offences, which I also asked about in August. I was told that there had been, that of the currently serving officers, there were 19 who had been charged and 1 convicted, a senior constable, for sexually touching without consent. Is those figures still
We might
correct?
have to get that, sorry.
Do you think it's acceptable for the police force, given the 40% of work that the police force does around domestic and family violence, for there to be that many officers who have themselves been charged with domestic and family violence offences?
Yeah. Look, I think that the police take it very, very seriously. And I guess, the police force is, they're the same people as everybody else in the community.
Yeah.
But
not everyone else in the community is handling domestic family violence.
I accept that. I absolutely accept that, Ms Boyd. But the reality, I guess, is what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
The reality is there, people in our community, and unfortunately we have a lot of people in our community that are perpetrators of this particular crime, especially. Yeah. So I guess it's a bit reflective of that. Does that make it right? No, of course not.
No.
But I do believe that the Commissioner takes this very, very seriously. Did you want to?
Can I just, in the interest of time, and I will come back this afternoon as well. The Law Enforcement Conduct Commission looked into incidents, sort of complaints that they'd had between 2017 and 2021, and they released a report in June last year that talked about, it's got some really shocking findings actually, but it was saying that in relation to complaints about domestic and family violence incidents, 32% of them involved police officers themselves as an alleged perpetrator. It talked about, of the 60 officers who were involved in domestic and family violence incidents, who were the subject of complaints, 62% of them were subject to an ADVO. This report's quite shocking reading, but one of the recommendations that it came out with was that, if nothing else, we shouldn't be having people within the same command going and investigating complaints against their mates when they come in. So if say a partner of a serving police officer wants to make a complaint about domestic family violence, which already massive obstacle to do that, they go to their local command, and there is nothing at the moment that says that local command needs to pass that on. It's at the discretion of the sergeant, and I forget the exact words, so you will correct me. But the point is that both the LEC and also the Auditor General, in her report into police responses to domestic and family violence, both of those bodies made the very strong recommendation that we should have automatically those cases that come in being dealt with by a different command. But instead, we had a response from the police force saying, not supported, not going to do that. What is your view of that?
Well, I can say that already it is possible for commanders to request that another command do
possible,
that.
Yeah.
And
but not mandatory.
No, that's right. No, I didn't say that.
But should it? But the recommendation,
You're asking if it should be,
to be clear, the recommendation was that it should be mandatory.
Yes, I hear you, and I'm just saying though that,
Yeah.
and I will ask Mr Lenyon if he can provide further information on that. Look, I am told by the police that having the local command there, knowing the circumstances, the officers,
Yeah.
and also the outcomes that we're seeing,
Yeah.
doesn't suggest that it's an impediment.
Have
but
you
I would,
read the
I will,
LEC report?
Yes,
Have
I
you
know.
seen the numbers of complaints that have come to the LEC in relation to police who have been charged themselves with domestic and family violence? Not just this, but as I've just read out to you and you've confirmed, we have 59 serving officers who have been charged themselves. There is nothing to restrict those people from being the ones at the front desk when somebody walks in an incredibly vulnerable situation. Why on earth would you get this report from the LEC and also the Auditor General's report saying, for God's sake, if nothing else, at least get a different area from the one that the alleged perpetrator is sitting in to investigate? Why would we be saying no to that?
You obviously know that police have responded to LEC, and that's available on the website.
And they've said not supported
That's
for
exact-
that. And
yes,
I'm
that's
asking you for your response. Are you going to legislate to require that they move that to a different command, given all of the concerns?
That's not my intention. But Mr Lenyon, would you like to elaborate on that in terms of the local area commands?
Yes, ma'am.
Please don't tell me that there is a discretion to move it to another, because I know that. If it's sorry, and I can come back to you this afternoon, but I've read at length the response from the police.
Would you like me to address it now? Or?
Let's come back to it. Minister, are you aware, no doubt you are, of the over 10-year delay now in updating the COPS system to IPOS?
Yeah.
Have we finally got somebody in who's going to be updating that system?
There is some movement at the station, you'll be pleased to hear.
Okay.
Mr Smith can take you through where we're up to on that, if that's okay.
Okay. If you could do it super quick,
Because
and then I'll come back to you.
Well, it's a number of, as you know, there's
Okay.
different systems.
Perhaps
so
I can shortcut this, and I will be back this afternoon, but maybe I can shortcut this by just asking, when will the bit of work around domestic and family violence that's required to update COPS so that actually has an ability to, link incidents and all the other things that the Auditor General was talking about in her report, when will that functionality be available in New South Wales?
So the DVSAT is it's imminent, and that talks to
Not
COPS.
the DVSAT, no. So one of the problems with the COPS system is that it's very clunky and it's very incident focused. And so if you read the Auditor General's report on that, she makes that very clear, that when it comes to modern policing, the COPS system is outdated and antiquated and needs to be updated.
We agree.
We did have, back when before the contract was pulled, we did have IPOS being on track to deliver that functionality for domestic and family violence cases by 2027. That was before everything was pulled. When will we now get that in New South Wales?
Well, I know forensics is imminent. When is that? Have you got a date for the domestic violence as well?
Minister, I'll have to take that on notice. If I can answer that this afternoon, I'm sure we'll be able to have that at this point.
Thank you. The DV policy for the New South Wales Police, there was an article on this recently. It was supposed to be reviewed in 2021. It hasn't been, despite all of the recommendations in the LEC report as well. Why is that?
Yeah, we've done the DV reform project, and that makes part of that is the DV registry.
Yes.
Obviously,
Which is great. Not criticising that, but what about the policy update?
We will continue to work on that. I'll have to check with Mr Lenyon on a date on that. But the New South Wales Police are doing an extraordinary amount of work in relation to domestic violence.
They're doing some work, this is true.
Well, no, I would...
3 years ago, that was supposed to be updated. Very basic policy guidelines which are lacking and were identified as lacking by the LEC and by the Auditor General. Why have those guidelines not been updated?
Well, I would say that they are doing not just, the bare minimum. They are actually going above and beyond.
Do you know how many women have died in
Yes.
New South Wales from domestic and family violence since Labor came to office? Do you know how many?
I'd have to check that.
18.
Yep.
In Victoria, where they have taken this much more seriously, and they had a significant $3.86 billion commitment from 2015 to turn things around, they only had 10. which is, you know, given the population sizes, perhaps we're doing something a bit wrong here in New South Wales.
Well,
I don't think we can rest on our laurels and say, well, the police are doing a great job. They're being held back by an antiquated system, by outdated guidelines. Enough is enough.
Yeah,
what
and
will you do, Minister?
Abigail, domestic violence is a whole of community problem. It is not just a policing problem. The police are the ones who have to go there at the crisis point.
Yeah,
that
they're
is
being
what is
set up
happening.
to fail.
However, well, I don't agree with you. I don't agree with that premise at all, because I do believe that the DV registry, which is actually targeting high-risk offenders and profiling them, and then
this is
Emma Rock
one
backs that
tiny
up,
element
and
of
we've
what's
seen some
required.
terrific results from Emma Rock, you'd have to agree with that, that we are actually, that the police are doing a lot. So I don't accept your premise that the New South Wales police are just doing a bit. I believe that they are
I'm not.
being...
Again, I'm not criticising individual officers. I'm
Oh,
talking
nor am
about
I.
the
I'm saying-
systemic problems that you've inherited that are setting the police system up to fail.
Okay. Mr. Latham, have you got one?
Do we get time?
We've split it. We've split the last bit in half.
Yeah, if I
Opposition?
can quickly, Chair, thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Minister, you've spoken several times today about the new payment of recruits while they train at Goulburn Police Academy scheme. Is that to be a permanent feature now, permanently funded, or is it still under evaluation?
We're using internal funds presently, and when they're full, that will be a great day when we've filled all 1,500 positions, and then it will be looked at that point in time.
Okay, and just one other, the MOU between the New South Wales Government and the Police Association for the Blue Ribbon Insurance Scheme Superannuation Concessional Contributions cap expires on the 30th of June this year. Is it the intention to renew that and continue the arrangements that are in place of benefit to the police?
We're going through that process now. That's what I was alluding to earlier. As you know, it has to be renewed because it's expiring, and that's what we're going through now, those negotiations with the insurance company. That is the case, yes.
Right, okay, thank you. Thanks, Jess.
You have the last minute and a half, and then I get 2.5.
Minister, I just want to go back to this equipment failure that we're experiencing and the importance of body-worn camera as being one of the most positive measures to prevent excessive force and assaults and etc., and to protect police. Are you certain that you have enough money in the budget and that there is a plan to deal with this major problem?
In relation to the new body-worn that work cooperatively with or interactively with the tasers, is that what you're referring to?
Yep.
Look, I'll need a full briefing on that, but it's certainly the intention that we will have that technology as soon as it's available to us.
And so at this point, though, you recognise that we've got a serious problem, we need to improve, but we don't quite have the solution at the moment.
That is my understanding. Would you like to speak more to that, please?
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you very much.
So in regards to the body-worn video, we are at best and final in regards to contract arrangements. We are expecting the delivery of the new body-worn videos, like around at June of this year. In terms of what we are experiencing now in regards to the current body-worn video, we have purchased an additional 1,000 current body-worn videos to make sure that there is sufficient in the field, and then we will move towards the activation devices, the holster activations for body-worn video beyond June 2024, and roll that out as part of the Integrated Connected Officer program, including the new Glock pistols, including holster activation, light sources, body-worn videos, and the T7 taser.
I might come back this afternoon and try and get those a bit more
Opposition?
specific. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair. Minister, when did you receive the final review that was conducted by Jeff McKechnie into the firearms registry?
That was not...
Well, it was commissioned by the former government.
yeah, and it
we
wasn't
understand
accepted,
that it's
but they
with
didn't. The
you.
police minister didn't accept it.
So do you
The
have?
then police minister didn't accept it.
But do you have that report? Do you know what was in it and the recommendations?
I haven't read that report.
But do you have it? Is it on your desk in your office? Will you make it public?
Well, it wasn't accepted by the then government. It was your government's report that then wasn't accepted.
But it was commissioned, and my
By
understanding
your
is
government, and then wasn't
My understanding
accepted.
is that it's with you, and it hasn't been made public since the change of government. Will you commit today to making that review and its recommendations public?
I will not commit to that. Your government commissioned a
Well, but why
report,
not?
received the report, and then the then police minister did not accept the report and commission the report.
So you won't make it public?
you
That's
can
fine, you make
ask
it
the
public,
former.
that's up to
You can
you.
ask the former
No,
police
I'm
minister.
asking you.
Point of order.
Sorry, Chair, we're traversing subject matter that predates the minister's time in office. I've just asked that it's not relevant under standing orders.
Well,
That's
but
not a point of order.
Yeah. Thank you.
She can not answer it.
We've established that you won't be releasing it, Minister, so thank you. In the minute that is left, can I ask you what additional police resources will be provided over the next 4 days to support the thousands of fans who are heading out to Taylor Swift? We'll finish on a good one.
The police deal with large crowds in this city on a regular basis, and the city's open for business, and we want it to remain open for business, so that's fantastic. And the police resourcing will be adequate to what's before them. They have a formula that they work on in terms of numbers and how many police they'll need for those numbers. But I suspect there'll be a few police out there that'll get a great taste of Tay themselves.
And yourself, Minister, as well?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
had enough of
Likewise. Oh, well, maybe you and I can exchange friendship bracelets, and that would be a lovely way. Commissioner, very welcome too. That'd be
we've
great.
got
I'm not
police
we've
ones.
mine today. I'm saving mine for Monday when
We've got police
so-
ones.
Oh, well, maybe I might be able to talk to you about that. See, we can all end. Taylor unites everybody, Minister, even at the end of budget.
I'm more of a punk rocker,
That's,
I think. I
we'll
don't
leave it
have
there.
any.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're not going to a love fest right now at the end.
We've got 5 seconds.
Government questions?
Yeah, sorry, Minister, at the beginning of this session, you just said you had some information for the committee.
Yes, I do. Just in relation to remote and special remote, the retention of the officers is also a key part of the strategy, and for us to keep people in the bush and to attract them to come there and then to keep them there. So I just wanted to clear that up. And also, Mr Latham, I am advised that we have completed this year 118,093 drug tests already, and that is putting us on the correct trajectory.
The entire prior financial year, so that's an improvement. Thank you.
Yeah, of the 200,000. So I just wanted to let you know that. In relation to Wetherill Park, there are ordinarily 2 officers overnight at the station, I'm advised, and instead of when they're not there, they're actually in a truck. As I described to you, every police car is a police station, and they're actually out patrolling, which is what we want. We want people, and that visibility is excellent as well. And I think, did somebody ask me about the number of police separations? I'm advised year to date there are 740 of those.
Okay. No other government questions, if that's the end. I'm advised that there's nothing further for you this afternoon, Mr Wheaton, so you're released if the opposition's happy with that and the Greens are happy.
But thanks, Jono.
You're let off, you're lucky.
Yeah.
Very disruptive to the process.
But unfortunately, apart from you, Minister, everyone else has to stay. So we're going to take a break now. We'll be back at 2 o'clock. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you very much, Mr Chairman.
Thank you very much. We'll go start the afternoon session, having suitably been refreshed after lunch. Thank you. Opposition?
Thank you, Chair. I've just got some questions to begin with in relation to the firearms registry, which I think is Deputy Commissioner Hudson, to go to you. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Yep, thank you. So just for, well, and possibly to the Commissioner to begin with, but the review that was conducted by Jeff McKechnie, which was prior, obviously, to the last, the previous Minister, but are you able to confirm if that, my understanding is that was handed down sort of days before caretaker mode. Is that something that you can confirm?
I can't actually confirm that.
Okay. I'm happy for someone to take it on notice if you don't.
My recollection, it was some time before caretaker, but
Okay.
a little bit before. But
Okay. All right. No, thank you. And then in terms of the issue of, I guess, timeframes for people to have their applications processed, and it might be something I think that my colleague touched on earlier, but certainly there's a number of local MPs who get contacted by people who say that the period of time for the registry is taking months and months until potentially the MP makes a representation and suddenly these issues are looked at quite quickly, which is appreciated. But is there any information you could give us in terms of those processing times and how long it's taking? Because we're getting some feedback from the community that it is quite lengthy in terms of the time periods.
Ma'am, that's a surprise to me. Since we moved to the GunSafe platform, new licence applications are taking an average of 33 days to complete. That's incorporated in the 28-day cooling off period, which is incorporated in the Act. That's taken into account there as well. Permits to acquire are taking 10 to 12 days to complete. And it's a high volume area. They do 50,000 transactions a month through GunSafe, but some of the paper-based applications, which we haven't precluded at this stage to accommodate those people who are not digitally able. It's only 2.5% of those of all applications are paper-based. Sometimes they are a little tardy at times, being placed on the system to manage the timeframes. And we publish all the timeframes and data on the website every month. The waiting times, the times it takes to process each application in groups in the general mode. And I personally haven't seen, and I used to see lots, I haven't seen any timeliness complaints for a long time.
Okay, thank you. I'll pass that back on to my colleagues who've asked me to raise it. Can I also just ask in terms of the process for those who may have identified having mental health issues in terms of their applications? I've got two examples that I might give you those personal details outside of the committee hearing because I don't want to. I want to respect the individuals in terms of their particular circumstances. But one of whom he's a former ambulance, or might actually be currently an ambulance officer and has PTSD as part of that role, but has identified that in terms of his application when it was up for renewal, and subsequently had his firearms removed almost immediately, even though he's receiving treatment and not at any risk to himself. I also know of another example of an individual who has cerebral palsy and has had PTSD associated with that, who wants to shoot at her local gun club and is having challenges getting that. And again, I'll provide the specifics to you perhaps in the afternoon tea break. But in terms of how the applications are assessed, either for a new licence or a renewal, when individuals do identify a mental health issue, can you outline the process that goes through? Because my concern is, obviously, if there is someone who has a mental illness who is at risk to themselves or others, you need very stringent requirements around access to firearms. But on the flip side, if we want people to be honest and talk about their mental health issues and encourage them to do that in terms of that process, how does the registry sort of determine that, and what is the balance that we can get in terms of those issues and those that process?
Ma'am, as soon as an individual flags on the application or the renewal application that they have experienced some form of mental illness, the process is that we tell them that they're required to obtain a medical risk assessment from a doctor, from a treating psychologist or psychiatrist. to actually assess them as to their capacity and capability to be able to have access to firearms. If that is in the positive, then that licence is issued. If not, then it's declined. But it's all based on medical evidence.
From just one treating professional, or is there a process, or how does that? And I know, I appreciate these are hypotheticals, but
From their treating doctor, someone who knows them, we are looking at extending that based on discussions with Dr. Murray Wright, the New South Wales chief psychologist or psychiatrist, as to whether we expand that to a GP who's known the individual for 5 years as well to do that assessment. Sometimes it's difficult to get into someone to do that assessment, takes some time.
especially in regional areas too, that's hard.
So we're looking at extending that based on that recommendation. But once that assessment's made, that's the decision maker in relation to whether the licence is issued or not.
Okay. And then in terms of off firearms registry, but for serving police officers more generally, those who also identify whether it's PTSD or sort of mental health challenges, and again, happy for whoever's best placed to answer this, but what is the process in terms of, you know, their access to firearms, and the same, is it similar? I'm just curious about that too.
Yeah, it is similar. If they're currently in the workplace and they claim an issue, then their service firearm is most normally, in the absence of medical evidence to the contrary, secured within the workplace, so they don't have access to it. And any private firearms follow the same process.
Okay, thank you for that. I want to go now back to the issues around rural and regional crime, probably not surprising to you. And I know that we spoke about this at the last hearing as well. I'm wondering, you know, and again, to firmly put on the record, I know what an amazing job our police are doing in the regions, and I am very supportive of the hard work and the very challenging circumstances that they'd be finding themselves in. Are there any updates through you, Commissioner, or one of your colleagues, in terms of some of the any new initiatives or things that you're working on in regional areas to support, particularly in those areas where we know that there have been increased issues around crime? And I'm happy for...
And to Mr Deputy Commissioner Pizzanos in a moment, but certainly we've been experiencing this wave for some time, and I think I've talked about it for the last few estimates meetings, that we anticipated this coming, and which is why I made it one of the priorities when I became Commissioner. In regional New South Wales, we certainly see escalation in places like Tamworth, Orange, Armidale, Dubbo, Burke, and the list goes on, but equally some of the young people are not staying put in the town. They're moving from basically the border down to Newcastle and back again. So it's some of them marauding wider than their hometown. We've put a number of operations in place, but I just want to, you know, again, to credit to all the police doing work in those areas with the support of specialist areas out of the regions and also out of Sydney. In the 12 months, the past 12 months, there's been 2,212 individual youths issued with court attendance notices for 5,737 issues. What that says, in not so many words, is that there are repeat offenders in there, or they've got multiple charges.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of work being done to show the community, not just in the prevention, diversion, intervention space, but we're responding and investigating these matters. And I'll hand to Mr. Pizzanos to say we stood up Operation Mongoose, got an equivalent operation in the metropolitan area called Sweetenham, dedicated resources, offline targeting, repeat offenders where we know are prolific and causing the most harm in the communities, and having very successful results. But I'll hand to Mr. Pizzanos.
Sorry, just before, and I would like to hear from Mr. Pizzanos, but just in terms of that data, Commissioner, and I'm happy for you to take it on notice, but how does that compare to, say, the previous 12-month period?
I'll take that on
that would be
notice.
great.
But I certainly, from my experience and reading the reports as they come through, there's been an uptick in the productivity and the work outputs in terms of arrests, etc. And equally, there's a system that we've implemented in the last few months called Engage, which is basically a platform where we record our interactions in both the prevention and engagement space to just measure the number of times that we're engaging with members of the community, you know, in programs, in meetings, or whatever it is. So we've got that data that's growing to say that we're trying to divert, we're trying to engage with various stakeholders to divert these kids predominantly, quite young, many of them, away from this risky behaviour. But where that's not working, then we have to arrest.
Sure. Yeah. Mr. Pizzano, did you? No.
Minister, I'm not sure. Certainly in terms of the prevention and diversion space, the police and PCYC programs and some of the other collaborations just continue to be modified and expanded to just adapt to the type of crime that we are seeing, and the use the Commissioner's words, the uptick in the last 12 months, particularly around a cohort of younger POIs and more serious offences. A lot of the diversionary and prevention stuff that we traditionally do with that cohort, unfortunately, it's not successful because they just won't engage with the police or other agencies and partners in that space. So for that reason, we had to really weigh into Operation Mongoose. The Commissioner's alluded to that. That's been well publicised. Mongoose is a name that we've given to a type of police operation that's part of that response modelling, and it augments and enhances the work we're doing at a local level, and basically it encapsulates a type of task force, strike force type of response that you'd see to other serious crime problems. So within the scope of, our prevention and disruption space, diversionary space, under our youth strategy, we call that a Tier 1 approach, which is basically your diversionary work, and that's just with a cohort to try to keep them away from the criminal justice system. And as you know, the Young Offenders Act is a diversionary type of act at its heart, and we're using that legislation to its extreme. For those matters where it does not work, we're relying on particularly our partners in youth justice and other agencies to really weigh in on that space when it becomes really a recidivism and custodial breach of bail issue. The Mongoose is an enhancement and it is an augmentation of what we have been doing. It is a significant development. It mirrors what my colleague, Deputy Lanyon's doing in the Metro, and that was purposely done so we have a consistent approach to this style of offending. Ours is obviously, as you know, is customised to some of the challenges in regional communities where our assets and resources have got to be spread out across sometimes significant geographical areas, which means we're often weighing in more on aviation support, which has been brilliant. We're using aerial support for surveillance, really as a safety step to protect the police, protect other road users, protect the individuals in the cars, the young people often, from the type of driving behaviour we're seeing. So Mongoose is probably, in terms of response, is probably one of the most significant development in my time, which has been some time in this youth and Indigenous space at different ranks and different levels over my service. I've certainly never seen us respond in this way, both with the weight we're putting into our diversion and prevention, but also the way we're approaching our response.
And then in terms of, and again, obviously particularly interested in the regional aspect, response times and how that's going. And I appreciate exactly what you're saying in terms of there can often be large distances and, you've only got as many officers as you have in a particular sort of area command. But is there any sort of advice or information you could provide in terms of how the response time to emergency issues, in those communities is tracking?
Certainly, if I can take that away, I'm not sure if it's here, but I can tell you that I've heard nothing, certainly nothing's been raised in terms of us that there's been an impact on our P1 or P2 jobs, but then I might be corrected on that. But the police are working. Mongoose is not monopolising all the police time, but police are working hard in terms of their normal calls for service and first response work. I have not been informed of any issues around response times or difficulties. They're just working extra hard to keep it all going. Is probably the way I'd respond to it.
Commissioner, did you have any data? Or?
Yeah, I do. Just bear with me 1 second. I've got the statistics for the last 3 financial years in terms of the 6 regions, so 3 regional areas and the 3 metropolitan areas in terms of the average response times. And as you'd expect, the further out you go, the larger the response time. So I'm happy to talk to that or provide that. But for example, in the 22-23 year, in Central Metropolitan Region, it was 6.56 minutes. In Western Region, it was 14.27, which is pretty good considering the distances.
Yeah.
Geography out there. And the others vary in between.
Okay. Could you provide, I don't know, if either on notice or if there's
a
version
we'll take that on
you could,
notice, but I can give you the history there.
Yeah, that would be great, thank you. And then I just want to pick up on something that you just said, Mr. Pizzanos, just about, I guess, the cultural element, obviously, in some of the Western communities with members of the Aboriginal community and ensuring that you've got that trust and that it's a culturally sensitive, I guess, approach to policing. Is there any sort of new initiatives or work that the police are doing, particularly, I'm thinking in the northwest and western parts of the state, in that space?
Yeah, look, I think probably if I could go as soon as yesterday, we were briefed up on a program that's running in Moree, where we're actually engaging through our Aboriginal community liaison officers. And forgive me, I can't give you the name of the program at the moment, but I can provide it. And it basically is driven through the ACLOs at Moree and through the Aboriginal Engagement Officer and the OIC, Inspector McWilliam. And basically it's capitalising on some of the female elders, which are parents, aunties, grandparents of some of the cohort of mongoose offenders that are committing the offences, and basically involves trying to support their families in reintegrating these young people when they are given bail, just to stop the repeat bail breaches and the ongoing cycle. So I haven't sort of seen us engage at that level in this way. And again, it's a police initiative. I know that it's some areas, I think the Commissioner alluded to, Orange, Wagga, Tamworth, up in northern region, around mid-north coast and Kempsey, down south around Wagga in southern region, all similar issues. Lots of local initiatives, many of them, driven in partnership with police and other providers. Police have generally got fairly strong relationships through their consultative committees and the like, if we're sort of focusing in on the Indigenous cohort. The partnerships in those Aboriginal strategic direction type commands, where the ASD's fairly relevant, those ongoing relationships with the police and community consultative committees are still very strong. And as the Commissioner said, the Engage database was designed to record those interactions and really sort of monitor the outputs and the outcomes from some of those meetings. And a lot of innovations or in terms of partnerships. DCJ, just some of the localised initiatives like short-term remand projects, bail programs and that at Wagga. The police are at the table with those through the YAMS, Youth Action Meeting, coordination procedures. They're all in place. They're all things that have been evolved over the last 12 months.
And how do you, in terms of, and I appreciate different communities will respond differently and you need that local input, whether it's with the Aboriginal community or any young people, particularly focusing on youth crime. But is there a mechanism, if there's a really good initiative that's working in a particular community, is it through the YAMS that, someone in Wagga might hear about something really successful in Kempsey and think, well, is this something that we could also look to bring into our community? How do the local police kind of network on those initiatives and the potential solutions?
We've got a full-time youth command and a crime prevention command. So we've got a full-time senior officer that oversights, centrally sits over the top through our Aboriginal coordination team, and also our multicultural liaison teams, where there's other, members of communities that are non-Aboriginal. But, we've got MECLO's liaison officers that sort of engage for us in those communities, both regionally across metropolitan commands as well and communities. They're recorded on this Engage database. And in that way, the programs are centrally reviewed, coordinated, and good initiatives are actually recognised through that crime prevention command, through that liaison officer network and through the chain of command, and they're communicated out and shared. And that database engage system was designed by the police with a provider for the police to actually address the very point you made, so that we can actually share. It used to be paper-based initiatives. So Engage has been a bit of a game changer for us, and you know, at this point in time, it is showing itself to be quite significant and a real game changer.
Thank you. I might come back to some of this, but my time's up.
Deputy Commissioner Hudson, could we please, or possibly Mr. Lanyon, could we go back to the bomb threat on the botany matter and what we're doing or what you are doing in relation to that matter? I think it's just the Minister seemed unaware of what was happening or whether anything was happening, and I know that there was some conversation afterwards. So could you put on the record what you understand is happening?
I'll just reiterate, ma'am, that the matter's being investigated by South Sydney Police Area Command. I think Mr. Lanyon didn't go through the current status of that, but certainly liaising with the Counter-Terrorism Command in relation to that. So.
That's correct, Mr. Hudson. Ma'am, it's an ongoing investigation. South Sydney Police Area Command are leading it, are taking it seriously. So they're certainly aware of what you've referred to as the bomb threat, but then a subsequent threat that was made to the victim, or a subsequent correspondence that was had with that victim there. As part of the ongoing investigation, there has been significant and ongoing contact with the victim to provide updates. It is a matter that continues to be investigated. So investigators are still trying to identify the persons responsible for the offence. Obviously, as we get further evidence, that investigation continues, but should you have information that the victim has not been properly kept informed, I'm more than happy to take that information from you and I'll have it acted on.
Thank you very much. And could we just go back to the equipment issue? Actually, sorry, just before we do, for you, Commissioner, at the last estimates, I think the numbers were we had 16,923 sworn officers. Has that number increased or decreased since then?
I can pull those numbers out.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, maybe I'll go to while you're doing that, I'll come back to that. Deputy Commissioner Smith, when we were referring to the equipment, or it might be you, Mr. Hudson, when we were referring to the body-worn cam, I just think it would be great to understand a bit clearer what precisely it is we're looking at having. Are we going to be in a position this year or in the next few months where all of those devices, all weapon devices, are accompanied with activated body-worn cameras?
I'll defer to Mr. Smith.
Thanks.
Well done. Thank you, ma'am. In regards to the conversation about the integrated connected officer program, our ultimate aim is exactly as you've stated, is the fact that whether it is the use of any arms or appointments in terms of your firearm, the taser, that it is automatically activated once it is deployed through body-worn video. We are in a maintenance program in terms of the current body-worn camera program. We are currently in final vendor selection for the new rollout of the body-worn video cameras. Also, the holster activation devices, and we are already in deployment of the first tranche of the new Glock pistols with a further round of around about 17,000 Glock pistols in total to be new Glock pistols to be delivered over the next 3 years. In relation to the body-worn video, the time frame is to work towards final vendor selection and then ordering and commenced rollout of that program from the end of June 2024.
And so it's sounding like, and no disrespect here, it's sounding like it's going to be a long time until all officers with all of those weapons are actually armed with the the automatically activated body-worn cam. Is that right? Is that what I'm hearing?
We are working on a planned schedule of delivery.
So aren't we still working out the vendor selection, though, for that?
No, in terms of the body-worn, and the holster has been resolved.
Okay.
The acquisition of the holsters and the ordering of the holsters has been resolved.
So there is technology and it is available,
Yes.
and we will be able to get that.
Correct.
Right. Okay. And sorry, carry on.
The Glock rollout is finalised, so we have ordered the Glock pistols as part of the full program, and the full rollout of those Glock pistols will be resolved over the next 3 training years. The last couple of classes at the academy are leaving the academy with the new Glock pistol. Some of our specialist commands, such as Traffic and Highway Patrol, Dog Unit, already have the new Glock pistol, and we will work through making sure that program of works is done through the next 3 training years. It is a requirement that all officers are trained appropriately in relation to the use of the new pistol. In relation to the body-worn video, like our full program of work there is an order of over 6,000 cameras, and that will commence in terms of final selection and delivery from the end of June 2024. In terms of the full delivery of that program, that will be done in a much quicker time frame than the full delivery of Glocks. And then we will just sequence all of the holster activations because we already have all the tasers in terms of the rollout of the T7 taser delivery. And that number in terms of is the 2,600 tasers were delivered in August of last year.
Thank you. Can I just ask, how is the Glock, the new Glock, different to the existing Glock, other than the
calibre?
Yeah.
I'm not a specific weapons expert, but in terms of the operation, there is not much functional difference. It is a better weapon to use in the sense that of its ease of operation. But it is very similar to the 40 cal. However, the calibre of this is a 9mm Glock, and it is just a new generation Glock weapon that is part of the procurement process that we've undertaken in the New South Wales Police.
Thank you. Commissioner, did you have the numbers on the...
I'm just getting the most up to date. I had some at the end of January, but I'll get most up to date.
All right, thank you. And just it looked like the numbers that you were suggesting of police on leave may have reduced since we were last speaking in estimates. I'm just wondering, is the problem that we have at the moment still focused on the northern region? Is that still an area of concern to you?
It's still an area of concern, ma'am. It's always been overrepresented. It continues to be overrepresented. But there are some early signs that the numbers are slowing, but it's very early days, and would be nice to credit that to Pulse programs and the other programs have put in place. But we'll have to wait till it's fully embedded and evaluate it.
Thank you. And can I just ask a bit more about what my colleague was talking about with the youth program? I wasn't quite clear from what was happening in the conversation earlier about the difference between how the redundant suspect target management plan and the juvenile component or the young person's component of that's now no longer in operation. What precisely policing policies are, what's replaced it? I understand there's this youth justice strategy, and I can hear parts about that with the early intervention. So I'm just wondering, in terms of particular targeting, how are you doing that early identification?
So we're actually only in pilot, and the undertaking we made to LEC and other stakeholders that we would consult, and I think the consultation is due to conclude and the pilot is due to conclude on the 1st of March.
Right.
And the feedback will be incorporated and it will be returned to the executive for consideration, and we'll consider it then. So really it's still early days, but we need to try something, and move away from the STMP process.
And so just on that just that point, what were the risk assessment tools? Like, is there a category or some top points of what those risk assessment tools that...
In the old system or the new one?
The new one, the one you're trialling.
I might ask Mr. Hudson to talk to that, but it's really about, for each command and area, to focus on its crime environment and our PDR, as we call it, about tackling that problem in a full lens rather than just concentrating on an offender cohort, but it may pick up an offender cohort in that process. But have you got anything additional, Dave?
Thanks, Commissioner. It's a more holistic approach to crime, being crime focused rather than individual offender focus. And even though the previous policy did have many prevention strategies in it, they weren't widely adopted by the frontline commands because of the absence of support from other agencies. So historically they went back to the normal strategies of targeting the individual, bail compliance checks, things that they could do within their remit, which obviously attracted some criticism from the Law Enforcement Conduct Commission. So there were a suite of options in the old policy in relation to what was possible, as I said, which weren't adopted. The new policy will be crime focused based on the daily crime reviews, the monthly PDR meetings, and input from dashboards that are established into particular crime categories. If individuals are suspected of being responsible for a high volume of crimes within those cohorts, if they're youth, they will be referred to the Youth Command to develop appropriate strategies to manage that individual, rather than relying upon what was in the former STMP3 target management plan.
That sounds like an improvement. I'll come back to it. I'm just going to hand to my colleague, Ms. Boyd.
Thank you. Hello again. So a bit more calmly now, can we go back to looking at the status of the IPOS system? Can we start with the details of who has been tendered to do that work and what the time frame is?
I will hand to my deputy on this in more specific detail, but the original scope of IPOS was one provider, and as you pointed out at previous estimates, that contractor was terminated and we've moved to individual providers that can best deliver what we need. So that has broken some of that work down, and as had been indicated earlier, the forensic and evidence system, for example, vendor has been sourced and the system will go live shortly. So as similarly to the CAD system, which is the call and dispatch system, that's also in advanced procurement, and then onwards from there, it's active procurement in terms of what comes next, and it's really a commercial thing, so it's really, can't go into too much detail, but it's certainly segmented so that we can deliver things, get on with the job, and get moving.
So for the layperson, the forensic and evidence bit,
yes,
how does that relate to the types of things that I've been interested in from a domestic and family violence perspective, and also a sexual assault perspective? So we've spoken in the past at estimates about, can we record and actually derive the data in terms of why sexual assault claims are discontinued, for instance?
Well, there's two things. And so forensic and evidence is really about dealing with the evidence, about recording the evidence and any forensic analysis, etc. All the movement in and out and checks, forensic testing, etc. is managed on that system, and the results produced on that system. It's a system that's used by other national police forces, and that will give us good collaboration if we need to work with our colleagues interstate. The issue that you have difficulty with, and I think we all have difficulty with, is actually recording reasons why a victim may discontinue or withdraw from a sexual assault investigation. And that's not always clear in any system. Like, there's not enough drop-down menus to paint a picture for every victim circumstance. So I'm not quite sure that we're actually ever going to get to where you want to get to.
So my understanding is every other state and territory in Australia can provide the data.
We can provide some data, but it won't be unique to the circumstance. It might be that a victim withdraws for they just don't want to continue.
Sure, but that's not what we're interested in capturing. So at the moment, my understanding is that every other state and territory can tell us whether police have decided not to continue with it because of the feelings of lack of evidence or whatever, or if so I don't care what the reason is, but there's basically a police action versus a withdrawal by the victim. That is information that is available everywhere else and hasn't been available in New South Wales that I've been banging on about for the last 5 years. When will we have that capability in New South Wales?
So the COPS replacement project, which is part of the bigger IPOS, is a piece of work, and I'll get Mr. Smith to talk about that. But that's made it clearer for me, and thank you, around what the distinction is, but we won't be able to detail every individual case, but there will be simply two categories.
So is that... do we have a timeline for that? Because previously I've been told a timeline, and now it's gone back to the drawing board. So
so, Minister, just in relation to that, so in regards to the COPS replacement, we have a multi-vendor approach, and at this present time, our project team for IPOS is actually speaking with other jurisdictions in relation to the vendors that they use, which may be able to assist in answering the question that you have asked. But also, we are currently in the planning, the testing, and the pilot phases of looking at those vendors and that multi-vendor approach outside of the single source selection under the previous arrangements. We are looking to have that completed towards the end of 2024. And in terms of what happens next, we will then move into procurement, the procurement phase. And I can't necessarily give you an exact time frame around what that procurement activity might take and what that might look like. However, we are working towards the COPS replacement program, certainly to be working towards delivery towards mid-2027.
Mid-2027?
Correct.
And that will include as well the point that was noted in the Auditor General's report from 2022 in relation to police responses to domestic family violence, which talks about it being at least, 2026 was when she was talking about having the ability, let me just read this bit to you. It says, however, police advise connections between events or individuals are not displayed as automated alerts, and they must manually scroll and search for relational aspects or patterns of domestic and family violence behaviours in lengthy narrative summaries. That was the bit that she was told at the time was 4 years away. Is that the bit now that you're saying is mid-2027? Just to be clear that that's the same.
I don't want to certainly mislead you. I have to take, specifically in relation to that question, if I could please take that on notice and get back to you.
That would be really useful. I just want to make sure that is in the works.
And there's two other things that I think it would be useful for us to talk to. One is that we introduce the SARO, which is the online reporting of sexual assault tool. It was launched that people could do it online from January last year. We see about 4,000. We've seen about 4,000 reports on that platform. But that puts the choice in the victim's hands, and not all victims want to actually. It could be used as an intelligence tool, or they can elect that they want to be spoken to by police. So that actually differentiates those that want police action and those that don't. What predates that is a great body of work done by, led by Mr. Hudson with one of the research doctors that we have around the sexual violence strategy that reviewed about 4,000 events for a whole year, one by one. We took detectives offline to work through that, and I'll get Mr Hudson to talk to what we discovered in that work.
Okay, I think I've heard about that before. Is it relevant to the IPOS stuff?
Well, to the point around what you're trying to distinguish about whether it's a victim seeks withdrawal or police discontinue.
Yeah, is that...
So, I mean, I think those
was
things
data collected in that process?
Pardon?
I think the important part, only 37% of victims actually made a statement.
Okay, but we're talking about the
You're talking about
cases that have actually been brought, where charges have been laid, and then the prosecution hasn't happened or it's been withdrawn. That's the point that we're interested in knowing, so that we can look at systemic issues, and that's the thing that every other state and territory has been able to do for some time.
That's going to be difficult, given that once they're charged before the court, they'll be predominantly DPP matters.
Sorry, Commissioner, there'll be a responsibility of the DPP to provide that. They're the prosecuting authority.
No, this is something that is provided in every other state and territory. I'm happy to, on supplementaries, I will put out the entire detail again, so that we're clear on what we're talking about, because maybe we're at cross.
And maybe they've got a better
that data.
Yeah, and maybe they've got a better joined up justice IT system in other states and territories.
Oh, is that what we need?
Perhaps.
To us, Chair?
Yes.
Yeah.
DPP.
Thank you. I want to go back, probably through you, Commissioner, to Mr Pizzanos again, but last time we were here we were talking about, and it was specifically in relation to Mongoose, about kind of some more public reporting when there had been arrests, and I did notice after we talked about it, I'd love to say it was because we talked about it here at Budget Estimates, but I suspect police were going to be doing that anyway, but I think that was helpful in terms of that community sort of information. Is there any intention to do that, or continue to do that, or do it on a more regular basis? And then related to that, advice out, particularly to those areas where we are seeing increased numbers of break and enters and car thefts, about actually the best way as residents to sort of prepare or keep yourself as safe as possible from those sort of, like the likelihood of being a victim of crime, I guess.
Oh, the crime prevention messages?
That's the word. Thank you.
And that's that certainly occurs, and I think take my mind back to when I was a local area commander and we'd had Neighbourhood Watch, and that's how you'd spread those messages. But certainly crime prevention meetings and community safety meetings, and it depends on your local arrangement, but there's certainly avenues for that. And as you point out, the data around our arrests, and I know reading the media advisories every morning that the regional areas in particular, in Tamworth and other locations, are actually doing quite a bit on that, the police activity as well as some of that messaging.
Yeah.
I'll hand to Mr Pizzanos, but some of the messaging, of course, might be fine for those people in a digital environment, but not everyone in the country has access or regularly uses it. So we just more traditional newspapers, radio, those types of things, but certainly that piece around reassuring community members, particularly the older members and vulnerable members of the community, is an important focus for us.
Did you want to add anything?
Thanks, Minister. Thanks, Commissioner. No, to that point, I actually had a meeting this week with our sort of public affairs media executive, just around this issue about, really talking about, so we can sort of maintain, obviously, the crime prevention, community safety messaging in regional that we have really ramped up, but also talk about the other things that are happening in communities that, as you know, there's still wonderful, amazing things happening day to day in communities, just to keep them ticking along, keep people safe, and just basically civic activity. Definitely for my way, I'm going to push more, I guess, responsibility into the OICs, which are generally OIC inspectors, to do more localised. They're already doing a lot, but I think we can do it even more.
Yeah.
And one thing we're really cognisant of doing during some of this uptick in offending, we wanted to be careful that we didn't sort of appear to be shifting responsibility by driving community safety messages out, making it look like, I guess from my perspective, that we were shifting responsibility back towards victims in the community. Yeah. So I was very careful on maintaining the messaging. It was more about us pushing the messages out about the arrests and the prosecution side of it. Yeah. And we wanted to utilise that as a way of maintaining that safety and that sense of safety in community, relying on the officers in charge, the OICs in our sectors, and regions to maintain the positive messaging and the programs. So it's just trying to get that balance right, that we weren't sort of victim shifting at that time to say, look, you know, you've got to do more, when, as we know, a lot of the regional offences, the entries going through kicking in doors and smashing windows, and I don't think there's a whole bunch we can do that people aren't already doing.
Yeah, and I think that's right. You know, people, you know, keeping their home secured. A lot of people have got extra security if they can afford it or whatever. But I mean, someone even said to me, this is an anecdotal thing, and that, you know, particularly with the increase in car thefts at the beginning in our community, particularly, it sort of seemed that they'd come in, take your keys and then go, and now it's escalated a bit. And there was a comment the other day at the school gate where all the best advice is given, I can tell you, about, are you better to leave your keys in plain sight on the kitchen bench, or are you better to hide them because people go looking for them? And I know that might sound a bit silly, but people are actually talking about that, sort of not knowing what the best way is, because, to your point, they're gaining access already, and they are, and there's nothing you can do to stop someone kicking your door in. But how do you keep your family as safe as possible in terms of what you're doing within your home as well, I guess, if you are unfortunate enough to be in a position where you're a victim of that sort of behaviour?
No, I think I agree with your points, and I think that it speaks for itself. I know those discussions are being had by people in regional communities about just, you know, pretty much keep your keys in your car type of thing. But look, I think we continue to look and evaluate the types of messages we're putting out there, and I don't dispute the fact that we can probably do a little bit more. Certainly get that balance between the positivity of life in community at this time versus really trying to keep people safe, getting those messages out.
Yeah, fantastic. And then also last time we spoke a little bit about, and this is not just unique to regional areas, but youth crime across the state, the role, I guess, of social media, and I think there were TikTok challenges about which vehicles you'd steal and the burnouts, and again, we addressed it in the last hearing last year. But has there been any further work or developments done with some of those social media companies around how they work with police? And I know you can't stop trends, and, you know, it's, you know, don't get me started on social media as the mother of 2 young girls and how we manage it, but how are police working, I guess, proactively with some of those social media companies, and is there any update for us?
We certainly are working with them, and I signed an MOU with the E-Safety Commissioner last year, but we've got a policy around removing harmful content from social media platforms. We have quite a good relationship with most of the platforms. I guess the unfortunate thing is that it's post the event, often after it's already gone viral, and it's really, you know, how do you disincentivise kids from posting the hashtag, you know, whatever's trendy at the moment, where they're trying to outdo each other, and that's something, it's a vexed issue, but certainly we're working with the media, social media companies to remove harmful content.
Is there, and it might be public, and I'm sorry if it isn't, I don't know, but with that MOU with the E-Safety Commissioner, is that available online somewhere, or could you provide a copy? If possible?
I'll take that on notice. I mean, it was, you know, we had a public signing, and it's, so...
It'd just be good to sort of understand, I guess. And I you know, the E-Safety Commissioner does great work, I know, in a range of areas, but if we could sort of understand, again, ways that this work is happening, that would be good. But if you can take that on notice, I'd appreciate that. I'll just do a couple more if that's all right, Susan. Sorry, thank you. Turning to a different issue, in terms of the challenges around retention and recruitment, and obviously the Minister gave some evidence about the number of vacancies, we've also heard about the proliferation of domestic violence issues as well. Is there any update in terms of redistributing officers from other roles, such as the domestic violence liaison team needing to go into other roles within the front line? And we spoke about this in the last estimates too, but how is that tracking, particularly in relation to anyone working in the domestic violence space?
Thanks for your question. As part of the, and it's been in place for many years now, in terms of staffing, managing the first front line, I guess we call it, in our relation in calls for service. The police and the Police Association have local memorandums, agreements around first response, an agreed position, although they're reviewed regularly, about what is a minimum first response, the number of vehicles, the number of officers on particular shifts on particular days to meet demand. It's really designed to meet demand, and that's why it needs to be monitored regularly. With any policing situation, but particularly when we're short, we always must meet our calls for service first. And there will be times that we'll just call on other staff in the station to be rostered to assist if necessary, and that doesn't exclude or include necessarily the DVLOs, although I think I've said this on record here many times that a straw poll across the organisation, anywhere I go, that DV takes up more than 60% of our time. So I'd find it highly unlikely that we would draw from the DV teams because of the focus on that as a priority, one of my priorities. It may be drawn from other areas, proactive teams. On some occasions it might be detectives, or it could be other liaison roles from within the station. But certainly it's an all-in type scenario when we're trying to meet calls for service first.
Yeah, okay. And you may not, but do you sort of collect data on how often, or is it really just up to the local situation? And I appreciate that it can be very individualised depending on it. Yeah,
it'll be nuanced, and it's really the job of that's why we have commanders in place and OICs, so they can manage those things.
Okay. And then just in relation to, I guess, and again, community information around sort of domestic violence more broadly, because it's obviously clearly something that is very concerning, and you know there's many media reports, it feels almost daily, and I'm sure it does to you, about really horrific things that are happening. Is there anything, I guess, new or different in terms of community messaging out about DV and how we're kind of tackling it as a huge concern? You said it's one of your major priorities, which I would agree.
It is, and necessarily so. And it's one of those crimes that has been increasing in numbers in terms of reports. And one could argue, is that an increased prevalence or an increased confidence in reporting to police? And don't know the answer necessarily. It's probably a bit of both. But I'll certainly hand to Mr. Lanyon, who's the corporate sponsor for this area, in terms of all the work that's been done following the domestic violence review and project, the establishment of the registry, gearing up for coercive control, etc., and all the training and work that's been done. So over to you.
Well, thank you, Commissioner. I can answer that in a few ways, if that's okay, Ms Mitchell.
Yep.
In terms of public, we've been very open about Operation Amarok and the work that we've been doing from a very proactive perspective to make sure that we're targeting our most dangerous domestic and family violence offenders. We've had 5 of those operations now and charged almost 3,000 persons. So when we give that information to the public, as much as anything, it's about providing victims with comfort that the police are taking those matters seriously, that we want victims to come forward so we can act on it. And that has been a very strong bit of public messaging. The Domestic and Family Violence Reform Program started in late 2022, has 9 working groups looking at things like systems and processes, IT, looking at the ways that we can do better to provide better outcomes for victims. And I know Ms Boyd will have a question later on, certainly about the DV SOPs, and I can address that as well. But really one of the biggest changes for us, one of the biggest drivers from the New South Wales Police Force is how we work in partnership with others, how we work with the sector, so very much DV New South Wales, Women's Domestic Violence, Court Advisory Service, all of those agencies and all the stakeholders, we're very much getting together because they really are the voice to the community. So a lot of work has been done in that space. As we come up with different initiatives such as the Empower You app, which obviously is a very forward-facing, designed for victims to actually be able to access services quicker, record incidents, obviously assist them if we want to go to court with those victims. But it also allows victims to know that they have other ways of accessing the New South Wales Police Force. So again, it's very much about being very forward-facing, very much about ensuring victims that the New South Wales Police Force are here. We need you to come forward. We will provide the best service to you, but then really putting offenders on notice that we won't tolerate the crime.
Thank you. I'll hand over to my colleague now for some questions. Thank you.
Perhaps if I can just follow up on some of the questions of my colleague and perhaps go back to you, Commissioner, in relation to e-safety, harmful content, all of those issues. I wanted to focus, I suppose, on matters that might well be covered by 91Q in the Crimes Act, which is that offence of distributing intimate images without consent, including images which have been altered. Given the proliferation of the use of AI, and we've seen lots of very public examples of that recently, and if even I can go on the internet and find deep nude and shot kit, I'm sure other people would be more proficient. Do you have any views about whether this section, you're able to prosecute people under that, enforcement issues, any way that we can be dealing with these issues better than we are?
Thanks for your question. It is a complex area. In fact, recently the executive had an intelligence briefing from our intelligence area about that very matter, and dealing with the risks posed in that space around AI and the generation of languages I'd never even heard of, Google dorking and deep fakes and all those sorts of things. It's way over my head, I've got to say. But it is going to be challenging to work in that area. Certainly, we encourage people to report it. They will be difficult crimes often to investigate, given you need to identify the source, and whether it's the onshore internet provider and all those sorts of things. And, working through the complexities that I think we'll see more and more of it, I have no doubt. But I might see if Mr Hudson's got anything more to add in that serious crime space.
Not really, Commissioner. We don't see, we haven't had a lot of complaints in relation to that. We dealt with as the same as any other harmful content on that's been brought to our attention, and we would approach the companies to have it removed, which is more in the child protection space that we enliven those arrangements. And also with social media groups in relation to the youth offending that's going on that Mr Bazanis has spoken about. But we're currently in trial for that removal of harmful content policy. It had 3 months. We've just extended it for another 3 months to see if it's worthwhile. But there's not a lot of manufactured photographs that have been brought to our attention that would draw a charge under that section.
It's just interesting in terms of being brought to your attention and complaints that are being made, and I wonder whether we're dealing with a situation like some of the romance fraud and whatever, where victims feel so shamed that they don't feel that they are able to bring it to your attention. And is there a way perhaps of reaching out to victims to let them know that this is a policing matter and it isn't just something they have to bear alone?
I think we've actually spoken about that, and I think we send out, and it's online communications around those scams. I actually see a lot of it on our Instagram, reminding users around the risk of it, etc. There is opportunity for people to report these things. I forgot the name of it, Commonwealth Online reporting tool, and directly to the e-Safety Commissioner. So some matters may not come to us. If they don't come, they might go somewhere else, of course, onto the Commonwealth portal. But there's opportunity for victims in that space that, perhaps a Crime Stoppers report or something, if they don't feel like they're confident enough to come and report it as a crime, there's always the intelligence side of it.
Are you aware if there've been, or how many briefs of evidence for prosecution have been prepared under 91Q?
I'll have to take that on notice, but it's not something I've seen in my career or time as a Commissioner, but we'll certainly find out for you.
Because this is certainly, I recognise it's an issue of child safety. It's also an issue that affects adult women,
of course,
including Miss Swift, who's visiting our shores at the moment. And as I understand the provisions, it allows, it's not just a matter of taking it down and finding the ultimate source, it allows prosecution of anybody who distributes. So I would assume that would include anybody within Australia who's distributing images, no matter where they're created.
And that's quite possible, and I know we've had investigations where schools, there's been, in high schools, or hopefully not primary schools, but there have been those sorts of occasions, and whether it's 91Q or there's other charges being preferred, but those sorts of circumstances, so I'll take that on notice.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. And if you could also take on notice if you think there's any existing barriers to enforcement or prosecution that need to be addressed, I'd be very grateful. Thank you. Look, just a small question. in relation to the Sheriff and Court Security Amendment Act, which now allows sheriffs to be responsible for judicial safety outside the courthouse, and also envisages a memorandum of understanding between the heads of jurisdiction and the sheriffs. Do you have a view about whether the police should be party to that sort of MOU, possibilities of I guess, confusion as to who's responsible for safety of judicial officers?
From a policing point of view, I think we're busy enough. It's not something I'm volunteering to take on. There has been some inquiry, I think, through other ministers. I'm not quite sure what that position is. I understand the Police Association are very much opposed to that, but it's certainly it's not one that's come to me to make a decision on. I think it'd be a matter for DCJ, as far as I know, unless there's anything to add.
We were asked to comment on the bill, or the advice I got, even after speaking to the Police Association, was that there's nothing negative from the policing commands in relation to it. My understanding it was codifying something that they do already in that protection space, escorting judges to vehicles and to their motor vehicles at night in places.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. But as I understand it, it allows for protection at a judicial officer's home and all sorts
goes a
of
lot
places
broader
outside the court.
than that in the actual bill, but they don't attract dignitary protection from our police, and if they feel threatened, apart from ringing the local police, which I'm sure the sheriffs will do, if they think there's a threat or a risk, it's probably a worthwhile process in keeping the judiciary safe.
Okay, thank you.
And the sheriffs did assure me they wouldn't be applying for more weapons and use of weapons, and they promised they will call the police for those circumstances needed. And I stopped singing, I shot the sheriff after that inquiry. It's very hard. I just want to go back on one thing. You said the current pilot program with the youth-focused...
the replacement for STMP?
The replacement for STMP.
It's not just youth, it's for everyone.
Okay, thank you. I think it was a bit confusing earlier on, and perhaps that was my fault when I was talking about the youth justice strategy and how that interacts. So can we just be clear here? There are two very separate things. There is the youth strategy, and there is the new program that has replaced the STMP, and that is currently being trialled.
So maybe I'll try and be clearer.
Thank you. It's my fault, I think.
No, that's okay. The STMP has been suspended,
yes.
all bar DV STMPs, because I didn't want to put the community at risk. The replacement for STMP is in pilot. I think we're just going to call it PDR.
Okay.
And within PDR, the command team at a local area command, police area command, police district, will develop strategies to treat a problem that arises. If it's a youth problem, they will go to the youth strategy and use youth strategies. So there'll be a menu of things. They'll go to youth command and look at what's best for that particular problem. If it's a DV problem, they will go to the DV registry for best practice advice.
And as Deputy Commissioner Hudson said, we're not any longer, correct me if I'm wrong, taking a kind of individual targeted approach to offenders. We're looking more broadly at what are the inputs to what is causing the disruption or the harm, and that's your prevention aspect of your PDR. Is that how I should best understand it?
Sort of. So if you've got a crime environment or any social behaviour, whatever it is in a command, then the PDR is to consider prevention, disruption and response.
So can I ask then, wherever this sits within this pilot program, and so the 1st of March, you're saying the pilot ends, is that right?
I think that's the date. Or consultation finishes one or the other soon,
And how will we see the outcomes? Is that a public thing? Is that something that I can look at and say, oh, this is working, these are the things we've trialled? Is that going to be the process?
We'd probably finish the trial. The people working for us will submit to the executive for our consideration, and it's likely we'll brief the minister on. So we'll brief the minister on how it's going, because there's a lot of interest in this, obviously.
Yeah. And is this something that the LEC will be informed about? Or?
They've been consulted, and they're obviously a key stakeholder in this.
Thank you. And could you indicate what's been the input into that from First Nations groups or First Nations organisations?
So I'll just read the list of people we've consulted.
Oh, thank you.
Children's Guardian, Aboriginal Legal Services, Redfern Legal Centre, Uni of New South Wales, an associate professor in there around youth, the Shopfront Youth Legal Centre, LEC, and the Public Interest Advocacy Centre.
Great. Okay, and so will they be made aware as well at the end of the pilot? Is that the sort of, is it ongoing?
I imagine so, and that's the point of a pilot. We value their feedback and input, and obviously they want to know where we've landed at the end of it.
Thank you. I think I've got a bit of a better understanding now about what was happening, and sorry for the confusion earlier. Can I just move on then to just bail compliance checks at the moment? I think we touched on it last estimates. There was a question about where persons of interest are checked in terms of bail compliance at their home or compliance checks, but where there was no court-ordered enforcement condition. And there was a conversation I think we had where it was impossible for police to know where those bail compliance checks were being undertaken if there was no court-ordered enforcement condition. Has there been any reconciliation around that in terms of how you're undertaking those bail compliance checks?
Ms Higginson, there's a new policy. We put out a new policy basically to direct officers and give them instruction on how to undertake that there. I don't think the reconciliation was the problem. So police attending to conduct a bail compliance check will make a record of that to happen.
Yep.
What we wanted to make sure as part of the new policy was that the bail compliance check was conducted in accordance with the actual bail conditions, whether there was an enforcement order, and just really make sure that, I think you've previously raised an issue where there would be a repeated bail compliance check on a particular person. The new policy sets out exactly the restriction on that and what we do now. So it is a new policy that we've actually put in place to help our officers understand their responsibilities.
And do you think that that's now, are you aware whether there is an improvement in that, or are you hearing this, or are you not hearing complaints about that practice taking place, or will it take time?
They certainly don't come necessarily directly to me whether there's any complaints, and I've certainly not been made aware of any particular issues with that. And the guidance that was put out was fairly simple, and it was designed to make it easy for officers to understand how they can comply with the requirements of the bail conditions.
And was it along the lines of, if there isn't a condition, don't go and check? Is it that kind of, that simple?
It certainly provided very clear instructions on what they could make as compliance.
Okay, thank you. And so, I mean, I'll put some questions in terms of supplementaries, but it just, you know, one of the areas that I'm still being sought assistance on is whether, what is the total number of bail checks without a court order enforcement condition? And I know it's how do you calculate that? I mean, I'll still try and put that in case there's some kind of record there of what is happening. And it's particularly in relation to, you know, First Nations people is where the concern is just still coming forward. Can I just ask you as well about we had a brief discussion about, just one quickly. Are you aware of the Cheryl Grimmer matter, the long-standing unsolved matter of Cheryl Grimmer?
No, not personally, ma'am.
The Wollongong, yeah.
No.
Okay, there's just Cheryl Grimmer's family are still looking for justice, and in recent months, 5 informants and 1 witness has come forward, and the family believe that the police are not are yet to speak to these people and investigate further.
I'm personally unaware of it, ma'am, but I'm happy to take some details off you and follow that up.
Thank you. That would be great. It's one of those long-standing issues where justice is still being sought. And then, sorry, I'll hand over to my colleague.
Oh, thank you.
I can feel her itching.
Thank you. Just coming back to, so I'm very clear, because I think I talked about, I can't remember what I said, but in relation to the COPS IPOS issue, in relation to the discontinuation of sexual violence proceedings, I'm just looking at a question and answer. So this is an answer I received to a written question on notice back in 2021, in June 2021. The answer I got back was, quote, "The functionality to capture data related to the discontinuation of court proceedings, including sexual violence proceedings, is in scope for the second phase of IPOS. It is expected to be delivered within the next 4 years," so by mid-next year. It's that functionality that I was asking about. So if you need to take it on notice, that's fine, but I would like to know when that functionality will be.
Thank you, ma'am. If it's okay, we'll take that on notice and
Great.
get back.
Thank you. And apologies for messing the terminology up previously. So can I come to another issue I've been banging about for a bit, which is in relation to training for coercive control. So we talked about this last time, and then I got some additional information back from you afterwards. I had received information from the domestic and family violence sector that they were unhappy with not being consulted in relation to that training. Deputy Commissioner Lanyon, you came back saying that they had been consulted, and I think we maybe have a disagreement on what consultation means. The training, which I understand is now being rolled out, the face-to-face training.
Phase 2, yes.
Did the domestic and family violence experts see that training before it was rolled out?
They certainly participated, and they were part of the actual video that accompanies that training.
Did they see the video before it was completed and sent to or used for training?
Can I take that on notice? And I'll
Yeah.
confirm that for you.
Because my understanding from looking from what you've said is that there was a number of specialists who were brought in to talk generally about coercive control, which is great, but the training was then designed by the police, keeping that in mind, as opposed to it being somehow co-designed with the sector. Would you say that was right?
Yes, I'd say it was always designed as police training, because obviously it's about understanding the legislation, being able to enforce the legislation.
Yeah.
The purpose of having the sector and consulting with the sector was to make sure that we understood the particular influences of other parts of the sector in constructing that training, but it was certainly police design training.
Okay, so during the inquiry, the joint select inquiry into coercive control that we held before the legislation came in, we were looking at the situation in the UK, and particularly in Scotland in relation to how they had implemented their offence.
Yep.
And one of the strong recommendations that we made out of that committee was that the sort of, I guess, the success or otherwise of the legislation or of the offence would be very dependent on the quality of that training, and that it should be co-designed. So in Scotland, for instance, it was co-designed with Safe Lives, the organisation over there. Still not perfect, but it was a big step forward. Why was the decision made here not to co-design with the experts in the field?
I think in part, ma'am, we actually have a statutory responsibility under the Coercive Control Implementation and Evaluation Task Force to construct training and to report to that evaluation task force on training.
But the statute didn't tell you not to design that training with DV experts?
No, it did not. But as I've indicated before, the consultation was to make sure that we were informed of the attitudes and the views of all stakeholders, and that's really why it was such a wide piece of consultation. The actual training that needs to be given to officers is an understanding of the legislation and an understanding of what evidence to collect, what may constitute an offence, and how we would prosecute that matter.
Yeah, but doesn't it also require an understanding of what coercive control is?
And that was the reason for consulting with stakeholders and having them as part of the video to actually represent their views as part of the training that officers are exposed to.
Okay, but their expertise was not sought in designing that training, only in informing the police when they came to design the training.
I think I'll have to refer back to the part that the training we're trying to deliver is for police to understand the legislation and to enforce the legislation.
The legislation is talking about very complex matters, and the whole point of the coercive control reform was to give a better understanding or educate the public on what domestic and family violence was actually about. A huge part of that was understanding what coercive control looks like on the ground. Was it not thought appropriate to involve the experts when designing that training to make sure it would be effective at achieving that goal?
I think we're probably at cross purposes. I believe that the consultation that was undertaken, the involvement of stakeholders in the actual video that forms part of that training, is to inform police of the types of activities, the types of actions that would constitute coercive control.
How long was that forum where these experts were talking?
I'd have to take that on notice, sorry.
How long is the video of that forum that has been included in the training package?
I'll take that on notice. It forms part of a 2-hour face-to-face training package.
Okay. Is it a big part, small part of that?
I don't know. I'll come back to you, sorry, with an actual accurate time.
Okay. So we have 2 hours face-to-face training on something as complex as coercive control. What time of the day is this training?
When do we deliver it?
Yeah.
That depends where it is in a training calendar. So it'll be, officers would be scheduled for a shift to actually undergo training. So it could be at any time during the day they could undertake the training.
Do you have data on when that training has been held? Is it late at night? Is it early in the morning?
It's very unlikely it would be late at night. It would be during the daytime. I don't have those details on hand.
And when officers are watching this training, is there anything to ensure that they're actually paying attention to the training?
It's facilitated by either officers from the Domestic and Family Violence Registry, by DVLOs, trained DV officers who actually engage the participants in the training.
And is there any kind of test or examination afterwards to check that the officers have taken any of the information in?
If I take that on notice, I'll come back to you with whether the officers actually perform a proficiency test at the end of that.
Thank you. I was lucky enough to go to the UK at the beginning of the last month and speak to stakeholders and politicians and others in relation to the implementation of coercive control in Scotland and in England and Wales. And one of the major learnings that they have now, 4 or 5 years down the track in some cases, is that although they thought they'd done quite a good job with, days of face-to-face training, co-designed, etc., even that level of intense training for officers, now that they've done assessments, has not been as good as they wanted it to be. I'm concerned when we look at what we've got here with this 2-hour face-to-face, what sort of criteria how are we going to work out whether our police officers have actually taken this information in?
So again, as part of reporting to that evaluation task force I spoke to before, that will be taken into account. We're actually working through what the evaluation of the training will be. And I think what I should say to you is phase 1 and phase 2 of the training are really foundational. There is an ongoing process to ensure that officers are upskilled in terms of what coercive control is. And we need to also bear in mind that the legislation hasn't been implemented, so how it's going to be accepted by the court, what evidence is going to be acceptable, is still to be worked through. We have a domestic and family violence conference which will be run at the end of June this year, where we actually have representatives from Scotland coming to provide lived experience. We have a number of families, including Hannah Clark's family, coming to provide lived experience. So it's actually about taking officers forward on that journey. And if you consider phase 1 and phase 2 foundational, we'll continue to deliver training and education to ensure that officers have the best opportunity to understand what is coercive control.
One of the recommendations or findings from the Auditor General's report into the police responses to domestic and family violence, she found that the effectiveness of training across the police force was not particularly it was not monitored. There was no way of actually working out in many cases whether or not any of the training of police is effective, particularly in relation to domestic and family violence. It also showed that the professional development, even for those domestic and family violence specialist police, training was not mandatory. Have things improved since the Auditor General put together those findings and recommendations?
They most certainly have. So as part of the Domestic and Family Violence Reform Program, education and training has been one of the key pillars. I'm more than happy on notice to provide the additional training that is now provided to officers, whether they're in a specialist role or a generalist role, so that you can see there has been an ongoing development of that training.
Thank you. Commissioner Webb, we spoke last time about the use of Section 181D in terms of holding perpetrators of DV to account. You said last time there were 2 dismissals, I believe, under that section in the 2023 to 24 financial year, I think.
I'll have to check that.
How many now?
I'll give you the exact numbers, but to the point you raised, and obviously this morning the discussion around the recommendation, that whilst we've got 57 officers currently charged for 180 charges, that doesn't mean they're on the front line serving DV customers and victims, that they are probably doing alternative duties or may actually not even be in the workplace.
Are you able to give data on that?
On notice I will be able to, yes.
Thank you.
And there's a process that I implemented when I became Commissioner for a mandatory referral process through Professional Standards Command to bring those matters where they're serious, like domestic violence, sexual violence, or other matters of that kind, directly to me for consideration at the earliest opportunity, which brings them forward, I think, on average about 4 months rather than 18 months, as was the case in the past.
Thank you. Think about a time.
It feels like changing
Very
the guard,
gong,
Buckingham
yeah,
Palace,
yeah.
or Big Ben. Okay,
Right.
I think you've got 2 minutes, and
You can go.
Oh, okay.
right. Okay.
Commissioner, how many full-time equivalent police officers do we have in New South Wales as of today?
That was your
my numbers.
question,
Have you got those?
ma'am?
Sorry,
I do.
It's your question, but yeah.
So as at the 18th of February, we've got 16,573 headcount.
That's down.
And how many new recruits were sworn into the police force last calendar year?
I'll have to take that on notice, and perhaps if I can make it up to next Friday, then I can give you another 170 or something.
That'd be great. Thank you very much. Thank you.
You've got 3 weeks to
Yeah,
review,
the
Commissioner.
cost,
so,
yeah, good. And so that's we've heard figures before, but that still leaves us with significant gaps to fill.
Yes.
Yeah. And so, what do you see as the main factors contributing to the shortage of police officers?
Oh,
in
there's
the
a
state?
number of factors, and I think to some of the discussion we had this morning around the optional disengagement scheme, obviously that was a package that incentivised people with 10 years or more to leave the organisation if they wanted, so chose to, and we're obviously just going into round 3. And there'll be officers that are unwell, and I think to Mr Latham's point, the PMES survey, People Matters survey, showed us that police officers are burnt out, and they've been working really hard, and they continue to work really hard. And so that's the things like the Pulse program and other wellbeing programs we're putting around them to support them. Part of the Pulse program that I'm really proud of is the decentralised clinicians in commands. So there's maybe 1 clinician per 3 commands, for example, where they have officers, all staff, not just officers, have access to clinicians that they can build trust and rapport with. And through that program, there's early referrals to treatment. There's already been a number of those referred for treatment. So it's proving to be successful. We're onboarding another lot of clinicians now. So that's we've got a number of things within that suite of programs. So I think it's going to be a multi-pronged attack, and I think perhaps a pay rise in July might help as well.
Always
And,
helps.
and I guess the point that was just mentioned, it's not unique to New South Wales Police. It is actually a global problem. And it's, I think there's been recent reporting on Defence that they can't recruit either. So it's a workforce generally, but particularly in military, paramilitary organisations, it is difficult. There's sometimes better money and conditions elsewhere. You could work from home, and I can't offer as much work from home in this role.
Yeah. I'm interested in the clinicians. Are
Yes.
they psychologists?
Yes.
They're psychologists? We've heard in other forums the real difficulties of attracting sufficient numbers in the mental health workforce and psychologists. Are you having difficulties attracting clinicians to work in
No,
these
I actually
roles?
visited the induction program last week. There was one clinician who was rejoining the organisation for the third time, I think. She was heading out to Broken Hill, which is refreshing, and there were people that had come from so I'll probably poach from other parts of government, public sector, but that's great because they come with experience, and there's been a rigorous process to select the right people. It won't work if we don't have the right people in those roles.
Yeah. And are there any hesitations in some other industries? There's hesitations expressed about seeing a mental health worker who's connected to the employer. Are there any hesitations expressed by police in that regard?
Well, in my 37 years in this organisation, we used to have internal psychologists that were centrally located, and there was a reluctance to see them. We then brought in programs like EAP so that you could go to your own and whatever, and that in the most recent few years that's proved difficult, that they didn't understand police work, and they sometimes took police officers weeks to get an appointment. And if a police officer is ready to talk and wants that help, then they need it straight away. So I think it's always going to evolve, but I think it's showing promising signs.
Okay. Thank you very much.
So I'll go for quickly. Can I just note, on that figure, that means we are 350 police officers, sworn officers down since the last budgets. So how precisely, notwithstanding everything that the government has done, paying recruits, etc., how are you planning, and is it material that we're 300 down? How are you planning to get back to that number?
Well, any number down, but it's always going to be a sawtooth in terms of the number. I think the attrition rate per month is about 80 or 90.
Yes, correct.
The attrition rate is about 6.9% without optional disengagement. A few years ago we were at like 2.3%. There's a healthy threshold in any organisation. It is high at the moment, and that's why we need to work hard to recruit and retain our officers.
But realistically, I suppose you would be explaining to the Minister that it's unlikely in the immediate that the current government policy and I'm not asking you to comment on the policy, but it's unlikely that those numbers will increase the way the government thinks that they might be able to. It looks very unlikely, no matter what we do at this point.
I mean, it's hard to say. There were times not that long ago that we had 1,500, people in the waiting room, if you like. And the new recruitment program around paying recruits is showing great promise. So I think it's really too early to say, and maybe next time we come before you, that we'll paint a better picture, because it'll be 12 months down the track by then. Just to the question, so I can answer it while we're here. In the last year, 656 probationary constables are tested, and there's 159 are testing this next Friday. 159.
Thank you. Ms. Boyd.
Thank you. Just a super quick last one from me. Just in relation again to that STMP report, which has been well ventilated, there's a quote in there saying that the criminalisation of disability has been well documented, and it's also widely recognised that this occurs because of various factors, including the impact of frequent and intense policing, end quote. Last year, a report was handed down that was scathing into the Vera 2R tool that was being used by the New South Wales government, which alleged without basis that autism is a sign of criminality. There's been a few of these sorts of incidents coming. What consultation has been done with disability stakeholders following the STMP report to address?
I'll have to take that on notice, and I'll have to get the name of the report that you mentioned. I hadn't heard of it.
Okay. Thank you.
Can I just also ask in this 1 minute, it's come to my attention that there is a document named Forestry Protest Quick Reference Guide, and it is a Coffs Clarence police document. Is it possible to get a copy of that?
Can I take that on notice? I
Absolutely,
wasn't aware
I
that
would-
it existed either.
Yeah. No, I wasn't aware of it, but it looks very interesting, and I think it would be great to understand the contents if that's possible. And just in the last 30 seconds,
You're not going to get a copy of that.
I've got a feeling. I've got a feeling it's
Probably
going to be
operational.
hot reading. You could probably charge for it
For a
and make
short
a
just as a
killing.
rest.
I hope so. I hope so.
Yeah, that's right.
So, could I just
Can we
ask?
get a copy of the Forest Activist Guide?
It's online. You can see it absolutely. Just in the last 13 seconds, we talked on a very serious note. We talked about at the last budgets the firearm prevention orders. I think that there was an undertaking to look at what is happening around FPOs and whether there is a a concern about the misuse of those FPOs. I'm happy we can talk about that. Take it up after the.
Yeah, we'll just have a break now for 15
Yeah,
minutes. So we'll
and then
come
we'll
back.
come back and talk many more things. Thank you.
Thank you.
Online.
Mr Barnes, I've been heavily lobbied to relieve you, if you would like to go now.
Thank you, Chair.
You're
Thank
released.
You,
Thank you for
Have a good
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks very
for your
much.
attendance.
Thank you, Commissioner.
you.
Work.
Okay, we might resume with opposition questions.
Thank you,
I'm
Chair.
told there are plenty of them.
We do, and I'm sorry no one else is having an early mark at this point, but we'll do our best to get through as quickly as we can. I, through you probably, Commissioner, but again, happy for others to make comment as well. The payments for recruits at the academy, and I understand that there was some data provided earlier that you're seeing an uptick in people wanting to train, which is great. But is there any intention, other than I guess looking at overall policing numbers, to sort of measure over time the efficacy of that program in terms of retention? Because as we discussed, I think last time, one of the barriers was that cost when people had to go for 12 weeks to train, and obviously that funding program takes that away. But are you going to track sort of if those who are coming through the academy under this financial support are staying for 6 months or 12 months or 5 years, and I know that'll take time to collect that data, but is that the intention?
I'll ask Mr Smith to talk to it, whether a longitudinal study is
Sure.
in scope.
Thank you, ma'am. Short answer is absolutely. Now that we have that benchmark and that starting point in regards to the payment of our students, you know, like we always track the attrition rates of our probationary constables in any case, and we will be able. We have a good data set to go from about historically that percentage, and then we're able to track them along the life cycle of their career. What we still know now is that the average time for a New South Wales police officer in the service is at around about 13 years, a little bit more than that, and the average age is 38 years of age. So we keep that data, we monitor that data, we look at the recruitment data about the age sets that are entering the New South Wales Police Force, so we have all of that, and we will certainly, as part of this program, which is Project Celsius about the recruitment itself, is we have an evaluation process built in with the police academy to look at all of those things that you have said. So we will be able to look at that in a longitudinal view to make sure that we're addressing the needs, because once we have them, we want to retain them.
Sure.
And we want to make sure that they clearly understand that once they are in the New South Wales Police Force, that they have multiple careers within a career, to be able to choose and path into different areas of the New South Wales Police Force, and hopefully not leave the police force, you know, to pursue other things. And that's what we want them to do. We want them to, they come to us for a reason, you know, the job that they love. We want them to continue to love that job, but make sure that when we're identifying their talent and their career pathway, that they understand from the day they walk in to the day that they walk out of the New South Wales Police Force what that looks like. And the number of careers that they can have during that time.
And the data of the 13 years of service, is that sort of what at the higher end of public service? It's my understanding that it is, like people stay in the police force potentially longer than some of the other public service. If you don't know, that's fine.
Yeah, I don't know specifically.
Yeah.
I know that we do compare across public service as a whole.
Yeah.
But I would have to get that to you.
Yeah,
I
if
could
you could
probably
on notice,
find
that's
that
fine.
very
Yeah.
quickly. So before the end of the day.
That would be great. And then in terms of, you just mentioned the age sets of people entering the academy. Have you found, particularly in the latest sort of recruits, now that that financial incentive has been there, that has had an impact or had a change in terms of the age demographic of people coming in?
It's probably too early to make a definitive comment. However, what we do know is realistically that around about 80% of our classes that go into the academy are generally between that 19 to 25 to 28 year old. That is the makeup more broadly, and given the fact that the class that will be starting in the 1st of March is really the first full class to be paid.
Yeah.
We will have to monitor that over the coming recruitment phases to see whether that age demographic, the employment demographic shifts to make sure we can have an informed opinion.
Yeah, thank you.
If I could continue in questions in relation to the demographic spread of the police force, if you're able to answer these questions. Maths is not my strong suit, but I did some very quick figures that suggested that new probationary constables make up about 5% of the current police force, and if the sort of median length of service is 13 years. Just wondering whether you have any comments about, I guess, issues with respect to enough senior police, because it's my understanding that on any job, and certainly I would imagine in the police force, that you learn, but then your training really is on the job, and training is often observational as much as anything else. Do you see any issues in terms of the demographic makeup of the police, and to the extent that there may be those issues, is that actually a retention issue because the younger serving members of the force perhaps aren't having those opportunities to learn and be supported?
I'll defer to Mr Smith in a moment, but certainly my observation as the Commissioner is that we do have a lot of experience in the senior officer rank, particularly Inspector and Superintendent and above. There, as a generalisation, there is a gap in that middle band, and we often ask ourselves about how we attract and retain certainly people into sergeants' roles and other roles, because it's not, it comes with responsibility, and trying to attract women into those areas as well at a critical time in their own life and work cycle, to attract them into those supervision roles. So we do have a big cross-section across the organisation. Only last week I had a send-off for a fellow that had 60 years service. So we do have, and my colleagues here, it's more than 150 years experience between them. I've got 42 and 40, so there's a lot of experience at the top table.
We can't tell.
No, they join with our 3, they tell me.
3 ages there.
So
that's the pretty side.
We do have a lot of experience, but it's that at 13, 15 years service that people do make life changes, and we need to have a real good look at that. But I'll go to Mr Smith if he's got anything else he would like to say.
Without having the full demographic picture in front of me, which we do carry as an organisation in terms of what is the makeup of our workforce across all types of demographic measures. It does take time to become an experienced New South Wales police officer. We have the promotions processes about moving through the ranks, and that is done over time. Whether that is from constable to senior constable to sergeant, inspector, and as we go through. So certainly in regards to the range of experience, I can't sit here and say that we are lacking across the range of experience in frontline, in specialist and others. People choose their career paths for various reasons and gain experience as they progress into whatever career path that they choose within the New South Wales Police Force. But we do keep the data in terms of average age, average years of service, what each rank and the demographic within each of that rank, the generational impacts of policing in a modern environment and organisation. They're all the things that exist within our organisation that we are looking at all the time to dictate what we do next, who we need to target, what are the people who come into our job, what skill sets do we need to look at the capability of our organisation and continue to build.
Okay, thank you. And this next question, perhaps it's you, Mr Smith, or perhaps it's you, Commissioner Webb. I think you gave us the figure of roughly 16,500 strength police force. How many of those officers are actually currently available for service? So if we take out everyone on sick leave, if we take out everybody on maternity leave, if we take out everybody on long service leave or any other form of leave, or including anybody who may be suspended from duty, what's the active number?
I'll take it on notice.
Yeah,
we do
thank
calculate that because that is what we call our operational capacity, and those people that can do operational duties. But we do hold that data. I'll just have to take it on notice.
Yeah. And in terms of recruitment, is it keeping pace with attrition? Is attrition outstripping recruitment?
So at the moment, attrition is outstripping recruitment, and that's why we moved to paid recruit training model, not assisted by the optional disengagement program, but it is what it is, and we'll work through that.
Okay. And how many officers have we lost to incentive schemes offered by Queensland Police Force since they were initiated?
Oh, I think we were asked this last
right.
estimates, and
Sorry,
it was a relatively small number.
Okay.
I've got Operation State of Origin happening here, and most people that wear blue in this state want to stay blue. I mean, I think there were some that we lost that probably lived in Queensland, or they were attached to the Tweed-Byron area. They're certainly not big numbers that I'm aware of, but I can take that on notice.
Okay. It would be interesting to explore that in terms of retention. I mean, obviously, fair and adequate salaries are important, but clearly there are other factors that go towards retention other than just that too. Yeah.
I think we're biased, but I think we're the best. We're the best in the world, arguably. Yeah, I think if we lost people to Queensland and other jurisdictions, including Commonwealth jobs in the ACT, was through those that left with optional disengagement.
Right. Okay. Thank you. I understand from various statements the Minister has made that she's developing innovative measures to address falling policing numbers. Are you able to share with us what any of those innovative ideas look like in practice?
I think it's probably, some of that might be tied to award negotiations, so it's probably premature to talk about that.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. Look, we're hearing reports that in some areas, well, perhaps I should start with, we clearly have staffing shortages in the police at the moment. Are they distributed equally across the state, or are there some areas where they're more acute than others?
Yeah, as I mentioned to Mam Higginson earlier, Northern Region is overrepresented, and that has been the case for as long as I've known it, for whatever reason is in the drinking water in Northern Region. And it's not just police, general duties police, or police attached to police districts, it's actually specialist officers as well.
Am I the only one from the north up in here? Okay.
Certainly, it's a great place to work, but it's also busy.
Yes.
But there are a lot of factors, but they are overrepresented. I think 20% or something of the people.
I think I heard figures that in Lismore the police are at 52% operational capacity, which would be quite a strain on the other police if that is accurate. And I'm just wondering the impact. So the statement was made, which I think is very encouraging, that there are a variety of career paths within the police. To what impact, though, to what extent do staffing shortages impact on the ability to choose career paths? So, for example, we're hearing reports that in some places detectives are being told to go back in uniform because there's critical shortages there. In other places there are issues about perhaps people being expected to take on more responsibility than they're ready to in terms of investigations. Is this what's happening in the police force at the moment because of staff shortages?
As I said earlier, our first commitment is to calls for service, and if there are resources that are moved into support calls for service in the front line, it's not a permanent move, and it's we all chip in, roll up our sleeves and work together to work through those issues. Mr Smith, or in his former role as the Assistant Commissioner for People and Capability, was leading a working group with some of his peers to look at the timely movement of officers around the organisation, so not to limit people's opportunities, or at least manage some expectations that they will eventually, get to where they want to go. So there's a point that you allow movement across the organisation at the same time balancing the operational needs on the front line without blocking people's careers. But I know personally when I talk to officers out there, they've got transfer dates for future dates to go into specialist areas, etc. So they've still got optimism that they'll be able to follow their career path. I've recently instituted and approved additional resources in the organisation to create a careers advisory unit to help officers navigate their way around the organisation as a way of helping to retain officers. It's a big organisation, there's about 200 different roles that they can opt in, and most officers wouldn't know what's available to them. So I'm really hoping that will also be a retention strategy.
If police are being asked to fill roles that aren't their chosen career path within the police, to what extent would that be contributing to burnout and attrition?
I couldn't say. I'd be speculating. Yes, some of us are like variety in our job, and every day is a different day. But you know, I can't say really with any great certainty. Everyone's different.
Yeah. I wonder, Mr. Smith, have you ever looked at that, or has anyone within the police force looked at this issue, that filling roles? I understand that public safety is the number one, but if a detective's being asked to do frontline duties, does that lead to burnout?
In terms of managing the expectations, our Commissioner has obviously spoken about the importance of frontline. There is no doubt that keeping people in the career paths that they choose is very much important as a retention strategy. However, those things don't last forever. They are not permanent. If people are in a career stream, then that's a career stream that they are in at that point in time. If they are diverted for operational reasons for a period of time to meet a demand for service, then those things are explained by their commanders. Those things, whether it is a roster period or a shift. However, so all of those things are, yes, factored in. If I could just answer the question around the average years for public service. So it's 11 years and the average age is 39. So we are 1 year younger and 2 years longer.
Right.
So heads up in that space. So.
I just would be interested, Commissioner, perhaps you can walk us through, we've heard today and in other forums, police are relying heavily on overtime to address staffing shortages. How much overtime are police being asked to do?
I'll have to take that on notice because it's not a routine ask of officers. There might be shift changes, there might be time and a half arrangements if it's a user charges type event, and there's other arrangements that can be made. And so it's not strictly all overtime, and that might take some time to gather, but to quantify.
Yeah, no, if it was possible to provide those figures. The comment you made in relation to user charges events, so some events such as...
commercial or hallmark events, for example.
So extra security at the Taylor Swift concert would be user pays?
You've got it in twice. You're beating my KPI.
The football, those types of things.
Those types of events, yeah.
What about protests? Are they user pays policing?
No, they're not. We just use a system for rostering for us to help manage resources, but they're not charged out because they're not commercial events. And they're additional hours.
Additional hours. Additional hours, is that overtime or is that classed differently?
I think it's time and a half. Time and a half.
Time and a half, and overtime is double time?
Double time after 2 hours or something.
Okay.
Time and a half first 2.
Yeah.
Time and a half first 2 hours and then double time all the hours after that.
Yeah.
Okay. And shift changes, are there issues? Can we be confident that all police are getting the right amount of time off between their shifts?
The award talks to minimum 10-hour shift break, and the award also indicates that officers need 24 hours notice for a shift change. And I've had no issues raised with me at the union executive level. Those things would be dealt with at the branch level, at the local level.
Okay. Sorry, just to be clear, they'd be dealt with there. So there are issues, but they're dealt with, or there are no issues?
If there are issues,
okay,
it would be dealt with at that branch and local level.
Okay.
And if there's issues that can't be resolved, then they're escalated as a normal course. But I've not had those any issues escalated to me of that nature.
Right. And are staff shortages impacting on police being able to take approved leave at the times that they wish to?
The annual leave balances are something we do measure, and some areas are increasing on the basis that they're making sure that they cover the gaps, and we'll just have to juggle that.
So it impacts on whether people can take leave?
Certainly the award provision is that each officer must take a minimum of two weeks consecutive each year, and I'm pretty confident that all officers meet the award conditions. Right. Some officers choose to bank their leave so they can take a bigger break. So there'll be all sorts of circumstances, but again, that's managed at the local level with the commander and the officer.
Thank you. And talking about the local level, are KPIs in place for chief inspectors to meet when keeping stations under budget?
I have to take that on notice. There's certainly a key leadership position in the organisation and work as part of the command leadership team. So a superintendent and a number of inspectors will form a leadership team at that command level. Each commander is responsible for a budget, but I'd have to further explore the question you've asked.
If you could, I'd appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Can I just ask, just in relation to the very sensitive matter of the police officer being charged today, and in relation to the murder of the missing Sydney couple, I know we can't talk about this, and I don't expect you to in that regard, but what seems like is materially known is that, the access to the police weapon. Is there something that you will be doing, Commissioner, immediately in terms of, the weapons systems and how we allow access to weapons and...
As you say, it's a very live matter, so I can't talk about it in great detail, but it would be, because of the issues you raise, that it would be put up for consideration for a critical incident investigation for that very issue to be examined.
And it's, I say this because, I think it's the much bigger, broader, deeper issue that many members of the community are always concerned about, and that is the fact that we do have 17,500 individuals who are sworn officers that walk around the state very heavily clad with weapons, and weapons, that are designed to kill people. And it feeds into that broader narrative that we are finding it very difficult in relation to police recruitment, police training, and I suppose I'm going to this idea of, are we looking at modern policing through many lenses, including, consent of policing and consent in policing? We know that policing survives basically because there is an implied consent on part of the community that policing is fundamental and important, and I know we've got a minister at the moment that, really, really supports having a strong police force, but that also we've been hearing evidence all day about our needs to approach policing from a community wellness perspective and just the role of weapons. Is that something as Commissioner that you're constantly assessing and calibrating in your mind about whether we're on the right track?
Of course it is, and I think the question around police legitimacy is on the front of the Executive's mind all the time, and we operate in a Westminster system under the Peelian principles, and that our values are underpinned by that. The issue of officers and their appointments, etc., have evolved over years around protecting the community, but also their safety. And it's a very complex environment. But we're very mindful of the vast array of equipment, and it seems to be growing. When we all joined the police, we had a firearm and a set of handcuffs and maybe a baton that was accessible to us in the vehicle. And that over time, because of the nature of dangerous work of police officers, we've had to add to the cadre of options that they have available. And it is becoming, in some respects more dangerous. And the matter you refer to is an isolated event. But we do have robust systems in place, and we will deal with that matter like we deal with every other matter. But the safety of officers is my primary concern.
And so from that, thank you, Commissioner. So from that, though, with the special incident report that will now be commenced in relation to this matter, is it a guarantee that the way weapons are accessed by police officers, whether on duty or off duty, and the access to those weapons, is that something that, as a guarantee, will be in this investigation or this review? Is it by standard normally?
It will be, and matters like this in the past or other matters that have been dealt with previously or under review by the coroner, that will be a factor.
Thank you. And just on that topic, can I just turn to what we didn't finish earlier about the firearm prevention orders? I still am receiving some concerning reports, and I think I've referred some on to your deputies about the issuing of fire prevention orders against members of the community who have never had a firearm, and then, of course, the perverse play out of that when people are targeted, searched, etc., because of that firearm prevention order that's placed upon them, and the the policing of those people. Has that been addressed?
It has, and I'll hand to Mr. Hudson in a moment, but we've certainly made two-step changes in respect to what we colloquially call FPOs and the process. We have a system whereby the application is made on a system and comes through the various lines of authority. And the policies and procedures around the use of application of FPOs has been reviewed and I think has just been submitted in the last couple of weeks, resubmitted. And the firearms registry are playing a bigger role in the oversight and administration of FPOs. But I'll hand to Mr. Hudson for a more complete answer.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yes, the review was undertaken of the standing operating procedures for firearms prohibition orders. There have been some modifications made to those standing operating procedures and some increased governance around those, including, as the Commissioner said, a 10% dip sample of all FPOs by the Firearms Registry. They are currently issued by delegates at each region, and that level of governance will add to the scrutiny applied to those. To the issue of them.
What did you find? What's been found with the dip sample? Has there been cases that? Did you find cases like the ones I'm aware of?
Not necessarily. The incidents or the issues that we identified were quite low level, compliance/governance reporting issues, rather than on the issue of the actual FPOs. The threshold for the issue is, or the intent of the FPOs is to restrict an individual's access to a firearm because of their perhaps history or intelligence, which would suggest that they've been involved in organised criminal activity, that they're members of outlaw motorcycle gangs, or they are likely to come in contact with firearms through intelligence. And
can I ask how many FPOs have been issued or used on juveniles or young people?
Yes, we actually had to respond last year in relation to that. I think there were 13.
13. And on what are the factors that would suggest an FPO would be issued against a young person, a juvenile?
Their access to firearms, which by the very intent of the legislation we sought to prevent. Bearing in mind some of the individuals we're talking about are 17 years of age and quite violent in their histories.
And are there cases where, so in the dip sample though, you're saying that, so you didn't find any that were, cases that you would suggest were wrongly issued in terms of an FPO?
There were some anomalies identified, but very few, and they were withdrawn.
Sorry, they were withdrawn?
They were withdrawn. There's a large number of FPOs in existence. It's a useful preventative tool in relation to especially...
But they also, as you know, they also permit this warrantless search. That's the issue of the person.
Correct.
Yeah. And the issue that, the issue is that when somebody's subject to a warrantless search for no proper reason, i.e. they've got an FPO and they shouldn't have one, then that is it perpetuates a terrible circumstance for that person and the people around them.
If an FPO is issued against an individual, they can appeal that and have that reviewed. We have very, very few reviews or appeals.
Yeah, well, respectfully, Deputy Commissioner, I would say that often that's because those people that often find themselves, some of the people I'm aware of that contact me who have an FPO and in earnest shouldn't, they are not necessarily the people with great capacity to engage in an appeal or a review process. It's not that simple, especially once you're being targeted by police. I think this is where sometimes we forget or we're numb to the circumstances of those people that once they find themselves in a cycle of over-policing and the victim of wrongful policing, the last thing somebody's going to do is contact the police or go through a review process. That's the problem here. Do you think there's merit in that and what I'm saying?
I think if somebody tried to serve an FPO on me, I'd certainly want it reviewed or
Of course
appealed.
you would, Commissioner, because you're very able, you understand the system. The process requires going to NCAT. If you're a 17-year-old, are you going to do that?
I'm sure there would be groups that would advocate their appeal if they thought that they had a chance of overturning that FPO.
I'm sorry, I understand what you're saying, but I am challenging that. That's not how it works. I work with victims of over-policing all the time. Not only are they disempowered, they're traumatised. That's what it's like. I don't know, you're a man in uniform and it's been a long time. It's been a long time you've been in that uniform, and the constituents that talk to me, are absolutely petrified by that uniform and would never seek to challenge it. They run and hide and they're traumatised by it. Can I just ask, in terms of the juvenile FPOs, the issuing of FPOs on juveniles, does that lapse once they turn 18 or does it then carry on? How does that work?
It would continue on.
And then, okay.
Because the risk would not be mitigated.
And so then how does a juvenile deal with it? Because you suggesting to appeal if you're a juvenile and you have to go to NCAT to do that. But do you have capacity before you're 18 to go to NCAT to review that? Or someone would have to go on your behalf?
I think there's currently about 8,000 FPOs in existence in New South Wales. I think there's 13. And the decisions to issue those FPOs were not made lightly. Firearms prohibition orders have been instrumental in stopping the gangland violence in south-western Sydney. The number of FPOs that have been prevented, that have been executed on
So are
suspects.
those 13 all in Western Sydney?
I don't have the addresses, but they were certainly involved in high-level criminality.
And so are you then... Sorry, so there's 8,000, did you say?
Correct.
And how big is a dip sample?
The review initially started at 10%, but it went more broadly than that.
And are you going... what's the region kind of proportionality, do you think?
There's a fairly even spread across the regions, including a large number that are issued by State Crime Command. However, they are subject to review. We've given an undertaking from the Commissioner's executive team to review all of them every 5 years to make sure that they are still current and valid. So they will all be reviewed every 5 years.
And so just to finally on this point, so if somebody's never had a firearm, what would be the indication? So you're looking at other factors as to why you would then, and they've never even applied for one. Why is that a tool that you go to?
Because we have information that because of their involvement in organised criminality, outlaw motorcycle gangs or other criminality, that to prevent their access to a firearm would be in the interests of the community to protect the community.
So just honestly, what do you think the percentage of the 8,000 relates to organised crime?
What percentage of the...
Intuitively. You've been at this for a long time. What would you think?
8,000 would be related to criminality. And that's... Otherwise, we couldn't issue them. They wouldn't reach threshold.
Well, I find it very interesting because a couple of the people I've dealt with, in terms of criminality, I would suggest we are talking about the lowest end of the spectrum. I've referred somebody to one of the deputies, so I don't think, I'm not sure that that's quite the best way to put it in. I mean, is there some threshold that you're working with before issuing an FPO?
Yeah, there is a threshold, as I said, because of the level of their criminality or their history or their behaviour.
But can just suspicion be it? Or does it have to be the perpetration of previous acts?
We have to justify that preventing their access to a firearm is in the community interests. Because the issue of an FPO is to prevent their access to a firearm.
Yes. Very, very discretionary. All right, but so you've undertaken a review, you're doing a dip test, and you're continuing that review.
That's correct.
Thank you. That's pleasing to know. Mr. Lanyon, you look like you were about to say something. No?
No, ma'am.
Okay. My colleague, Ms. Boyd, has some more questions.
Thank you very much. I just want to ask some questions about facial recognition. And thank you so much, because after the last estimates, there was questions taken on notice and they came back and they were really fulsome. And there's been quite a notable increase in sort of transparency since sort of last term of Parliament, which is great. There was quite a notable jump in the instances of the use of facial recognition being used to generate leads for investigations. So we had 316 in 22-23 financial year, and then the 23 financial year to date, so this is at the end of last year, was 453, sort of increased quite a lot. Do you have an up-to-date figure for where we're at now?
I'll have to take that on notice.
We're heavily promoting it.
Yeah.
Sorry?
We're heavily promoting it.
Right.
Internally.
Yes. Okay, so that's good. Now, in the answers, we're told that the facial recognition that's used within the New South Wales Police Force is developed by Cognitech Systems and the US-based National Institute of Standards and Technology, which is an agency of the US Department of Commerce, tested 189 facial recognition algorithms from 99 developers, which was the majority of commercial developers, including systems from Microsoft as well as Cognitech. And that investigation found widespread racial bias, with the systems falsely identifying the faces of people of colour 10 to 100 times more than Caucasian faces. Is New South Wales Police comfortable that their systems are not exhibiting this racial bias?
Yes, we are. And we don't use facial recognition or facial matching services as the only evidence that we will use to charge someone. We use it as an investigative tool to give us an indication of matching, say, a CCTV photograph with our offender photographs.
But the problem with the bias is that it would lead, presumably, to people being identified, even if they're then subject to further investigation, they're still being contacted 10 to 100 times more than Caucasian people because of the bias in the facial recognition software. Can New South Wales Police be comfortable that its software does not exhibit that bias?
Well, we haven't found that. We haven't found biases in it.
No, and when I asked about this last year, I was told that there was no, it says in here, in these answers, the software was commissioned, the one from Cognitech Systems, and has not been tested for bias. So I appreciate that you haven't found any bias, but from what you told me last year, you've not tested the system for bias, so how would you know?
Because of the outcomes that the system produces, it hasn't been raised that biases are apparent. As I said, we don't use it as a decision maker in any charging
Yeah.
process. We use it as a filter.
But is it a decision maker in terms of who you contact? Are people who are getting...
Not necessarily.
If there's bias, but you don't know. I mean, there could be bias in your facial recognition system that is leading to more people of colour than should be being approached by police in the initial stages of investigation. Isn't that true?
Not that we've identified. If the suspect is of colour, it will give an output of colour.
But have you actually tested your system to make sure that these issues that are being identified around the world with racial bias, especially over policing,
But it depends how you use the system. If we put a photo in and we're trying to match someone to the photograph that we have from a crime scene, it will come up with people similar to that crime scene, to that photograph.
Okay. So there's
if the person in that crime photograph is of colour, it will provide photographs of colour.
Right. But
I would hope all options,
and
because
that's
otherwise
that's
it will
all
be
you're
inaccurate.
using it for.
So that's all we use it for.
I'll come back. Thank you.
Opposition?
Okay. Thank you. I'm interested in intelligence gathering, and so you can, I guess, predictive policing, if that's the right word. So, for example, with the neo-Nazi incidents relating to Australia Day, how was intelligence gathered and shared among law enforcement agencies to be ready to meet those groups?
Because of the nature of that particular group, SNN, Counter-Terrorism, it is a group that we monitor. We did become aware that they were congregating in Sydney on a certain date. There was a police operation stood up under Mr Lanyon at the Police Operations Centre into management of activities for Australia Day. Counter-Terrorism Command set up an incident management team on that particular day and over that weekend, and fed intelligence into the Police Operations Centre.
And a lot of those groups, I imagine, are active online, spreading their messages and seeking to recruit online. Are you able to police online, or that's a Commonwealth responsibility, or how does that work?
We monitor groups online.
Okay. But if, for example, people were engaging in hate speech online or inciting others to vilification, can that be policed by the New South Wales Police?
Yes.
Okay, so you could identify the perpetrators and you could arrest them?
Yes, our online engagement team and our online investigative teams are separate to the Commonwealth.
Yes.
We separated 18 months ago.
And we've got sufficient laws in place that means that we can prosecute for online offences as well as physical offences?
We can prosecute with all Commonwealth offences as well.
Okay, right. Okay, so you would prosecute it as a Commonwealth offence in New South Wales?
Sometimes. We would charge with the most appropriate offence, whether it's Commonwealth or state-based laws.
All right. And, sorry, just to recap, I think you said that there were six people charged with resulting the matters around Australia Day, is that right?
The NSN?
Yes.
I've never said that. My understanding
sorry,
is...
I haven't got my notes from this morning.
61 tickets issued
Okay.
and a public safety order issued to prevent their attendance in the Sydney CBD. That was on Australia Day. The Police Operations Centre managed the next day, which I think they congregated in North Sydney. There may have been charges there, I'm not sure, but...
And sorry, when you say a ticket, what's a ticket?
Infringement notice.
Okay, so that's a court attendance notice, or it's a penalty fine on the spot, or...?
Penalty fine.
Penalty fine on the spot. Okay, so no other charges other than that were laid?
Not on Australia Day, no.
Okay, and then in the days following?
Sorry, if I can just have 5 minutes, I'll
Yeah.
come back to you with the answer.
Certainly, certainly.
Just with numbers.
Is that because there was, if you like, preemptive policing, so a problem was identified, police were able to move in and issue tickets and move on orders to stop anything else happening?
Correct.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Can I ask you a question about just relating to that? And this is mainly for my own information because I'm not sure, but there was some public commentary, I think, from the Premier and others about the ability of police, because we heard evidence that obviously they were wearing face coverings or balaclavas. Do police have the power to rip off or to remove somebody's balaclava, or what's the circumstances in which you can do that in a public setting? Because I'm not sure, and I'm just keen to know the answer.
If we're issuing process against them, such as an infringement notice, we have to be assured of the identity of that individual.
Okay.
So in that regards, we are allowed to ask them to reveal themselves.
Okay. But if they don't, what happens?
If they don't, they'll be subject to arrest to be charged with the offence.
Okay. So it escalates
Yes.
further. Okay. Thank you. I just was curious. I'll hand back to Sue.
And after they've identified themselves, they are then at liberty to replace the face covering?
They would be able to, yes.
They would be able to?
Yes.
Yeah, so the laws aren't to rip off balaclavas and walk down the street open face. The laws are to identify.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you. So there would need to be a change in the law to give that power to police?
Sorry?
There would need to be a change in the law to give...
Miss Higginson would be a big supporter of that.
She's not doing well.
No, I'm very concerned about where we're going.
No, I'm not suggesting. I just the reason that I asked is because I think the Premier was on 2GB saying that you know, if you're partaking in this sort of behaviour, the police will, I think, rip the balaclavas off and reveal you to your friends and your colleagues. And while I don't disagree with you having the right to do that, it doesn't sound like you do until they're arrested. If that's
Until we issue process against them, causing them to, or us to be convinced of their identity. Yes.
Yeah, thank you. And the events on the Opera House steps in October, so there were 3 people charged with common assault?
That's correct.
Yep. And are there any ongoing investigations in relation to 93Z prosecutions?
No, there's not arising from the Opera House at this stage. We've been unable to identify any person who may have committed an offence.
So if people could be identified, so various people were making certain chants, if those persons could be identified, would you be happy that a brief of evidence could be prepared against that person?
There's probably several steps in that process. We would need to identify a person. We would need to ascribe an action to them, whether it's a chant or a particular form of words, and then the context of those words would need to meet the threshold of 93Z. It may well meet the threshold for another offence like offensive conduct. It would really be the context and the nature of the action.
And are you considering offensive conduct charges in relation to any of those events?
No, as I've indicated at this stage, we've been unable to identify any person and ascribe the words to a person.
Okay. So are there threshold issues with 93Z, or is it identification of perpetrator issues?
Again, that's probably 2 different parts.
Yep.
So to make out an offence of 93Z, a person must obviously incite or threaten, so there is a certain threshold to get to.
Yes.
But in terms, if we're talking just as a whole, you would absolutely need to identify the person, identify their actions, make sure they meet the threshold for that test.
So would it be your advice that Where's the Jews would meet the threshold?
Again, it would need to be taken in context.
Okay. If the context was a large group of people walking down the street towards a gathering of Jewish people chanting, "Where's the Jews?" is that likely to meet the threshold?
It would need to take all the circumstances. So we'd need to look at that by simple words. It may well or it may not. So we would need to look at the actions of the group taken as a whole and then the individuals as well.
Is that something that you have looked at?
Absolutely. As I think I said to you before, I think the largest challenge for us has been identifying individuals and ascribing actions or words to them.
Yeah, my questions really go to the nature of 93Z and whether it's fit for purpose and whether the threshold tests are satisfactory. So I suppose if the persons could be identified, would that conduct meet the threshold?
It may. It is a threshold test. So as I've said to you before, incite or threaten need to be taken in a different way. We would certainly get legal advice on those matters. to ensure that we had sufficient evidence to proceed.
And have you had legal advice on those matters?
No, we haven't, because we haven't got a person that has been identified and the actions ascribed to them, so there's been no need for legal advice.
Right. And so how did you identify the people that you charged with common assaults? How were you able to identify those but not identify any of the people who were yelling out those chants?
Because the 3 that were arrested and charged were actually from an isolated incident where there was a victim who was able to identify those individuals.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Yep, thank you. I wanted to go back, Commissioner. I think you mentioned in earlier evidence the Pulse program. I've just got some sort of more specific questions, but I'm also happy for any general remarks in terms of how many officers have engaged with that program and I guess the feedback from them in terms of how well it's working for their wellbeing support.
And it might be, I can ask Mr Smith whether there's any actual data that I can produce today or we can take it on notice,
Sure.
But it's certainly relatively new. We're still onboarding the clinicians in some locations and some of the other services are only in their infancy, but certainly encouraging signs, as I said.
Okay. And I apologise for my ignorance, but that is also, or services through that program will also be offered in some cases to families as well. Is that correct? Or I'm happy for any information that you can provide.
Yeah, that's correct. So as part of the Pulse program, there is also an increase in regard to family support employees. So those services are available to families as part of that program and the onboarding of additional resources to support families. And we have already seen on a number of occasions those resources be used. In relation to Pulse itself, we now have, as at March, we will have 19 clinicians in the field and we will look to roll out to 28 clinicians in the field certainly by the end of this financial year. We are on track in terms of that recruitment. We have already had over 2,500 engagements with the 11 clinicians that are in the field, and they cover off around about 35 police area commands, police districts and business units. In terms of some of the feedback, already as part of the evaluation, we have seen direct contact and emails from those that have engaged our clinicians who say, never take our clinician away. They are part of our team. They are embedded in the work that we do. We've had multiple examples of being able to have those clinicians and those support services available at the times when our officers go to highly traumatic incidents and jobs. We know that the police love having them access to them, and they are actually part of the team. They are sitting in muster rooms, they are attending training days, they are providing support to our supervisors and inspectors and commanders about how to have conversations with officers in regards to how they are feeling, their wellbeing and what that looks like. Part of the program, the early access to treatment initiatives, we have already seen over 700 engagements in that program and nearly $90,000 spent in that space, where employees, both sworn and unsworn, have been able to access services without cost to them, which is certainly a huge benefit to us. The next tranche also involves training and support around better steps to health and fitness, about health leadership and wellbeing in the wellbeing space. So the program is well and truly on its way. We are onboarding the additional 70-odd resources very quickly. And we are seeing the benefits around accessing and removing some of that stigma about reporting and knowing that certainly having those clinicians in this field with our officers is certainly making a difference. We have online e-well checks, which is a wellbeing check which can be done by the officers just as in a bit of a self-assessment as to where they are at, and then that system is done and referred, can be a direct referral to the clinicians to provide support as needed to those officers. So connecting the dots in all of this and making sure that we are signing off and capturing as much as we can is very, very important in the program, but we are seeing those early benefits.
That's great. when you say resources, and I'm probably more interested in a sense in some of the family supports as well, because obviously, you know, I can't imagine what some officers would see on the job and how they deal with that, but also I guess if their loved ones maybe haven't had the same kind of training. So is there an example, when you say resources would be available to families, what does that actually look like in practice through this program?
In practical terms, so our family support officers make direct contact with families, with officers and with their families. And they can provide advice in regards to getting the families to actually seek treatment themselves and have counselling sessions, access to employee assistance programs, working with our chaplaincy, like looking at activities around how they might gain financial support, how they might gain other support, which when their loved ones who are in the New South Wales Police Force may or may not be in a position to tell them what's going on. We have that connection to say, this is the services that are available to you, this is how you access it, and this is how we can support you and walk you through that environment to make sure that you are as informed as you possibly can be.
Yeah, well, that's great, and I genuinely wish you all the best with that work. I think it's really important. So
thank you.
Thank you for the update. Quickly just going now to the PACER program that we spoke about in October. Is there any update in terms of that program? I think from my recollection is there was some work happening between health and the police about whether it would continue, and I think we did ask the mental health minister about it too. But are there any updates in terms of where that's in place and how long it's going to continue for?
So the PACER program is in 16 locations. It's funded till end of June 24, as I understand. At this stage, it is. It's not a 24/7 service. It is useful to those commands that do have it, but of course it doesn't cover the whole state. It was mentioned this morning about our internal review of the mental health, police response to mental health issues, and PACER is one of those options, of course, and but we need to look at other things as well that gives us more 24/7 coverage, I think, in supporting. Certainly when I go to commands where they have a PACER or PACERs, I speak to officers and PACERs, and there are some great outcomes, but it's not a 24/7 response.
Yeah. Is there any data that you have, and I'm happy for it to be taken on notice in terms of ways of measuring the impact or
I think it has been evaluated, as I recall. It's a health program.
Through health, though, that would be better with health. Yeah, no, that's fine if that's the case. Did you have anything else?
Can I just jump in on the PACER? I just wondered, we've heard in different forums that there's some reluctance of police to be involved in the PACER program because they see it as a health response rather than a police response. I wonder if you had any comments on that.
I haven't heard that. In fact, as I indicated, every police station I've been to where there is a PACER, and I've been to quite a few, they're embraced well. The PACER clinicians work within the muster room and the police stations. They're welcomed and used by officers. So I'm not aware of instances where that's not the case, and I don't know whether any of my other my executive have heard of them not being embraced.
No, look, thank you. I just thought it's a good opportunity to check that. We hear all sorts of things.
I'm sure you do. I'm sure you do.
No, thank you.
Sorry.
Sorry, ma'am. I was just going to ask Mr. Chair's indulgence. Ma'am, if I could just answer your question from before. As far as we're aware, there were no persons charged from NSN on either Australia Day or the following day, but a number of infringements were issued.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Because I thought the I thought the minister this morning said something about 3 charges of common assault and 1 person with 2 counts.
No, that was from the Opera House.
Yeah. Sorry.
Sorry, how many infringement notices from that? Sorry, I'm
jumping in.
I believe there were 61.
61.
On Australia Day.
Right, thank you.
Then I don't have a number, sorry, for the following day, but there were certainly several infringements, predominantly traffic infringements.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Sorry, just back to Pulse. Sorry for a sec, Mr. Smith. I've just had a couple more questions I noticed I didn't get to. Are there any KPIs for the Pulse program?
We have just onboarded an evaluation specialist. So in terms of, what we will be focusing on is obviously a reduction in workplace injuries. You know, like certainly a better understanding of psychological well-being and psychological fitness. You know, certainly the impact of the Pulse program will be about reducing those officers who are subject to psychological injury and both physical injury. So that evaluation process and the metrics to that is being developed. But ultimately, that is the aim, for people to be more aware of their psychological and physical well-being, that we reduce the number of psychological injuries and exposures to to members of the New South Wales Police Force. So.
And then also, I guess, and I, again, commend you for wanting to reduce, but there will still be times when that happens. Will you also look at things like improved sort of return to work outcomes, less medical discharge rates? Will that be part of the evaluation as well?
Most certainly, that is the that is the case. We want people to be at work.
Yeah.
We want them to return to the job that they love. And where that is not possible, we want them to be able to transition from the New South Wales Police Force in a manner in which they can gain other employment and they can be supported and make sure that both themselves and their family are supported in that process.
Yeah, and I appreciate that it's in its early stages, but would you have a time frame that you'd like to be able to see a positive impact on some of those factors? I know you said there's an evaluation, but when would you expect there to be some data or...
Look, we are already trying to build that data set and what that looks like in terms of trends to injuries, nature of injuries, time lost to injuries, return to work. But that is the Pulse program really was stood up in, you know, like start of financial year last year.
Yeah.
So, you know, like, but at the 12-month mark, there is an expectation that we will have built an evaluation program and evidence program to be able to answer those questions.
Come back in a later hearing, I'm sure.
There's Big Ben. Could I just, one final question on the FPOs. What is the age of the youngest person that is subject to an FPO?
I'd have to take that on notice.
Thank you. If you could, I'd be grateful. Just going back to the right person, right care, and the expedition to London. This is probably for you, Commissioner. I know that this is something that you're across. Is it? So you're under. So I just want to be clear here. What we're looking at is a way of ensuring that when we are dealing with mental health issues or people experiencing psychosis of sorts, the desire is for a non-police response to those people, unless there is a weapon or a safety issue. Is the lesson from Metro that the right person, right care is still a kind of response tool? It's still actually the program that they have there, and what you've been looking at is about a decision-making tool, whether to send police officers or not, and if to send police officers, which police officers would be sent and how they would be sent. Is that?
Sort of. I think really there's a number of factors in the right care, right person model, and maybe Mr. Hudson can explain it better than I, but it for example, has set up a different phone number to call. Instead of calling 000, it might be, 111 or something or other for a mental health support, where there's a triage process around what's required, what is the best service for that client at that time. I think it's something like 80% of occasions it doesn't require police, and there would be a small number, 20 or 30%, that police may go with someone or on their own because of the safety issues. It's been operating in Humberside and I think also in Wales for 3 years. The Metropolitan Police have commenced in October last year, so it's early stages for them, but it's certainly an option, and I guess that's the point of our internal review. Is we know what the demand is for officers and staff and some of the outcomes in the existing processes. There's PACER and of course Queensland and other policing jurisdictions in Australia have other options, and the work is really about saying, well, what else can we do and what might be better.
So in New South, for example, like if you made a decision based, or if it became apparent that we would be much better not sending police to calls, people in New South Wales will always ring 000 because they don't know who else or where else to ring because we've had nothing else forever. So in that event, is it open at the moment to your recommendations that might come back to this, that at the 000 point, there would be some kind of diversion at that point?
So currently, a call for service for a mental health issue might come in different ways. Some might go 000 and some might just go to the local police station.
Yeah.
One of the benefits, I think, out of the right care, right person model appears to be that its calls are centralised, so the triage is consistent. And whether that's through a dedicated number or through 000, for example. Queensland, for example, have a clinician or clinicians inside their BKG centre, as I understand. So there's some work that we can do internally. So to the point that was raised this morning by the Minister, the report's been tabled. We've examined it as an executive and tabled it to the Minister. I've met, and Mr Hudson and others met with the Secretary of Health, Susan Pearce, and her Deputy Secretary, and Dr Wright, just set up a working party to work through the report and the recommendations and report back to Susan Pearce and I. So I think we're off to a good start, and then we'll report to government as we progress.
And so you are still, but the view that you're taking is not just to, and I'm not just to look at matters where police shouldn't be or don't need to be, that large percentage of carve out, but also if police are required to go, how we can do better to avoid deaths and violence.
Yeah. There are a number of recommendations, and I think the Minister mentioned this morning the opportunity for a public-facing document at some point in the near future. She didn't commit to a time, and we've got to compile that. But some of the recommendations talk to our training and other things. So there's a range of things in that report that we're considering, and I think we have to.
And do you accept that it's an incredibly high priority matter and that, you know, the next death is only moments away?
Well, that's why it's been a priority for us, and it was really a priority piece of work to send the officers to the UK, have that report submitted. We've considered it as an executive. We've sent it to the Minister, and we've convened a meeting already, and it is a priority.
Thank you. And just one other thing before I go to my colleague again. Something I raised in the last estimates, and I think maybe Deputy Commissioner Lanyon, you may have looked at this, but the false accusations and the retraction matter. And I'm talking about a very specific case where police can continue to prosecute where the only evidence of the false accusation is the retraction, or the only evidence is the retraction. And you indicated that you didn't think, or you weren't aware that it was a thing or that it was happening, I think. Sorry if I'm verbaling you here, but that you said you would. Okay. Well, so I apologise for that. Could you let me know now, and the committee know, what you found? Because I have just been made aware, only in the last week, of another really serious case that's taking place, and it's just quite shocking the police are continuing to prosecute this matter. And it's a First Nations woman in a rural, remote region.
Ma'am, if I can just go back probably a little bit, what I actually said last time was there had been reports that there were significant numbers of misidentification of primary aggressors and action taken on the basis of retraction, and all of the records we held indicated that there were very few examples of that. There is significant guidance provided to police about when we would look to charge someone on the basis of a retraction. All of that guidance says that a simple retraction on its own is not justification. There would normally need to be other evidence available. So whether it's, evidence such as text message that someone may have, there may be CCTV that completely contradicts a version, that may form basis for it. In relation to the matter you're talking about there, I'd appreciate if you would like to provide the details to me. I'll certainly look at that matter there. Across government, obviously misidentification of primary aggressor is something that we want to make sure that we get right. and there is currently a misidentification consultation group, which is chaired by the Department of DCJ, and we are a principal player on that group. So it is something that we continue to work towards. There are processes in place, but if we were to look to charge someone on the basis of a retraction, it must go through the crime manager, and we're also looking to extend that we must get advice from our operational legal advice before any charge would be preferred.
Okay, because, I will alert you to the one at the moment, but there are still some where it literally is retraction only, is the only evidence, or that scenario, and it's really alarming that it's happening.
I'd certainly appreciate the details of that, because the matters that we have going before the court and the matters that had previously been reported, there are incredibly few, so I would be very interested to know the details of the matters you're referring to.
Thank you. And just the last thing on the FPOs, the Ombudsman recommended that they automatically expire after 5 years. Is that something that you've taken on board as a recommendation? That might be Deputy Commissioner Hudson, and sorry, I know you weren't paying attention then.
Reading Ms Mitchell's...
I realise that. But so the Ombudsman's recommendation that FPOs expire automatically after 5 years, is there a reason why? What's the current status? Is there a reason why that doesn't happen, or?
We review them after, as I said, we've reached agreement to review them after 5 years. There might be some reason we will discontinue them when there's no longer a need.
But if the Ombudsman's recommending that it should be that would reverse the system a bit, rather than you reviewing them after 5 years or at a time, and it may be 5 years. If they expired at 5 years, would that not provide more impetus to really be more rigorous about the status of them whilst they're current?
Then we'd have to issue another one, but if it was still valid, there's still a reason for it, and some of these individuals would require renewal after 5 years. So I can have a look at it.
Well, thank you very much. Ms Boyd.
Thank you. Just coming back to that facial recognition discussion, in the answers to the questions I asked last time in estimates, it says that the New South Wales Police Force is currently engaged in a procurement process for its new integrated biometric platform. Where is that procurement process up to?
Still not finalised. My team, man. It's commenced. I don't think it's progressed too far through the procurement process.
You're not going to be using Clearview AI, though, are you? No. Okay. Can I ask you one last question on facial recognition? At Mardi Gras last year, there was reporting of the use of some new facial recognition, an artificial intelligence system that could track the mood and movements of revellers. Was this correct, and was it used?
First I've heard about it, and I marched in Mardi Gras last year, so it's news to me. Wasn't one that we had.
It's not one I'm aware of.
Not one that we're aware of.
No one. Okay, well that's good. So you're not using it this year then. All right.
Well, are you using it this year?
No, and I'm marching again this year, so I hope. I really don't know what that is, and it's not one of ours.
Okay.
We use social media monitoring.
No, this was reported, but basically it was a form of facial recognition that could sort of, maybe identify if someone in a crowd was looking aggressive, for instance, and that this was going to be used by the police to identify potential troublemakers.
We don't use live facial recognition.
Okay, all right.
Technology.
It's a weird report then. That's good. It's comforting. That's all I have. I'll go back to you, Ms Higginson.
Thank you. What else did I have? I had another one, two other things. Oh, that's right. Sorry. I think this one is for you, Deputy Commissioner Lanyon. With your findings, and I'm not going to repeat any words or anything like that here in this inquiry, but with your findings in relation to the video and the purported spoken, chanted words that you found could not be proved as being those words. Do you now, is the police force now in a position to be able to explore and verify and test whether material doctored through social media and video forms, that you're in a more competent position to respond to complaints that they're not true or that they're false? After Operation Mealing, was it?
Mealing?
Mealing.
That is quite a tricky question, ma'am, so I'll just work through that. It's not that I or the investigators said that those words were not recorded. We actually had an expert who reviewed audio and video that had been provided as part of gathered evidence. That included audio and video from media and a range of other sources. We provided that material to the expert. Material that was carried out, or forensic analysis of that material was carried out, from which the expert said with overwhelming certainty that the words that had been reported widely, the words that were recorded on the subtitles of a video, were not the correct words that were used. I have said quite clearly, but when I have had a media conference, that there is no evidence that the videos themselves were doctored to purport the words that were in the subtitles. The videos that have the subtitles are really compilations of master recordings that we have. So we can say the source recordings are the same. They've been put together in a compilation video, and obviously the words that have been widely reported and were on that video are someone's interpretation of what they heard on the video based on the expert's advice.
So do you think then if a similar thing was to happen and social media was rife with subtitles of an interpretation of words that were being chanted, and then parliamentarians went and kept saying these things over and over and over again, and then somebody made a complaint to you, would you be in a position to respond more quickly than what we have experienced over the last few months?
I think what the community and what Parliament would expect is that we'd take a rigorous step through our investigation. And there was obviously significant evidence in terms of both audio and video files, and it was really important to gather all of that information because we want to be accurate in what we present to the public.
And is that why it took so long? Because I know even at the last budget estimates, I was raising with you the fact that there was serious contest about what was allegedly chanted and those subtitles and the truth or untruth of that. And it was months and months later that we then have the New South Wales Police stand up and make a statement about that. And I respect all the processes, but it was time. It took time.
Well, serious questions require a thorough investigation. The most important thing was that the public record was accurate based on all of the evidence we had at hand, and that the expert had analysed. So, absolutely, I would have liked to been able to be in a position to say definitively earlier, but obviously we had to gather that evidence and we had to give the expert time to properly review that evidence and provide a report.
And can I ask, what was the expert? What was their expertise? And you may have said this publicly, and I may have missed it, but just for the record here.
I think I would do him an injustice to actually read it out now. He's probably got a page and a half of qualifications going back decades in the field of biometrics and audiology. He's a renowned expert, and he's someone obviously we could provide his qualifications.
Right. Thank you. So again, we would feel, and given the seriousness of that and the response that happened with all these members of this parliament that jumped up and said things, is that something that in future we would, if in the event, is that something that you would seek to be more efficient in relation to that exploration?
I think the investigators take matters very seriously from the minute they do that. And I think there would be more concern were it to be the case that we did not go widely and gather all the evidence that we could and then have that analysed. So again, Ideally, I would like to have a resolution to matters quickly, but I think it's more important that we have them resolved fulsomely. And I'm very pleased, obviously, in the investigative processes and the investigators that took part in that investigation. Obviously, comments that are made in Parliament are not something that are for me to comment on. We, as a police force, have and have always maintained the position that we're here to ensure public safety, and that's really what we've done from the beginning of the conflict over in Gaza.
Thank you. And just finally, I've only got a little bit of time, but I'm just... the increase in remand numbers in New South Wales, when I ask corrections about what they can do to improve remand circumstances, like our remand centres are not in the greatest condition in terms of, in a number of views, but when I ask corrections what we can do, they say, well, you know, it's police and magistrates, it's their fault. And I'm just wondering, you know, what, and I know we heard one of our colleagues this morning talking about why are you not doing more to lock up more people and apply the Bail Act, but what's your kind of view at the moment in terms of those enormous remand figures, the escalation in those? I think we've got, it's really large and you'd be aware of it. But what is the police view? Like, why are we putting so many people on remand?
Police does put people on
I think is it you talking about juvenile, like juvenile detention or adult or both or
it's
all?
Both.
It's
the
a bit
figures,
global.
the remand figures and the escalation of them in recent years, and I know we've amended the Bail Act and we've made it harder for police to grant bail, etc. But is there some order in terms of we're refusing bail because people don't have addresses? Is it because there's lack of diversionary programs? Like, the figure of remand right now is enormous.
Ms Higginson, we don't actually put persons on remand. That's something the court does.
That's right. But police argue and don't challenge. This is why when people are seeking bail and police oppose, that's why people go into remand.
Well, we simply argue on the basis of public safety, and there are very clear mandate, very clear rules on the basis for which bail can be applied, and that's what we do before a court. It's up to a court to interpret both the circumstances.
Yeah, I'll just keep going. Okay, and so on that, I'll just keep doing my 3.5. And so just so on that basis, you know, are you tracking? Like, so what is the proportion of First Nations people that are getting bail refused and being held on remand? And is that something, do you have any power or discretion at that point to be working harder and seeking more diversion? And I know you already are, but in light of the enormous increase in remand figures.
Ma'am, I think we talked about this earlier in terms of the work that we're doing to try and find options for juveniles in particular, but certainly options for anyone that would be prevention, disruption, diversion, etc., where we operate within the law. The Boxer report published last year was an assessment of police bail determinations about whether we had any bias, and the answer was no. And that gave me great comfort that we apply bail objectively based on the circumstances and our job to protect the community. I mean, at the end of the day, if we can stop people offending, that'd be great. But really our job is to keep the community safe and investigating, arresting and charging those responsible is our job.
And so are you seeing then at the kind of localised level though, are you seeing the same people go on remand? Because it's very difficult to track. So recidivism rates we can get, i.e. once you've been sentenced and placed in custody, whether you reoffend. But in terms of remand, like you might not get sentenced and you might not end up, but what do we do about the revolving door of remand? Are you seeing that at the local level?
We're certainly seeing recidivism. As I said, the remand question is a court decision, but certainly we're seeing examples. I think Mr. Lenyon's got an example, and we're talking young people here. bail determinations 32 occasions and continues to breach and commit offences. I think there's one example in Moree or regional New South Wales just this week, 15 bail determinations they'd breached. I mean, police are doing as much as we can to protect the community, but really that issue around particularly concerns me, young people that are repeat offending, breaking into homes at night when people are asleep, stealing cars and then travelling at like 300 kilometres an hour in a car and videoing themselves. It just shocks me, and I really don't know what we do to stop it, but police are doing everything we can to play our part in that. As we've said before today, the youth strategy has 2 phases. Phase 1, it's those kids that we can divert, that we can put into programs, Fit for Life, PCYC programs, feed them, take them to school, engage them in whatever way we can. And then there's phase 2, is those kids that are well past that point. But the problem is we've got a cohort of young people that are criminals who are now teaching 11, 12, 13-year-olds the ropes.
So do we need more innovation in that phase 2 that's not prison, that's not the system, more intensive?
It'll be a decision for government, but really, and we've said it before and we'll continue to say it, and the Minister said it this morning, we don't want to put young people in jail, but our job is to protect the community, and I don't know how you stop these young ones.
But is what you're saying you don't have any further options at that point?
At that point?
Yeah. Thank you.
Sounds like we need an inquiry.
We do need an inquiry. A talk fest, apparently.
Thank you, and perhaps these questions are to you, Mr. Lanyon. I just want to follow up on some issues raised by my colleague, Ms. Higginson. And excuse me for going back to the threshold of 93Z, because I'm struggling to understand how it operates myself. If the offence was utter, I completely understand why that detailed investigation taking 4 months involving an expert would be necessary. But given the offence was incite or threaten, isn't the threshold about what was perceived by people there rather than whether or not certain form of words was actually used?
And I think if I can just rely back where I spoke to you before, basically said we haven't identified a person that we can ascribe as being party to that, that will constitute an offence.
And I guess that's my next question. If there's no offender identified, why was there a 4-month process of inquiring as to what may or may not have been said by nobody who could be identified?
Because the actual review of evidence is something that we always do, and there was significant evidence on both the audio and video cassette that needed to be examined.
And is that type of detailed biometric assessment done routinely?
It can be. It depends on the seriousness of the matter. And I think, as you've alluded to before, it was a matter of significant public interest and significance. So it was a matter that we wanted to make sure that we investigated thoroughly.
But is it a threshold question for 93Z what was said or what was perceived to be said?
Sorry, it's what would be said, not what's perceived to be said.
Well, if the offence was utter, the threshold would be what was said. If the offence was incite or threaten, somebody can be threatened by emotion, by tone, by it's not necessarily these words are threatening, these words are not. I'm just inquiring why there was so many resources devoted to determining what was said when the whole context of something could have incited or threatened, and it could have been quite innocuous words.
We put resources not only into ensuring that we gathered all of the evidence that was available both in audio and video, but in identifying and interviewing people that were there, certainly going through every part of an investigation we can. We circulated widely in the media to try to identify persons that were present there who may have committed an offence. Because as I said, outside of 93Z, there could well have been the offence of offensive conduct. And we would have prosecuted had we been able to identify and ascribe someone words that were offensive.
And I understand that after the fact it might be quite difficult to identify people, but police there on the night, were they not able to make arrests on the night of people that they heard saying things?
So commanders have to make a decision. It's obviously a very dynamic environment. There were 1,000 to 1,500 persons there. There are 110 police officers there. The commander needs to make a decision at the time whether they wish to make police go into the crowd to identify and arrest someone, or whether it's more important to ensure public safety at the time. The commander that was present decided the best strategy at that time was to ensure public safety and contain those people that were down there.
Okay, and
Order.
that's what's...
Time is right. Time is...
To put it on notice.
Yeah, I will put it on
Put your
notice.
next question
Thank
on
you.
notice, please.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much for coming today. I note there were... You want to ask questions? Sorry? I beg your pardon. Okay. Getting ahead of ourselves.
The government's here.
Sleeping with your eyes open.
Just an inquiry. My first question is around the matter of the support the New South Wales Police Force
So,
provides.
Greg, it's really hard to answer.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, so you're not here.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks. My question relates to the matter of the support the New South Wales Police Force provides councils in cases of emergencies and disasters. And I'm wondering if I could direct that question perhaps through your Commissioner to Deputy Commissioner Thurgood to provide an explanation about the extent of that, what it looks like.
No worries, thank you. How long do I have? 15, 20 minutes, 25?
I'll stay here all week.
Thank
All
you.
week I'll stay here.
No, you've got 14 minutes.
Take your time.
All right, thank you. So I think it's fair to say that the relationship between the police and all local governments is one of mutual cooperation when it comes to emergencies. They rely very heavily on our resources and our leadership during the actual emergencies. New South Wales has a three-tiered approach to emergency management, and the local government, the local level is where the vast majority of emergencies are managed. Local government areas have a local emergency management committee, of which is chaired by the local government, but they do rely very heavily on the police local emergency operations controller to provide that leadership and to guide that committee very strongly. Whilst the councils chair the committee, really the vast majority of operational leadership and input comes from the police and the other emergency service organisations. And in addition to that, we employ region emergency operations officers, which are in regular contact with the councils and sit in on all the LEMC meetings and help facilitate the New South Wales Police, the Leocon and the REMOs, help facilitate all sorts of exercises, be they desktop exercises or practical exercises, with the councils, so that those committees are well practiced when it comes into emergencies, and they also the preparation and prevention of emergencies where possible, and that response phase they also work very heavily together. As the state emergency operations controller, I also facilitate, the New South Wales Police also facilitates the exercises at a state level and a region level, and on that, only just recently I attended a combined North Shore Local Emergency Management Committee where we did at Taronga Zoo, where we did a joint exercise on emergencies within the zoo, and it coincidentally was overlooking the magnificent new chimps enclosure within the zoo. I don't know if anyone's been there, but it's quite something to look at. Look, I urge you to go if you haven't been. And also we have our Incident and Emergency Management Command within the New South Wales Police, which at a state level and regional level and at times at a local level help the councils and those LEMC meetings gather the information they need to be better prepared for emergencies across their area. Also, the local police chair the local rescue committees for those council areas with other emergency service organisations. So I think it's fair to say we work very cooperatively with the councils, and they rely very heavily on us. Recently, we've developed a digital emergency management platform within the New South Wales Police, which enables us to track the training of our officers and the training that our REMOs give to council workers as well. And that is something that the councils can then rely upon us to give them some guidance as to what officers they have and haven't got trained within their area.
Thank you very much. My second one, just quickly, one of the members in a line of questioning earlier around the matter of firearms made, well, it was more of a statement than a question, to be frank, but there was an imputation in the statement that there is, within the community of New South Wales, in fact, I think it was suggested quite a large number of the community had some issues or concerns about the matter of firearms and the police. It was put in those terms and then just left hanging. I just ask you, and I'm not asking you to comment, Commissioner, on the matter that's live, and it will take its own course in terms of the very detailed investigation and ultimately reporting of it. But Commissioner, is it the case that the New South Wales Police Force maintains very rigorous standards and controls with respect to the issuing and the use of firearms?
Yes, that's true.
Of course they do.
It's I think we're the best in the country in terms of the way we administer the Firearms Act through the Firearms Registry and New South Wales Police in terms of the licensing requirements and inspections, etc. GunSafe has been spoken about in terms of the computer system or the portal that's used. I think it's best in breed as well. We've got over 250,000 licence holders in this state. We've now got over 1,100,000 registered firearms in New South Wales.
So, Commissioner, particularly this was in respect to the weapons of the New South Wales Police Force. Sorry, because that's what the imputation was, that there was an issue.
Yeah.
Just a point of order, there was no...
I wasn't referring to you, I was just saying there was a line of questioning. So this is the standards, the internal standards and controls with respect to the issuing to...
And we do have many, and we have done for many years. Keys, supervisors have keys, gun safes, padlocks, etc., etc. So the matter that was raised is very, as I said, a very live investigation, and it will be borne out through the investigation, and we'll work through those circumstances.
No, thanks for the confirmation, Commissioner. Thank you.
Sorry, I misheard your question.
No, that's fine.
That's it. You're good.
Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you.
Many questions were taken on notice today. The Secretariat will be in contact advising you when answers are required. Sorry, thank you very much for coming.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you all.